everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Spreading Konoha conspiracy theories, I, Rasa, did nothing wrong. Chapter 55 to 100, Chapter 55, Create Kagaya Mirror. 1147 words. Genjiro shot to his feet. He had not even begun the investigation yet, and Fuguki Suikezen had already rebelled. Then what was there left to investigate? It proved one thing without question: Fuguki Suikezen absolutely had a problem. Lord Genjiro, Fuguki Suikezen and his wife, Nishikiyama Cho, have fought their way out. The shinobi assigned to monitor them have already been killed. Lord Jinin Akabino is now leading the pursuit. Genjiro's expression turned ugly. I never expected this. Truly never. That bastard Suikezen really did betray the village, really did sell out Kirigakure. Unforgivable. As a member of Kirigakure, to do something like this, his crime deserves no pardon. Fuguki Suikezen must die. At Genjiro's command, even more Kirigakure shinobi were sent in pursuit. Only after a while did Genjiro notice Hoshigaki Kisame still standing there, not having left yet. Hoshigaki Kisame. Yes, Lord Genjiro. There's nothing more. You may go. Yes, Lord Genjiro. Kisame stepped out of the tent, his eyes carrying a trace of confusion. Did Lord Suikezen really betray the village? The next day, Rasa received news of Fuguki Suikezen's defection. Kirigakure had dispatched Zabuza Momochi's predecessor, Nobuwako. Actually, no, they had sent Juzo Biwa leading a team to hunt him down, but there were no results yet. Within the Sunagakure army, the shinobi who heard the news all showed delight. Dogs biting dogs. Neither Fuguki Suikezen nor Kirigakure are good people. But why did Suikezen defect? Because the offensive failed. One Sunagakure shinobi, who knew a bit more of the details, answered, apparently, it's because Kirigakure believes Fuguki Suikezen leaked intelligence to us, causing several of their operations to fail. They wanted to kill him. So he had no choice but to flee. Another Sunagakure shinobi frowned. Fuguki Suikezen leaked intelligence to Sunagakure. Would he really be that kind-hearted? Countless Sunagakure shinobi have died at his hands. How could he possibly work with us? Their operations failed because they're incompetent. But Pakura had the same doubt. Husband, did Fuguki Suikezen really sell intelligence to us? That last ambush did seem a little strange. That Kirigakure shinobi came charging out so directly. Rasa looked at Pakura. No such thing. He did not say the second half aloud because that strange Kirigakure shinobi had been me. My foolish wife. Still, Fuguki Suikezen's defection is good news for Sunagakure. A smile appeared on Rasa's face. Originally, he had only intended to use a dream card to force Fuguki Suikezen to defect. He had not expected an extra gain as well. Jinin Akabino had been cut down and badly wounded. Juzo Biwa had been ordered to lead the pursuit against Fuguki Suikezen. 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had disappeared from the front in one stroke. That left only 2 for now: Hozuki Yunwu and Kushimaru Kuriere. Rasa guessed that before long, Kirigakure would likely send Raiga Kurisuke and Jinpachi Munashi as reinforcements. But this time, the Kirigakure army had also lost close to 1,000 shinobi. And with Yata Crow assisting the Sunagakure army, the gap in strength between the two sides was no longer as wide as before. If previously it had been 7-3, then now it was closer to 6-4. And this still isn't over. Rasa still had one card left in his hand. One Day Ninja Experience card, Kirigakure Genin version. Pakura, you've worked hard. Rasa kissed Pakura lightly on the forehead, pulled back the blanket, and changed into his clothes. If anything happens, notify the village immediately. I can ride Yata Crow here for support at any time. Pakura nodded. Understood, husband. Pakura watched him leave. Then she walked out of the tent herself. Compared to yesterday, she looked much more refreshed. Partly because Kirigakure's operation had failed. And partly, perhaps, because a reunion after time apart always felt like a new wedding. Some Sunagakure shinobi had started talking about Yada Crow. So that's Kazekage-sama's summoning beast. It's huge. I heard the Kirigakure army suffered terribly at Yada Crow's hands. Thank goodness for Kazekage-sama. Otherwise, Kirigakure's plan would have succeeded, and half of us might be dead already. We're too weak. If we were stronger, Kazekage-sama wouldn't have needed to come to the front lines himself. In this war, Kazekage-sama is the only Kage who has to come to the front. The Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Hokage haven't. Even the fourth Raikage only fought on the front before he inherited the title. We really are disappointing. After returning to Sunagakure, the first person Rasa sought out was Ebizo. Kazekage-sama. Ebizo entered the Kazekage's office. How is the investigation into the Akayama clan going? Reporting to Kazekage-sama, it is still underway. So far, we have identified 6 members of the Akayama clan as being connected to that matter, but we are not yet certain whether there are more. Ebizo paused, then asked, Kazekage-sama, did something happen? I went to the front lines. I just returned. Ebizo froze for a moment. That giant bird, was it your summoning beast, Kazekage-sama? That's right. Rasa nodded. This is my summon, Yada Crow. It excels at long-distance flight, so even while I remain stationed in Sunagakure, I can still support the front lines. It was precisely because my support arrived in time that the Kirigakure army's offensive ended in failure. This time, Kirigakure shinobi infiltrated the rear of the Sunagakure army without a sound and launched a surprise attack on Pakura and the others. If no traitor assisted them, I find that hard to believe. Ebizo's expression turned grave. Kazekage-sama, I will complete the investigation into the Akayama clan as quickly as possible. Rasa gave him a deadline. I want results within half a month. Given Kirigakure's current situation, it was unlikely they could launch another major operation against Sunagakure within the next half-month. They needed time to recover from this failure. That was why Rasa gave Ebizo only half a month. Understood. Ebizo nodded. Then Rasa asked, by the way, what has the Uchiha clan been doing recently? They fought a small-scale battle with Konoha shinobi. Konoha lost several dozen shinobi, while only a few Uchiha died. Their individual strength really is impressive. Ebizo sighed as he spoke. If only Sunagakure had such a powerful shinobi clan. Konoha has one, yet doesn't treasure it. Though of course when a clan like that rebels, the damage to the village is also tremendous. 2 days later, after Rasa finished the work he had already accumulated and even completed the next day's work in advance, he returned home. Once the sky had gone completely dark, Rasa went up to the study on the 3rd floor. He took out an experience card. Name, Kagaya Mirror. Gender, male. Rasa narrowed his eyes slightly. The Hozuki clan has already declined. This time, let's test the waters with the Kagaya clan instead. Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_chapter 56. Chapter 56. I'll assassinate the 3rd Mizukage. 1234 words, a 60-year-old Kagaya genin surely wouldn't still be stationed on the front lines. In the next instant, Rasa felt his body suddenly disappear. His consciousness was pulled free and moved at astonishing speed, leaving Sunagakure behind in moments and arriving at another village. Countless small islands connected together. Endless seawater on all sides. Rasa only felt his consciousness plunge sharply downward. And when it stopped, he had already awakened in the body of an old man. Kagaya Mirror. At this moment, the Kagaya clan seemed to be holding a heated clan meeting. The 3rd Mizukage is old. It should have been time for a replacement long ago. As for the position of the next Mizukage, I say none but our Kagaya clan is qualified. Other than us, no one else has the right to inherit it. In terms of strength, our Kagaya clan is the #1 ninja clan in Kirigakure today. In terms of merit, our Kagaya clan has contributed the most in this war. An old man nodded. That's right. By all reason and all logic, it should be our turn. But our Kagaya clan has one huge problem. At present, none of our clansmen has built enough prestige to inherit the position of Mizukage. A middle-aged man said angrily, that's because the third Mizukage has been deliberately suppressing us. Because he's afraid. Just like Konoha fears the Uchiha clan, the third Mizukage fears our Kagaya clan as well. No matter how you count it, one place among the 7 ninja swordsmen should have gone to our Kagaya clan. But the third Mizukage refused to give us even a single ninja sword. And then he made excuses, saying no one in our clan could bring out the true power of the swords. That's all bullshit. They're nothing but excuses to suppress our Kagaya clan. Originally, Rasa had been wondering how to gather information, spread rumors, and drive a wedge into Kirigakure's internal structure. But after seeing this, a strange thought rose in his mind. Did Kirigakure even need him to divide it? Wasn't it already fractured enough? Rasa knew that in the future, the Kagaya clan would clash head-on with Kirigakure's higher-ups and end in total annihilation. But he had not expected their resentment toward the village leadership to already have grown to this extent. The Kagaya clan compared themselves to the Uchiha. And when it came to the Uchiha, Rasa was all too familiar with them. At this rate, the third Mizukage will never hand the position of fourth Mizukage to our Kagaya clan. He may even intensify the suppression against us. After all, the Uchiha are a precedent. They'll worry that we'll rebel just like the Uchiha clan did. Rasa raised his hand high. Everyone, please hear me out. The gazes of everyone present turned toward him. Kagaya Mirror was weak. Nearly 60 years old, yet still only a genin. But his age and seniority were there for all to see. And since this was a clan meeting, everyone still gave him a measure of respect. All these years, I've seen clearly how the village has targeted our Kagaya clan. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. My strength is low. Even at nearly 60, I'm still only a genin. But precisely because of that, I've paid especially close attention to the village's situation, always hoping I might find some simple and easy work. And because of that, I've seen many things. The village has treated our Kagaya clan far too unfairly. Have you all heard the news about Fuguki Suikazan? A young ninja replied, yes. I heard Fuguki Suikazan colluded with Sunagakure, betrayed the village, and is now on the run. Rasa shook his head. I don't believe Fuguki Suikazan colluded with Sunagakure. If he truly had, then with the position he held at the time, he could have wiped out the entire Kirigakure army. And even if he didn't destroy them completely, he could at least have crippled more than half of them. And if he really had colluded with Sunagakure, then why didn't he flee directly to Sunagakure? Why choose to run elsewhere instead? The young ninja frowned in confusion. Then Mira-senpai, what do you think it was? Because Fuguki Suikazan's merit had become too great. Rasa said, the 7 ninja swordsmen are already second only to the Mizukage and the elders. They are powerful contenders for the Mizukage's seat. And among the 7 ninja swordsmen, Fuguki Suikazan had the greatest merit. His merit had become too great for his ruler. The Mizukage feared Fuguki Suikazan would threaten his position. Or perhaps the Mizukage already had another candidate in mind for the next Mizukage, and getting rid of Fuguki Suikazan was simply clearing the road for that person. The Kagaya clansmen around him all showed anger. That makes sense. If Fuguki Suikazan really betrayed the village, then why didn't he flee to Sunagakure? Most likely, it wasn't Suikazan who betrayed the village. It was the village that framed Fuguki Suikazan. Rasa continued, for our Kagaya clan, the situation is exactly the same. The Mizukage knows what our Kagaya clan desires. He knows how strong we are. That is why he has spent so many years suppressing us. He also knows that if the Mizukage seat does not fall into the hands of our Kagaya clan, we are very likely to resist fiercely. That means he will definitely act against us in advance. Kagaya-ta, seated above, nodded. Mirror, what you said is right. I've seen these things too. That's why I've been so worried. Night after night, I haven't been able to sleep, always trying to find a way to break this deadlock. Especially after the Uchiha rebellion broke out in Konoha. Before, the Mizukage may only have feared us stirring up trouble. But now, he may fear outright rebellion. And if that's what he fears, then the way he deals with our Kagaya clan will be different. With his vicious temperament, he may very well try to erase the threat before it can erupt. To exterminate our Kagaya clan. Rasa said, Clan head, that's exactly why we must act first. Right now is the best chance our Kagaya clan will ever have. Jinin Akabino is heavily wounded. Fuguki Suikazen has defected. Hozuki Yunwu, Kushimaru Kuriere, and Jinpachi Minashi are all on the front lines. Only Raiga Kurasuki remains, and Genji is away as well. At a time like this, the third Mizukage's available support is extremely limited. We can take advantage of this and head straight for the Mizukage building. As long as we kill the third Mizukage, we can immediately arrange the succession of the fourth Mizukage. Kirigakure will be ruled by our Kagaya clan. A flicker of eagerness appeared in Kagaya-ta's eyes. But the third Mizukage is no weakling. And there are still many Anbu around him. Rasa raised his hand again. Clan head, I've lived my whole life as a coward. A whole life as a waste. I've failed the clan that raised me. Now I'm old, and I don't have many years left anyway. I'm willing to repay the clan. Let me be the one to assassinate the third Mizukage. Kagaya-ta's expression stiffened. He was starting to wonder whether Kagaya Mirror had gone mad. A mere genin. Trying to assassinate the third Mizukage. Advanced chapters available on Patreon. com/inkvale_chapter 57, chapter 57, what do you mean by a human bomb? 1254 words, that's right. Kagaya-ta was silent for a while. Mirror, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but the truth is the truth. You only have the strength of a genin. If you're the one going to assassinate the third Mizukage, do you really think there's any chance of success? Not only Kagaya-ta, but the others of the Kagaya clan thought the same thing. That was the third Mizukage. Even if among the third Kage he wasn't considered one of the strongest, even if he might be the weakest third Kage among the 5 great ninja villages, he was still the Mizukage. And what were you, Kagaya Mirror? A genin going to assassinate the third Mizukage? Wasn't that no different from walking straight to your death? Mirror-senpai, you're not joking, are you? To be honest, Mirror-senpai, it'd be better for me to go. At least I'm a jonin. Rasa bared his teeth in a grin. Under normal circumstances, of course you'd be the better choice. But forgive me for being blunt, even if you went, the odds of successfully assassinating the third Mizukage would still be extremely low. Basically non-existent. Our Kagaya clan doesn't have anyone at Kage level. So if we want to assassinate the third Mizukage, we need another method. Rasa turned toward Kagaya-ta. Clan head, I'm willing to strap my body full of explosive tags and become a human bomb. As long as the clan can create an opportunity for me to get close to the third Mizukage, I'll do everything I can to blow him to death. Everyone's pupils shrank. The Kagaya clan had always been known for their madness and ruthlessness. But at this moment, they suddenly realized something. Compared to Kagaya Mirror, they were still lacking. Turn himself into a human bomb. It had to be said, this was indeed a method. Even the third Mizukage had a body of flesh and blood. If he was blown apart, he would die. The Kagaya clan had no one with attack power at Kage level who could guarantee the assassination of the third Mizukage. But the existence of explosive tags made up for that perfectly. The one who had just said Mirror going would be worse than him now shut his mouth. He did not have the courage to turn himself into a human bomb. Kagaya-ta stared blankly at Kagaya Mirror. Mirror, are you truly willing to do this? Rasa nodded. This is the best method. Possibly the only method. Other than explosive tags, it would be far too difficult for our Kagaya clan to kill the third Mizukage by any other means. This is our greatest hope. And I'm only a genin. An old genin at that. The third Mizukage will naturally pay me little mind. With the help of the clan, the odds of success will only rise. Rasa swept his gaze around the room. I was born in the Kagaya clan. I grew up in the Kagaya clan. I received the clan's resources. But all my life I've accomplished nothing. I am deeply ashamed. So let me go. This may be the only chance in my life to contribute something to the clan. As long as the Kagaya clan remembers my name after our success, then I'll have no regrets. Rasa smiled. Several of the younger ninja looked at Kagaya Mirror with admiration. Some were so moved their eyes reddened and their sockets grew wet. Mirror-senpai is incredible. This kind of courage isn't something an ordinary person could ever possess. Mirror-senpai may be weak, but this courage deserves everyone's respect. We have to succeed. Some of them began cursing the third Mizukage and Kirigakure's higher-ups. It's all the third Mizukage's fault. It's all Kirigakure's leadership's fault. If they hadn't targeted our Kagaya clan like this, we would never have been driven to today. It's all their fault. The Kagaya clan moved quickly. Or rather, for a day like this, they may well have long been prepared. What Rasa had actually done was not much. It was no more than adding the final straw to the camel's back. Giving a drowning man a lid to cling to. Lighting the fuse of an explosion that had long been waiting to happen. The night deepened. Soon, a figure entered Rasa's sight. The third Mizukage himself. Long hair, streaked white with age. Clearly old, yet his steps remained steady. Every gesture carried a refined and scholarly air. He looked like a good man. But that was absolutely an illusion. As a member of Sunagakure, Rasa had every right to say that. In the war against Sunagakure, the things Kirigakure had done had brought disaster upon countless people of the sand. And the third Mizukage was the chief culprit. Mizukage-sama, I have extremely important information to report. Rasa acted according to Kagaya-ta's arrangements. He quickly ran toward the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage frowned slightly. His eyes opened a little, though not fully. Two Anbu shinobi immediately moved to his side, standing guard. But once they saw that Kagaya Mirror was only a genin, their vigilance eased. Mizukage-sama, the Kagaya clan is planning to rebel. Please be careful. The third Mizukage's pupils contracted. Is this true? Rasa nodded heavily. Mizukage-sama, I heard it with my own ears. The Kagaya clan has already begun moving. The third Mizukage still looked somewhat doubtful. Kagaya Mirror, you are also a member of the Kagaya clan. If the clan is rebelling, why aren't you participating? Not only are you not participating, you're even coming here to tell me. Rasa let out a cold snort. Mizukage-sama, you underestimate me. My strength may be weak, but my vision is not limited to a single clan. What I see is the entire village. At a critical time like this for the village, internal chaos must not be allowed. If there is no village, how can there be a clan? Rasa lowered his voice. Mizukage-sama, from the day I was born, I, Kagaya Mirror, have always worked diligently. But because my strength is poor, the people of the Kagaya clan look down on me. Even the children sneer at me. They never truly treated me as one of their own, so there is no need for me to treat them as my clansmen. Mizukage-sama, you are the fairest. You reward merit according to contribution. This time, I've rendered great service, haven't I? Only then did the third Mizukage believe him a little more. Kagaya Mirror, you've done well. This is indeed a great contribution. And I would never mistreat someone who has performed great service. Then the third Mizuki's expression darkened. The Kagaya clan. I knew this day would come sooner or later. Just like the Uchiha clan, they are wolves that can never be tamed, trying to rebel while the village is in a weakened state. If that's the case, then there is no need for the Kagaya clan to continue existing in this world. He signaled to the two Anbu shinobi. The two immediately left. Kagaya mirror, did you hear how the Kagaya clan intended to move? Without changing expression, Rasa edged a little closer to the third Mizuki. Mizuki-sama, I heard. And just as the third Mizuki focused on listening, Rasa suddenly lunged forward and locked his arms around him. Like this. Explosive tags detonate. Go to hell. At the same time, a large number of Kagaya ninja hidden nearby charged out. Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_chapter 58. Chapter 58, the fifth consecutive drawl, please keep reading. 1231 words. The Kagaya clan's rebellion came earlier than it should have. Rasa's push was one reason. The Uchiha clan's rebellion had also given it another shove. The third Mizuki feared the Kagaya clan would become the next Uchiha. The Kagaya clan feared the third Mizuki already believed they were the next Uchiha. That night, the entire Kagaya clan poured out in full force and launched a night assault on the third Mizuki. And charging at the very front was Kagaya Mirror, the identity Rasa had created using the experience card. Mirror Senpai. A violent explosion erupted. A terrifying shockwave spread outward in all directions. Kagaya Mirror's body was almost instantly blown into pieces and scattered apart. His blood did not even have time to clot before the high heat of the explosive tags reduced it to black ash. Even Heiden's body couldn't withstand explosive tags. Much less Kagaya Mirror. One Kagaya ninja looked this way, tears streaming down his face. We absolutely won't let your sacrifice be wasted. The third Mizuki must die. Our Kagaya clan will definitely win. The position of Mizuki will belong to our Kagaya clan. Another Kagaya ninja said, that's right. We absolutely cannot let Mirror Senpai down. A brutally bloody rebellion exploded within Kirigakure. Its scale was even greater than the Uchiha rebellion. Its casualties were even heavier. But Rasa could no longer see any of it. The moment Kagaya Mirror died, Rasa's consciousness had already returned to his own body. What a pity. Rasa stood by the window, looking outside. Moonlight spilled over Sunegakure's land, dyeing it yellow. The third Mizuki had already relaxed his vigilance too much. He had looked down heavily on Kagaya Mirror. Combined with the Kagaya clan's arrangements, that had allowed Kagaya Mirror to get close and detonate the explosive tag successfully. To be honest, for a Mizuki to allow such an opening, Rasa felt the third Mizuki had been far too careless. That was what Rasa had thought at the moment of detonation. But very quickly, he understood the reason. The hydrification technique. A man who was not of the Hozuki clan yet could still use the hydrification technique. That was the third Mizuki's true confidence. At the moment the explosive tags detonated, the third Mizuki had used hydrification technique in time, and avoided most of the damage. Still, the third Mizuki's hydrification technique seems a little different from the Hozuki clan's. It's like he learned it but not completely. Like he only learned half of it. Otherwise, that explosion shouldn't have hurt him much at all. But for me, the gains are already more than enough. A thought rose in Rasa's mind. Could the decline of the Hozuki clan be related to this? When he used the experience card this time, Rasa had not expected much from it. He had only intended to gather intelligence, then use that information to spread rumors and drive a wedge into Kirigakure's internal structure. But unexpectedly, the Kagaya clan had already been standing right on the edge of rebellion. Once the Kagaya clan rebels, Kirigakure's internal situation is bound to become a mess. And it won't matter whether the third Mizuki wins or the Kagaya clan wins. The result is the same. That means Kirigakure will have no choice but to pull shinobi back from the front lines. Right now, our Sand Army versus Kirigakure's army is 4-6. But as long as news from Kirigakure reaches the battlefield, our odds against them should rise to at least 5-5. There may even be a chance for Sunagakure to sound the horn of a counterattack. A trace of anticipation appeared in Rasa's eyes. He had been maneuvering from the Kazekage's seat for so long. With one hand, spreading rumors through Konoha. With the other, driving division into Kirigakure. He had done so much. And yet all he had really managed was to slowly pull Sunagakure back from the edge, bit by bit. Until now, Sunagakure had never gained any real advantage. Its starting position had simply been too terrible. But now, at last, he could finally see a sliver of hope. Rasa immediately felt as though his whole body had lightened. As if a massive boulder had been pressing down on his back all this time, and now, that boulder had finally become much smaller. If nothing unexpected happens, then in a few days the news of the Kagaya clan's rebellion should spread. Just like when the Uchiha clan rebelled. But because Kirigakure is so remote, it may take longer. So all I need to do now is wait. Rasa closed his eyes and rested for a while. Before long, morning came. He opened his eyes and came down from the 3rd floor. By then, Karura was already awake and preparing breakfast in the kitchen, so the task of looking after Kankuro had fallen to Temari. The moment Temari saw Rasa, her face lit up with delight, and she hurried over. Even aside from the time Rasa had gone to the front lines, he was normally always in Sunagakure, and always returned home at night. But Temari slept early. And Rasa often left early. So the amount of time the father and daughter actually spent together was not much. Rasa reached out and rubbed Temari's head. Temari narrowed her eyes happily, clearly enjoying it. Temari. Yes, father. Do you ever blame me for not spending enough time with you? Temari shook her head. Father, you're the Kazekage of Sunagakure. You have many very important things to do. I do want you to spend more time with us. But I can't ask for that. What I want more is to grow up quickly so I can help share your burden. Rasa remembered an idea that had occurred to him before. Temari, do you really want to help me? Father, you work too hard. If I can help you with even a little, then you won't be so tired. As it happens, there is something you can help me with. Temari's eyes lit up. What is it? Rasa said, I'm going to select some talented orphans and send them to Yashimaru for training. If you're willing, I'll send you there as well. There are 2 things I want you to do. First, train hard. Harder than all of them. Second, become their shadow. Confusion appeared in Temari's eyes. Father, what does it mean to become their shadow? It means making them follow you, trust you, and be loyal to you. Temari thought for a while. Subdue them and make them my underlings. You can understand it that way. Rasa nodded. Temari immediately smiled and puffed out her chest. Then I understand, father. Send me there. I'll definitely complete the task you give me. Oh, right, should Kankuro go too? What do you think, Temari? I think he should come too. Temari narrowed her eyes, clearly pleased. After breakfast, Rasa arrived at the Kazekage building and sat behind his desk. The first thing he did was glance at the system panel. Name, Rasa identity, 4th Kazekage, ninjutsu, eye of detection, etc. Taijutsu, basic taijutsu. Genjutsu, none bloodline limit, magnet release, gold dust remaining activations, 0 remaining points, 2060. Rasa couldn't help letting out a soft sound of surprise. Why did my points suddenly increase by so much? Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_chapter 59. Chapter 59, S1173 words. Rasa summoned an intelligence shinobi and asked about the situation in the ninja world. Very quickly, he learned the answer. Someone had copied his trick of scattering leaflets and used it to strike at Konoha, causing the rumor about Uchiha Kagami to spread even further. If nothing unexpected had happened, it was most likely a Wagakure. And in the end, it was Rasa who received the points from that wave. A smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect a bonus like this. Suddenly, two figures entered the Kazekage building at high speed. Kazekage-sama. The one who had come was Ebizo. Behind him stood a young ninja. Ebizo, this is Kazekage-sama, this is Akayama Lai. Ebizo first introduced the young ninja, then said, as for the situation of the Akayama clan, I'll let Akayama Lai explain it to you personally. Rasa looked at Akayama Lai with a subtle expression. Akayama Lai stepped forward. Kazekage-sama, as a member of the Akayama clan, I'm ashamed of my surname. They've gone too far. At a time when Sunagakure is in such a difficult situation, when everyone in the village is resisting Kirigakure's invasion with everything they have, those scum from the Akayama clan actually cooperated with Kirigakure and sold out the village. I truly couldn't bear watching any more. So, Kazekage-sama, I want to report them. I want to report the Akayama clan. These are the incidents I've collected, and the people involved in the Akayama clan's betrayal of the village. Ebizo took the file from Akayama Lai and placed it on Rasa's desk. Rasa opened it and read. And the moment he did, the sight was almost blinding. The Akayama clan had done far too much. Compared to Konoha's Uchiha clan and Kirigakure's Kagaya clan, it was an entirely different matter. Konoha had suppressed the Uchiha. Kirigakure had suppressed the Kagaya clan. But Sunagakure had not suppressed the Akayama clan at all. And had the Uchiha sold out Konoha? Had the Kagaya clan sold out Kirigakure? But the Akayama clan had truly sold out Sunagakure. And not just once or twice. It could be said that if not for the Akayama clan, Sunagakure would never have fallen into such a miserable state before. I never expected this. Truly never. At first, Rasa had thought it might only be a few isolated cases. But after reading this file, he now understood. The vast majority of the Akayama clan cared only for the clan, never the village. For the sake of clan interests, they sold out the village. Some of them had even already prepared to defect to another ninja village. Sunagakure never wronged the Akayama clan, and yet the Akayama clan intends to betray Sunagakure. Rasa's expression was dark. Then he looked up at Akayama Lai, and his gaze softened considerably. Akayama Lai, you've done very well. Kazekage-sama, I only did what a person of Sunagakure should do. Ebizo's expression was grave. Kazekage-sama, what should we do? The Akayama clan's crimes were undeniable. The question now was how exactly to deal with them. The Akayama clan was not weak. If it was mishandled, it could very easily trigger internal conflict, just like Konoha's Uchiha rebellion and Kirigakure's Kagaya rebellion. And that would make Sunagakure's already terrible situation even worse. If this were peacetime, it would be simple. We could act against the Akayama clan directly. But right now... Ebizo sighed. Rasa thought for a moment. Let me think about it. Ebizo, go back first. Don't alert them yet. And Akayama Lai must be protected properly. If someone is good to the village, then the village must also be good to him. Rasa's gaze shifted to Akayama Lai. Akayama Lai, you've rendered a great service. But before the Akayama clan matter is settled, it would be difficult for me to reward you openly. I hope you can understand. But the village will absolutely not let you down. Akayama Lai nodded heavily. I understand, Kazekage-sama. And I didn't report them for merit. I truly just couldn't stand it anymore. I don't want the village to be destroyed by their hands. That alone is enough. After seeing Ebizo and Akayama Lai off, Rasa looked once more at the system panel. Originally, I wanted to wait longer. To gather a few more points. But now that the Akayama clan matter has surfaced, there's no need to wait. Akayama Lai's report may already have caused some people inside the Akayama clan to suspect something. And once the Akayama clan senses something is wrong, they may strike at the village before the village strikes at them. Rasa's thoughts moved. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an F-rank item, 1 tael of gold. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a B-rank item, Ninjutsu Scroll, Wind Release, Vacuum Bullet Technique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an A-rank item, S-rank Ninjutsu, Sand Soldiers Arise. Rasa rubbed his eyes. Another A-rank. And this time it's a ninjutsu. An S-rank ninjutsu. But since it isn't a ninjutsu scroll, that means only I can use it. No one else can learn it. Still, he did not care much about that. The ninjutsu scrolls he had drawn before had not been given to anyone else either. Sand Soldiers Arise. I don't think there's any ninjutsu like this in the ninja world. Rasa narrowed his eyes. Those 4 words instantly reminded him of a certain game character's skill. The Emperor of the Sands. In a way, he himself could also be considered an Emperor of the Sands. S-rank ninjutsu, Sand Soldiers Arise. Consumes a certain amount of chakra to create yellow sand soldiers. The more chakra consumed, the stronger the sand soldiers become, with the upper limit being half the user's strength. There is no numerical limit to the sand soldiers, and in desert regions they receive a tremendous boost. It's similar to Azir's skill, but not exactly the same. More like an enhanced version. From the description alone, it's hard to tell how strong it really is. I'll have to test it personally. The key lies in the ratio between the chakra consumed and the strength of the sand soldiers. But if it's classified as S-rank, then it shouldn't be weak. Rasa flashed out of the Kazekage building. Because it was a ninjutsu rather than a scroll, he didn't even need to learn it. He already understood it instinctively, as though the relevant information had been carved deep into his mind. Magnet Release, Gold Dust. A mass of golden sand appeared beneath his feet, lifting him into the air and carrying him outside the village. Before him stretched endless yellow sand. Rasa did not hesitate. Sand Soldiers Arise. As chakra surged out of him, the sand before him began to move. A sand soldier instantly took shape. Its whole body was golden yellow. It wore a yellow cloak, a yellow helmet, and carried a yellow spear and shield. Attack me. The moment the sand soldier charged, Rasa's eyes lit up. It's strong. Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_chapter 60, chapter 60, One Man Versus, please keep reading. 1126 words with just that little chakra, the sand soldier I created is already comparable to a chunin. And with my current chakra reserves, how many sand soldiers like this could I make at the same time? At least 300. The number sounded enormous. But Rasa couldn't help thinking of the third Raikage fighting 10,000 Iwagakure shinobi alone and killing over 1,000 of them. And of Naruto Uzumaki's overwhelming number of multi-shadow clones, even without using the Nine Tails chakra, and relying only on his Uzumaki vitality. Still, I can't compare them directly. 300 Chunin-level sand soldiers is already terrifying. After all, these are not flesh and blood bodies, and they aren't shadow clones either. They're sand soldiers. Let's test what happens if I use more chakra. Sand Soldiers Arise. A new sand soldier appeared. Compared to the one beside it, this one was clearly taller, and its armor and clothing were much more finely detailed. This one is comparable to an ordinary jonin. But it also consumes much more chakra, so I can't make nearly as many. Compared with the Chunin-level sand soldiers, each has its own battlefield use. Rasa waved a hand, and both sand soldiers dispersed. But his testing was not yet over. Sand Soldiers Arise. The next instant, a sand soldier far larger and more refined than the previous two appeared. This one had reached the upper limit of Sand Soldiers Arise. Half of Rasa's own strength. 1/6. With only 1/6 of my chakra, I can create a sand soldier with half my own strength. Using a simple numerical comparison, if his own combat power counted as one full unit of Kage level strength, with a battle duration of 1 hour, then under the maximum use of sand soldiers arise, the result would become this one full Kage level unit, plus 5 half Kage units, sustained for 15 minutes. And that isn't even a simple addition. When ninja can coordinate properly, 1 plus 1 can become greater than 2. These 5 half Kage units are all my sand soldiers. I control them like my own limbs. There will be no coordination problems at all. They naturally possess perfect teamwork. The sand soldier vanished. Rasa turned and looked back toward Sunagakure, his chest unconsciously straightening a little more than before. Among the Kage, my strength could only be considered average. If Kage level strength were divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, then before this, I'd have been lower tier. But now, things are different. With this S-rank ninjutsu, my strength has risen considerably. A powerful ninjutsu could bring a qualitative leap to a ninja's strength. Minato Namikaze, for example, relied on Flying Thunder God technique to flash across battlefields, even facing the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee without falling into disadvantage. Sen Soldier's Arise is the same. Even among S-rank ninjutsu, it's in no way inferior. Then Rasa took out another ninjutsu scroll. Wind Release, Vacuum Bullet Technique. His expression became slightly strange. Another one of Danzo's techniques. That makes 3 now. With Sand Soldier's Arise in hand, this wind release technique won't help my strength much. But since I got it, I might as well learn it. At the very least, it'll make shifting blame onto Danzo even smoother. With my talent in wind release, it won't take long. Rasa opened the scroll and read it carefully. Not long after, he rolled it back up. Vacuum Wave, Vacuum Blade, and Vacuum Bullet all came from the same wind release branch. That meant that with Vacuum Wave and Vacuum Blade already learned, mastering Vacuum Bullet would come much more naturally. Rasa closed his eyes and carefully ran through it in his mind. Soon, he opened them again. He formed hand seals. Wind Release, Vacuum Bullet Technique. In the next moment, a tiny invisible sphere shot out like a bullet at astonishing speed. It hit the sand ahead and blasted a hole right through it. Fast, powerful, and hard to see. It's a bit similar to the second Mizukage's water gun technique, though the power should differ. Very good for sneak attacks. Rasa took a deep breath. Wind Release, Vacuum Bullet Technique. This time, not one bullet shot out, but a rapid stream of them. If the first one had resembled a pistol, then this was a machine gun. A torrent of invisible bullets poured out, turning the patch of sand in front of him into something like a sieve. When Rasa returned to the Kazekage building, he stood by the window and looked toward the direction of the Akiyama clan compound. Before, my strength was limited, and the village's condition was too poor. Even after learning of the Akiyama clan's crimes, for the sake of the village, I could only move slowly. But now, things are different. I already possess the power to eliminate the Akiyama clan. If that's the case, then there's no need to delay. Rasa gave an order. An ANBU shinobi swiftly left. Before long, Ebizo and Akiyama Lai arrived at the Kazekage's office. Kazekage-sama. Kazekage-sama. Rasa looked at the two of them. I've already decided how to handle the Akiyama clan. We move tonight. Ebizo sighed. There really is no other choice. After all, the village's condition truly is terrible. Then suddenly, Ebizo realized what Rasa had said, and his eyes widened. Kazekage-sama, what did you say? Alarm immediately appeared on his face. Kazekage-sama, I know the Akiyama clan's actions are unforgivable. Selling out the village is a crime beyond pardon. But with the village already in such a bad state, forcing a confrontation with the Akiyama clan could cause serious problems. Rasa shook his head. I've already thought it through. And I'm confident. Akiyama Lai. I need your cooperation. Ebizo hesitated but still asked Kazekage-sama, what exactly do you intend to do? Rasa said, we've been investigating the Akayama clan. The Akayama clan must already have sensed something. The village no longer matters to them. Once they realize we are about to move against them, they will have two choices. One choice is for the entire clan to flee. The other is to kill me and seize the position of Kazekage. I need you to help push them toward the second choice. I'll deliberately create an opening. An opportunity for me to appear isolated. That should lure the Akayama clan's elite ninja into attacking me. As for those remaining inside the Akayama clan compound, Ebizo, that part will be yours. Ebizo hesitated again. Kazekage-sama, the Akayama clan may not take the bait. And if you arrange for ANBU to hide nearby, their sensor ninja will detect them. Rasa shook his head again. There will be no ANBU. It'll be me alone. Ebizo's pupils contracted sharply. How could that possibly work? Chapter 61, A Date with an Uchiha. 1132 words. Absolutely not. Wouldn't that be placing Kazekage-sama in grave danger? The ninja of the Akayama clan may not be especially strong individually, but they are still one of the largest ninja clans in Sunagakure. Their numbers are no joke. If you face that many shinobi at once, even you, Kazekage-sama, could lose your life. And if you were to die, Sunagakure would fall into chaos all over again. Rasa cut Ebizo off. It's decided. Ebizo, I would only make this decision because I am absolutely certain of it. The Akayama clan cannot harm me. By dawn, I will be completely unharmed. And tell me, do I look like the type to throw my life away for no reason? It's not as though I owe the Akayama clan some favor great enough to repay with my life. I have wives. I have children. More than anyone here, I want to stay alive. Ebizo fell silent for a long time. Very well, Kazekage-sama. I will do as you've instructed. Rasa watched Ebizo and Akayama hyena leave, then slowly withdrew his gaze. He had not made this decision recklessly. First, his current strength was nothing like before. Even among Kage-level shinobi, he was no longer at the bottom. The Jutsu-san soldier's manifestation was extremely powerful. And in a place like Sunagakure, it would receive a tremendous boost. On top of that, he had his summon Yatagarasu. If more than a dozen explosive eggs came crashing down at once, who could possibly withstand it? Second, the Akayama clan's strength was only average. Sunagakure was a poor village. Not only was its land barren and its resources scarce, but even its ninja talent and overall combat power were equally lacking. There were only a handful of shinobi in the entire village worthy of mention. And Chiyo, now retired. Even Ebizo's combat ability was nothing special. His real value lay elsewhere. There were only a few who could truly be called genuine elite jonin. There was a reason Kirigakure looked down on Sunagakure so openly. The Akayama clan was nowhere near the level of the Uchiha clan, let alone the Kagaya clan. As for himself, my strength now should be above Hiruzen Sarutobi's, shouldn't it? Even the third Mizukage is likely inferior to me. The matter of the Akayama clan had to be dealt with sooner or later. Either now. Or slowly, over time. After weighing the pros and cons, Rasa made his choice. The odds of success are over 80%. And as for the remaining 20, even in failure, I still won't die. At worst, a few Akayama shinobi might escape and stir up some trouble in the village. But it still wouldn't be as serious as the chaos the Uchiha caused in Konoha. And with the Kagaya clan in rebellion, Kirigakure won't be able to seize this chance to launch a full-scale assault on Sunagakure. If I dragged this out, too many variables could appear. Ebizo was so worried only because he knew too little. He knew nothing of the turmoil inside Kirigakure. And he had no idea what Rasa's true strength was now. Night fell. Rasa walked toward the courtyard where Uchiha Hanatsuki was staying. Kazekage-sama. Hanatsuki looked puzzled by his sudden arrival. Uchiha Hanatsuki, help me put on a show. What kind of show? Rasa said, tonight, pretend to go on a date with me. I'll choose the location. If you agree, then once everything is over, I'll arrange for you to spend a full day with Uchiha Izumi. Hanatsuki's eyes lit up at once. As for dating Rasa, Hanatsuki understood her situation very clearly. From the moment she had been brought to Sunagakure, her fate had no longer been her own. How she lived depended entirely on the whims of others. Especially Rasa's. A Kazekage in Sunagakure was no different from a Hokage in Konoha. Even now, Hanatsuki still could not understand how the Uchiha clan had ended up where it was today. Konoha said it was all the Uchiha's fault. The Uchiha said it was all Konoha's fault. Even if this were a real date, Hanatsuki knew she had no right to refuse. Let alone a fake one. Then come with me. Hanatsuki followed behind Rasa, as the two headed toward a relatively remote part of the village. Eventually, they arrived at a training ground that had long since been abandoned. Rasa opened the door to the training room and stepped inside. Hanatsuki followed. The door shut behind them. From outside, no one could see what the two were doing within. Hanatsuki could feel her heart pounding wildly in her chest. But Rasa had no stray thoughts at all. There was a very high chance that an intense battle would break out soon, and he had no intention of wasting his focus on anything else and allowing himself to fall behind. Meanwhile, Ebizo and Akayama Hyena were already moving. Inside the Akayama clan compound, a great number of clan members were gathering. What happened? Why are we suddenly holding a clan meeting? Then the clan head, Akayama Tsukiha, appeared before them, standing atop the meeting hall platform, and looking down on the crowd with an extremely grim expression. Everyone, there is bad news you need to hear. Our clan's sale of village intelligence to Kirigakure has been discovered by Kazekage-sama. He is already investigating the Akayama clan, and has uncovered quite a few things. It is very likely he will take action against us soon. The moment those words fell, every face in the hall darkened. How could this happen? We were so careful. The Akayama clan members erupted in anger. And besides, what we sold wasn't anything major, just trivial bits of intelligence. We never targeted Rasa directly. And for that, he wants to move against us. Punish us. He only became Kazekage because our Akayama clan supported him. Without the third Kazekage-sama, he never could have reached his current position. He knows perfectly well what ties our Akayama clan has to the third Kazekage-sama. The third Kazekage-sama is only missing, not dead. If the third Kazekage-sama returns, how will Rasa explain himself after laying hands on us? Akayama Tsukiha gave a dry cough. Everyone, things have already reached this point. We all know that what we did was not excessive. We merely sought a bit of profit. It never once harmed Rasa's interests. And we've already stopped doing it. By reason and by sentiment, Rasa should not pursue this matter. But he has. So the question now is, what do we do? Flee Sunagakure? Or kill Rasa and take the Kazekage seat for ourselves? After all, our Akayama clan is the true orthodox line inherited from the third Kazekage-sama. Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Rasa, tonight will be your last night. 1137 words. Once the Akayama clan learned that Rasa had uncovered their sale of village intelligence to Kirigakure, only two paths remained before them. There was no such thing as giving up some benefits and expecting Rasa to let bygones be bygones. Even if Rasa personally promised that, the Akayama clan would never believe him. Silence fell over the room. This was a decision that would determine the future fate of the Akayama clan. It had to be treated with extreme caution. One clan member raised a question. Clan Head-sama, if we choose to kill Rasa, what are our odds? A smile spread across Akayama Tsukuha's face. That is precisely why I gathered you all here in the middle of the night. Tonight is the perfect opportunity. Rasa is currently meeting in secret with that female Uchiha prisoner somewhere hidden inside the village. He has no Anbu at his side. He is alone. The news stunned the crowd. Rasa is secretly meeting with a female Uchiha. So that's the kind of person he is. I was wondering why, when several ninja clans requested that female Uchiha, Rasa refused every single time. So he wanted to keep her for himself. That bastard is a lust-crazed dog. Sunagakure is in this state, and he still has time to think about things like this. He already has wives. He already has children. He even has 2 wives, and still he does this. How can he face them? His character has rotted to the core. Most of those present were filled with contempt for Rasa. One younger ninja spoke up. Do you think when he refused to sell Pakura before, it wasn't because he didn't want to betray a comrade? Maybe he simply had his eye on her too. Maybe lust clouded his mind. The moment those words were spoken, many others nodded in agreement. That's entirely possible. His attitude before wasn't like this at all. To be that lustful, what a disaster for Sunagakure. We really did choose a terrible Kazekage. But luckily for us, the village chose exactly this kind of Kazekage. Otherwise, the Akayama clan would never have gotten such a good opportunity to knight a Kazekage all alone. Akayama Tsukuha swept his gaze across the hall. It seems everyone thinks the same as I do. Our Akayama clan never wronged him. Yet now Rasa wants to move against us, and has forgotten the support we gave him. In that case, we have no choice but to strike first. Tonight, every able-bodied shinobi of the Akayama clan will mobilize. Tonight, we kill Rasa. Tonight, we seize the Kazekage seat. As he spoke, the smile on Akayama Tsukuha's face grew wider. Sunagakure's situation has only just begun to improve. If we take the village now, the timing could not be better. A middle-aged ninja raised his hand. Clan Head-sama, what about Pakura? Once we succeed tonight, we'll issue an operation order in Rasa's name, and send it to her. Then we'll leak the intelligence to Kirigakure, and use their hands to kill her. Akayama Tsukuha said coldly, as for the others tied to Rasa, if time allows, we kill them all tonight. As for that female Uchiha, we can keep her alive. Let her marry into the Akayama clan, and add Sharingan blood to our line. There's no time to waste. Hundreds of elite Akayama shinobi quietly departed from the compound. They headed toward the edge of the village. Because that was where Rasa was. The intelligence had been gathered personally by Akayama clan members. It would not be wrong. And Akayama Tsukuha had even deliberately sent ninja ahead of time to investigate the area. They had confirmed that there was no one else nearby, only Rasa, and a single female Uchiha. The female Uchiha's strength could be ignored. And in Akayama Tsukuha's opinion, she might not even be willing to help Rasa in the first place. That was why he had decisively launched this operation. Even if the whole thing looked a little too convenient, under the pressure of their betrayal already being exposed, Akayama Tsukuha simply did not have the luxury of careful deliberation anymore. And besides, even if it was a trap, with no one else present but Rasa alone, he still believed the Akayama clan would win no matter what. Rasa's strength was what it was. So what if he had obtained a giant summon? With so many Akayama ninja present, if that giant summon dared appear, the clan would simply kill it too. 100% victory. After serious thought, Akayama Tsukuha reached that conclusion. Either this is a trap, in which case the one who designed it, Rasa, is an idiot. Or Rasa is simply a lust-addled fool. No matter which it is, the Akayama clan wins. Before long, hundreds of Akayama ninja arrived at the training ground. The moon hung bright in the sparse night sky. Soft insect calls rose here and there. So this is where Rasa's having his secret meeting with the female Uchiha. He sure knows how to pick a place. So remote. Afraid someone might see. If he's that afraid, then why do it at all? One young Akiyama shinobi sneered. Doesn't matter. It's given our Akiyama clan the perfect chance. Tonight will be our clan's rise to fame. After tonight, the Akiyama clan will shake the entire shinobi world. More than a dozen scouts quickly returned to Akiyama Tsukiha's side. Clan head Sama, we investigated the area. There are no signs of traps. Akiyama Tsukiha nodded. In that case. At the same moment inside the building, Rasa saw the Akiyama clan drawing close. One of his eyes vanished from its socket and rose high into the air, looking down over the area below. It was the eye of detection. So many came. 90% of their shinobi, probably. How cautious. But it won't make much difference. Whether more Akiyama people come or fewer, it's all the same. The Akiyama shinobi began to enter. One figure after another. From all four directions, they surrounded the entire abandoned training ground, sealing it off so tightly that there was not a single gap. Then, in the next instant, Akiyama Tsukiha gave the order. At once, the Akiyama ninja nearest the wooden training room began weaving hand seals. A flood of ninjutsu and ninja tools poured toward it as though chakra cost nothing and weapons were free. What the Akiyama clan failed to notice was that while they were attacking Rasa, the sandy ground a little farther out had begun to surge violently. Sen soldiers manifestation. 300. At the same time, Rasa controlled a great mass of gold dust to wrap around himself and Uchiha Hanatsuki, forming a sphere. Then the sphere shot upward. Advanced chapters available on Patreon. com/inkvale_chapter 63, Chapter 63, The Night of Extermination 1084 words. The Akiyama clan watched as, just before their ninjutsu and weapons could land, a huge sphere of gold sand burst through the roof. He's there. He's inside that sand ball. Attack it. One Akiyama ninja shouted. But just as they prepared to strike the gold sand sphere, 300 yellow sand soldiers suddenly appeared, each holding a spear, and charged straight toward the inner ring of Akiyama shinobi. Their speed was astonishing. In an instant, they forcibly tore the Akiyama shinobi's attention away. What is that? Enemy attack. Only then did the Akiyama clan members get a clear look at what was assaulting them. Their entire bodies were yellow. But they carried no trace of human life. What radiated from them was only the presence of sand. What the hell are these things? The 300 sand soldiers formed a tightening circle and drove inward with savage force, pressing the Akiyama ninja back and back and back again. Some Akiyama ninja fought to hold them off. Others continued attacking the gold sand sphere in the sky. The sphere shattered. Rasa and Uchiha Hanatsuki were revealed. A mass of gold sand floated beneath their feet. But Rasa's position had risen even higher, which meant that even fewer of the Akiyama ninja's attacks could reach him. And at that point, they were no longer a threat. Rasa looked down calmly from above. Akiyama Tsukiha's face darkened. Hundreds of people launching a surprise attack together, and they still had not brought him down. Those strange creatures that had appeared outside had tied down most of the Akiyama clan's ninja. What exactly are those things? They weren't there before. They're not living creatures, but they don't look like puppets either. Suddenly, a possibility flashed through Akiyama Tsukiha's mind. Could they be puppets created through ninjutsu? In this world, there were two kinds of puppets. One was Tsunagekyu's signature type constructed from rare materials. The other was a temporary puppet made through ninjutsu. By pouring chakra into earth, stone, or other materials, one could create such a puppet to fight on the user's behalf. Once its chakra ran out, or the caster stopped supplying chakra, it would collapse. But who could create so many sand puppets in such a short time and so silently? What kind of jutsu is this? I've never heard of it before. There was clearly no one else around besides Rasa, and that female Uchiha. Don't tell me it's Rasa. Akayama Tsukuha stared at Rasa in the sky. Since when could Rasa use a jutsu like this? Aren't all of Rasa's techniques based on those inherited from the third Kazekage-sama? Did he create this himself? At that moment, Akayama Tsukuha could only think of that one explanation. There was no other. His expression turned even uglier. You hid yourself well. From the beginning, were you planning to purge the remnants of the third Kazekage-sama's faction? To remake Sunagakure in your own image? Was your earlier conflict with Pakura nothing more than an act two? At that moment, a vast shadow descended from afar and blanketed the entire abandoned training ground. Akayama Tsukuha looked up. A gigantic bird beat its wings overhead, cruelty gleaming in its eyes. Yatagarasu. Rasa's summon. Akayama Tsukuha shouted in alarm. Not good. Yatagarasu's capabilities had already been fully proven on the battlefield against Kirigakure. Under its bombardment, tightly clustered Kirigakure ninja had suffered over 1,000 casualties. And the Akayama ninja were packed together even more tightly now. Yet even their total numbers did not reach 1,000. Much less the number present here. At that moment, Akayama Tsukuha no longer even thought about assassinating Rasa. The instant those sand soldiers had appeared, the Akayama clan's assassination attempt had already failed. Rasa's abilities were too abnormal. Once he rose into the sky, the number of people who could threaten him became pitifully small. Now the situation had reversed. The one trapped here was no longer Rasa, it was the Akayama clan. The moment Akayama Tsukuha shouted, the Akayama ninja all realized the danger and began frantically trying to break out. You came all this way. Leaving won't be so easy. Rasa folded his arms and looked down calmly. Hanatsuki did not dare look below. She could only stare at the surroundings. Whenever the Akayama ninja's attacks drew near, they were blocked by gold sand. With a bang, the gold sand burst apart into a brilliant golden spray, like a firework blossoming in the air. To Hanatsuki, it looked impossibly beautiful. At that moment, the world below and the world above felt like two completely separate realms. The Akayama ninja fought desperately to escape, but they could not break through. The sand soldiers had formed a complete ring, and were hemming them in with absolute force. Even if these sand soldiers only possessed the strength of Chunin, they held one overwhelming advantage over ordinary shinobi. They did not fear death. And they did not fear pain. Nor would they vanish like shadow clones from taking a slightly serious wound. Sand soldiers were far more durable than that. One Akayama ninja drove a kunai into the neck of a sand soldier. The sand soldier did not even flinch. It drove its spear straight into the ninja's lower abdomen. Another Akayama shinobi leapt high, trying to escape. A sand soldier below jumped as well and stabbed its spear upward directly toward the man's groin. An Akayama jonin severed both legs of a sand soldier. But the soldier's remaining two arms still clamped onto him like iron. Then another sand soldier lunged from the side. The sand soldiers brought their fearlessness of pain and death to the absolute extreme. The Akayama ninja, on the other hand, feared both. Once injured, their fighting strength inevitably fell. They did not dare exchange injury for injury, much less life for life. And the sand soldiers' purpose was simple: contain, delay, and entangle. What the Akayama ninja had to do was far harder. They were trapped. Completely trapped. And then the white explosive eggs began to fall from the sky. Yatagarasu let out an excited cry. One white egg after another appeared beneath its body and descended toward the abandoned training ground below. Violent explosions shook the earth. At that instant, the entirety of Sunagakure was jolted awake. People were torn from their sleep and turned as one toward the source of the blasts. What happened? Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_chapter 64. Chapter 64, On this night, his name will shake the shinobi world. 1,229 words. The Akayama clan sank into utter despair. For them, this was a night of calamity. Selling village intelligence to Kirigakure had indeed been their crime. But they had already intended to stop. And yet they learned that Rasa, the Kazekage, already knew everything and was prepared to punish the clan for it. If it had been some lesser offense, perhaps they might still have found a way out. But this was treason against the village. What kind of punishment awaited the Akayama clan? Rasa had not approached them in private. He had already coordinated with the other high-ranking figures of the village, and kept only the Akayama clan in the dark. What did that mean? It meant the punishment awaiting them would be enormous, so enormous that the clan could never bear it. Under such circumstances, only two choices remained. And then, just at that moment, Rasa's secret meeting with the female Uchiha gave the Akayama clan what looked like a perfect opportunity. Even if it might have been a trap. Even so, no matter how they thought about it, they could not imagine how one-man Rasa could pose any true threat to the entire Akayama clan. There were no other shinobi nearby. No traps had been laid in the area. But now they finally understood. Rasa possessed an overwhelmingly powerful jutsu, one that not a single person in all of Sunagakure had known about. With one technique, he had manifested 300 sand puppets. Each of them was formidable. Each of them fought without fear of death. Each of them was maddeningly difficult to deal with. Those 300 sand soldiers were like a net, locking the Akayama clan in place. Then came Yatagarasu. And with its arrival, final judgment descended upon the clan. It did not even need to aim. All it had to do was bombard the ground below, and everything would end. They could not withstand it. They simply could not. All the Akayama clan members could do was watch, helpless, as one clansman after another died blown apart by explosions, flesh and blood flying, bodies charred black. Others were pierced clean through by spears. Some sand soldiers even grabbed Akayama ninja, and dragged them straight toward the places where the explosive eggs were about to land. Yatagarasu cried out in excitement. Then several more explosive eggs fell. When the smoke and destruction finally began to settle, the sounds below had grown much quieter. Because far fewer people were still alive. Before, there had been hundreds of Akayama shinobi. Now, only a few dozen remained. The sand soldiers charged those remaining few without pause. The Akayama ninja sank further into despair. How did this happen? Why is Rasa this strong? What kind of jutsu is this? Once again, the sand soldiers formed a tightening ring. Even under Yatagarasu's bombardment, their numbers had fallen somewhat, but compared to the Akayama clan, their losses were far smaller. First, because Yatagarasu had not really been aiming, most of its bombardment had been centered on the Akayama ninja. And second, because even if a sand soldier lost an arm or a leg, it could still keep fighting. The circle grew smaller. Dozens of Akayama ninja stood back to back. One man's eyes were bloodshot. Let's fight them to the end. Another said hopelessly, what's the point? They're just sand puppets. Damn you, Rasa. Is the Akayama clan really going to be annihilated here tonight? Heavens are unjust. Some began blaming Akayama Tsukuha. Akayama Tsukuha, this is all your fault. If we had just fled, none of this would have happened. That's right. It's your greed. You wanted the Kazekage seat. And now you've dragged us all into dying with you. You were never fit to be clan head. If not for you, the Akayama clan would never have betrayed the village. Akayama Tsukuha turned back to look at them, his face full of disappointment. Everything he had done had been for the sake of the clan. Yet now his own people spoke to him like this. And this outcome was the last thing he had wanted. A trace of regret surfaced in his heart. These clansmen were not worth it. He raised his head and looked toward Rasa high above. Come down and fight me properly. Hiding up there in the sky like a coward, what kind of Kazekage does that make you? If you have the guts, come and face me fairly. Rasa gave a cold laugh. Akayama Tsukuha, isn't that a little absurd? My jutsu and my summon are both part of my power. Since when do they not count? You think you can provoke me into coming down and giving you an opening? How naive. Stop struggling. Accept your death. Rasa snapped his fingers. At once the sand soldiers launched their final charge. Spear after spear plunged into Akayama flesh. Blood poured from the wounds and spread across the ground, gathering into little streams, and from streams into pools. Then, in the next moment, the sand soldiers vanished. Part of the chakra used to sustain them returned to Rasa's body. Rasa raised a hand to deliver the final blow. Magnet release, great gold sand funeral. The earth around them suddenly surged. An immense quantity of sand boiled upward, forming a towering circular wall that surrounded the remaining Akayama ninja. And then it crashed down. In that instant, the remaining Akayama shinobi were swallowed, buried, and entombed beneath the sand. Yatagarasu could not help recalling the moment Rasa had subdued it. Its entire body buried. A chill of delayed fear ran through it. Rasa sensed the shift in Yatagarasu's emotions and casually waved a hand. The giant bird flapped its wings at once and fled the area in a hurry. Rasa clenched the hand he had raised. Immediately, the sand mountain tightened. The crushing pressure came down in an instant upon the buried Akayama ninja, snuffing out the last of their lives. Only then did Rasa lower himself slowly to the ground on the gold sand beneath his feet. By now, the abandoned training ground had completely disappeared. There was not the slightest trace of what it had looked like before. And as for the Akayama clan ninja, who had come here tonight, not one survived. The towering sand mound stood there like a grave. Then came the sound of countless footsteps from all around. Figures rushed toward him at incredible speed. Kazekage-sama. Kazekage-sama. Greetings, Kazekage-sama. Patrol shinobi. Nearby villagers. And most of all, Sunagakure's upper echelon village leaders, and the heads of various ninja clans. All of them had heard the commotion and rushed over. And what they saw was a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Hundreds of Akayama clan ninja had been trapped here and slaughtered in a single night. And from beginning to end, the only one who had acted was Rasa alone. One man against one clan. The annihilation of the Akayama clan. And not even his sleeves were dirted beyond a faint stain. What kind of power was this? Everyone looked at the figure standing at the center. Their emotions differed, their thoughts differed, but at that moment they all shared a single realization: on this night, Kazekage-sama's name would shake the entire shinobi world. Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_chapter 65, Chapter 65, Kazekage. 1172 words. The Akayama clan rebelled against their superior, and attempted to assassinate me, their Kazekage. I have already suppressed them. From this day forth, the Akayama name will be stripped from Sunagakure. I will assign personnel to thoroughly investigate the clan's rebellion. I will not wrong a single innocent person. But those who sold out the village and raised their hands against their superior, their crimes are unforgivable. Those who are guilty will be executed without exception. Rasa spoke slowly and calmly. Yet the calmer he was, the more clearly everyone present could feel the murderous chill in the air. Rasa looked at the crowd once more. It's late. Go home and get some rest. Tomorrow morning, I will hold a full village assembly. I expect all of you to be there on time. The crowd answered in unison. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Rasa turned and began to walk away. Then he stopped suddenly, looked back at Uchiha Hanatsuki and frowned. Hanatsuki, what are you standing there for? We're leaving. Only then did Hanatsuki come back to herself, hurrying after him. The crowd gradually dispersed. But this night was destined to be sleepless. Especially for Sunagakure's upper echelon. Tonight, the sky over Sunagakure had changed. Since when was Kazekage-sama this strong? So many sand puppets and none of them weak either. What kind of jutsu was that? Wasn't it said that Kazekage-sama's techniques were all derived from the third Kazekage-sama? But I don't remember the third Kazekage-sama ever using anything like that. Don't tell me. Kazekage-sama developed it himself. If that's true, then doesn't that mean Kazekage-sama has already surpassed the third Kazekage-sama? The first thing everyone discussed was Rasa's strength. And truthfully, the scene earlier had been too shocking. 300 sand puppets forming a siege. Aerial bombardment from high above. And then the final, crushing great gold sand funeral. That's right. Strength like that has already surpassed the third Kazekage-sama. The strongest Kazekage in history is no longer the third, it is the current Kazekage-sama. And for Tsunegakure, that is a blessing. Our village has always been weak. In resources, in shinobi, even our Kage has always been considered inferior to those of the other villages. But now, we finally have a Kazekage whose power is truly formidable. Compared to the Kage of the other four great villages, he no longer falls short at all. At the very least, he is no longer the weakest one. Some began comparing the strength of the various Kage and trying to rank them. Inoki's name and Hiruzen Sarutobi's came up again and again. After all, Iwagakure and Konoha were both strong villages now. And those two were veteran Kage with established records in war. As for who was strongest, no clear conclusion emerged. Most leaned toward Inoki because of dust release, Akechi Itoda. But some argued that Hiruzen Sarutobi's combined ninjutsu was terrifying, and Enma was no weak summon either. For members of the ninja clans, however, a different concern occupied their minds. Did the Akayama clan really rebel? Were their crimes truly severe enough to warrant this? If Kazekage-sama can wipe out the Akayama clan in a single night, then will one of our clans be next? As fellow ninja clans, they could not help but feel uneasy. I doubt it. Because I'm not sure whether the Akayama clan truly sold out the village, but look at where Kazekage-sama fought them. Not at the Akayama compound, but at an abandoned training ground. If you were Kazekage-sama and intended to exterminate the Akayama clan, would you choose a place like that? The young man shook his head. I'd worry they'd grow suspicious and run before I could act. The middle-aged man continued, and even if Kazekage-sama thought the Akayama clan was foolish enough to come the moment they were told, and even if he had absolute confidence in his own strength, if you were Kazekage-sama, would you really make no preparations at all? Rely only on yourself. The younger man shook his head again. No matter what, I'd still bring some people. As Kazekage, I'd definitely have some loyal shinobi I could trust. And if not shinobi, then at least some explosive tags. The middle-aged man nodded. And that proves one thing. It could not have been Kazekage-sama who lured the Akayama clan there. It could only have been that the Akayama clan sought out Kazekage-sama on their own. Which means the ones who harbored murderous intent first were the Akayama clan. The Akayama clan tried to kill Kazekage-sama. Kazekage-sama retaliated, revealed his true strength, and destroyed them instead. Kazekage-sama was the one in the right. Hearing that, the young man felt somewhat relieved. But why did the Akayama clan try to kill Kazekage-sama in the first place? And why did Kazekage-sama happen to be there at that time? The middle-aged man replied, I know a thing or two about the Akayama clan. When Kazekage-sama said they sold out the village, I'd say that's very possible. All these years, the village's situation has worsened, and most ninja clans have declined with it. Yet the Akayama clan alone kept growing stronger and stronger. If there wasn't some secret behind that, I'd be shocked. So the most likely explanation is that Kazekage-sama discovered their betrayal and obtained solid evidence. The Akayama clan then decided to kill Kazekage-sama before he could move against them. The Akayama clan betrayed the village first. They plotted to murder the Kazekage first. So we have no reason to worry. That was exactly why Rasa had chosen to lure the Akiyama clan out instead of attacking their compound directly. With the former, anyone who thought a few steps deeper would realize the real problem lay with the Akiyama clan. With the latter, it would be far too easy for others to draw darker conclusions. And by choosing the abandoned training ground, he had also greatly reduced the chance of collateral damage. As for why Kazekage-sama happened to appear there at that hour, I'd say it was partly for the village, and partly for his own family. The Uchiha bloodline is simply too tempting. Sunagakure's civilians believed Rasa had married Pakura for love. But the village's upper echelon knew the truth that Rasa had made that proposal for the sake of the village, and that Pakura had accepted it for the village as well. So in the middle-aged man's view, it was only natural that Rasa would take interest in Uchiha blood. The next day dawn came. The sand mound still stood like a grave. The smell of blood had faded somewhat. The Akiyama clan compound had become empty and silent. The moment the Akiyama clan had fixed its gaze upon Rasa the previous night, the people Ebizo had arranged had likewise turned their eyes upon the Akiyama clan. Now the village's upper echelon had all gathered in front of the Kazekage building. And then, at that moment, a figure appeared beside Rasa, a figure whose presence surprised them all. Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_chapter 66. Chapter 66. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. 1206 words. That man is Hongshan Lai. Why is he here? Wasn't Hongshan Lai not with the others from last night? As they looked at Lai, everyone showed visible surprise. Rasa offered no explanation. Lai said nothing either. Only after they entered the meeting room did things settle. Rasa sat first. Take your seats. Only then did the others sit down one after another. After a full night to think, Sunagakure's upper echelon, and the heads of the major clans had more or less sorted out the full chain of events from the previous night. They felt far more at ease now, especially the ninja clans. Because they had all come to the same conclusion: the Hongshan clan had indeed been the problem. That was why things had escalated the way they had. Rasa had simply acted in self-defense. The only thing that had truly caught everyone off guard was Rasa's strength. It was nothing like what they had known before. He was far stronger. But for Sunagakure, that was a good thing. Rasa swept his gaze around the room. I won't explain yesterday's matter any further. As for right and wrong, I trust each of you already has your own judgment. A middle-aged man spoke first. Kazekage-sama, the Hongshan clan sold out the village. They deserved their fate. Another immediately agreed. That's right. Gathering clan shinobi to assassinate the Kazekage people like that could die 100 times and still not repay their crime. The Hongshan clan brought this upon themselves. Rasa nodded. To betray the village and rise against one's superior is an unforgivable crime. That is true in any ninja village. I hope all of you take it as a warning. We are all members of Sunagakure. In all matters, the village must come first. Those who betray the village will never meet a good end. The Hongshan clan is the example. He paused for a moment. I called this meeting today mainly to address 3 matters. First, the investigation into the Hongshan clan has been handed over in full to Ebizo. Ebizo is a veteran of the village, capable, highly respected, and beyond question. He will handle it properly. I will not wrong the innocent. But neither will I spare the guilty. No one had any objection to that. Ebizo's seniority, ability, and merit were plain for all to see. In today's Sunagakure, if Rasa was unquestionably the one at the top, then Ebizo was the second only to him. More importantly, there was no rift between them. Unlike Konoha. Rasa turned slightly. As for the rebellion of the Hongshan clan, Hongshan Lai. To be precise, Lai has rendered tremendous service. Between clan and village, Lai chose justice. He did not join his blood relatives in their crimes. He held fast to the justice in his heart. Lai's character is worthy of admiration. Lai's choice is worthy of reward. Lai is worthy of trust. Therefore, I have decided to promote Lai by exception. He will be listed among the village's hero shinobi, given treatment equivalent to an elite jonin, and bestowed the heroic title Loyal Soul of the village. Lai's eyes lit up at once. His reasons for betraying the Hongshan clan had actually been very simple. First, he truly could not stand what they had done. Selling out the village for private gain had cost the lives of countless comrades. That was intolerable. Second, Lai had never been valued within the Hongshan clan. He had offended people. He had been marginalized. He had never once received fair treatment there. So his attachment to the clan had long since grown faint. Lai had never expected any great reward. In his eyes, all he had done was provide information. Ebizo had driven the plan forward. Rasa had personally crushed the Hongshan clan. Lai had never thought his own contribution amounted to much. And before this, Rasa had made him no promises at all. Yet now, hearing Rasa publicly announce such a heavy reward, Lai could no longer contain himself. His breathing quickened. His emotions surged. Hero shinobi. Treatment equivalent to an elite jonin. Loyal soul of the village. Reputation. He had gained everything. For someone like him, a fringe figure within the Hongshan clan, it was nothing less than reaching the heavens in a single step. Thank you, Kazekage-sama. The others also felt that the reward was somewhat excessive. But after thinking over what Lai had done, they found it difficult to say it was undeserved. On one side was his clan. On the other, the village. To resolutely abandon the clan, choose the village, stand with the village, and even turn against his own blood relatives, that was not something an ordinary person could do. Lai looked at Rasa, his eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. If before, Lai's loyalty to Rasa had been 70% simply because Rasa was the Kazekage, then now, that loyalty had risen to 90%. Rise, Rasa said. What you did was worth it. I said before that I will not spare a single criminal. But by the same token, I will not fail any person who has rendered merit. The reason Rasa had given such a reward was simple. On the one hand, Lai truly deserved it. On the other, Rasa wanted to show the entire village that loyalty to Sunagakure would be rewarded. That way, the loyalty of the village itself could be strengthened. Rasa paused slightly. Since the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Iwagakure has invaded us repeatedly. Konoha has plundered from us repeatedly. And Kirigakure has gone even further. They seek to completely break Sunagakure. That has made me understand one thing very deeply. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Sunagakure is weak. That is why we have suffered attacks from other ninja villages. I am unwilling to accept that. I believe all of you feel the same. There has not been a single moment when I have not thought of this. If one day Sunagakure is no longer so weak, and the other villages are no longer so strong, then we must rise and strike back. Those who humiliated us, we will humiliate in return. Those who robbed us, we will take back what is ours. A debt of hatred must be repaid with hatred. A blood debt must be repaid in blood. As Rasa's words fell one after another, the emotions in the room were stirred completely. Because what he said was true. Everything Sunagakure had suffered in recent years had been borne by everyone together. Casualties. Loss of dignity. Some people's eyes reddened. Some clenched their fists. And now, Rasa said, I believe the time has come. It is time to strike back at Kirigakure. 2,000 shinobi will remain in the village to garrison it. All the rest will head for the front. Starting today, we reverse Sunagakure's situation. We begin by driving the Kirigakure army out of the land of wind. An old man hesitated before speaking. Kazekage-sama, isn't this a bit too rushed? Kirigakure did not suffer any real weakening just because Fuguki Suikazan defected. And what happened with the Hongshan clan has also affected our village quite a bit. Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_chapter 67, Chapter 67, What is the second rumor? 1175 words. Rasa glanced at the old man. Under the current circumstances, he could still act unilaterally and force the order through. But there was no need. With the marriage to Pakura, and the suppression of the Hongshan clan, Sunagakir's internal situation had basically stabilized completely. There was no need for Rasa to create conflict between upper and lower ranks by force. I've received news, Rasa said, that a major upheaval has occurred inside Kirigakure. For us, it is an excellent opportunity. Fuguki Suikezen's defection alone naturally would not be enough for me to mobilize on this scale. What has happened inside Kirigakure is far more serious than that. Everyone in the room was startled. What could possibly be more serious in Kirigakure than Fuguki Suikezen defecting? After all, during his defection, Fuguki had severely wounded Jinpachi Munashi and forced Kirigakure to dispatch Jizo Biwai in pursuit. In one stroke, that had removed 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the front. Kazekage-sama, is it true? Rasa nodded. But even then, many still hesitated. Kazekage-sama, can you tell us what happened? Rasa answered calmly. I have received word that the Kagaya clan in Kirigakure has launched an armed coup. I do not yet know the exact outcome, but Kirigakure has undoubtedly suffered extremely heavy damage. After all, you all know the strength of the Kagaya clan. They are far stronger than the Hongshan clan ever was. And you also know the third Mizukage. Personal combat ability is not his greatest strength as a Kage. Eyes widened all around the room. The Kagaya clan rebelled. If that's true, then it really is an opportunity for Sunagakure. Kirigakure must be in total chaos internally. They'll definitely have to recall a large number of shinobi from the front. Just like Konoha did back then. When the Uchiha had rebelled, Konoha had no choice but to recall the forces stationed at the border of the Land of Wind. Even if the Kagaya clan's rebellion had a somewhat smaller impact on Kirigakure than the Uchiha had on Konoha, it could not be by much. After all, Kagaya were infamous for their madness. Once they rebelled, there was no possibility of persuading them to surrender. Even if they were losing and forced to flee, they would still throw themselves into battle a few more times before falling back. And there was every chance they had caused even greater damage to Kirigakure than the Uchiha had caused to Konoha. An opportunity like this, if they let it slip, it would be an unforgivable waste. Such opportunities did not come often. Kirigakure had bullied Sunagakure for far too long. Sunagakure absolutely could not afford to miss such a chance. Now then, Rasa said, rising slightly in tone, who still has objections? No one spoke. Rasa stood. Since no one opposes it, then it is decided. Today we assemble a second shinobi army. Meeting adjourned. Once Rasa's order was given, the entire village was thrown into motion. The civilians noticed nothing unusual. At this moment, they were still discussing the Hongshan clan. Most believed the official village narrative. The Hongshan clan was disgusting. Selling out the village and even trying to kill Kazekage-sama to seize the title. Good thing Kazekage-sama was strong enough. Otherwise, Sunagakure would have changed overnight. Kazekage-sama is a good man. The Hongshan clan were practically beasts. If the Kazekage position had fallen into their hands, who knows what Sunagakure would have become. But I really didn't expect Kazekage-sama to be that strong. He's probably the strongest Kazekage in history, right? Definitely. Who else could have done something like that? One man against hundreds of Hongshan clan shinobi. And only the edge of his clothing got dirty. Too strong. Only a small minority, those who already disliked Rasa to begin with, formed a few conspiracy theories in their hearts. But as far as the village as a whole was concerned, it made no difference. As for what had happened that night involving Uchiha Hanazuki, none of it spread among the civilians. Rasa had only pretended to be courting Uchiha Hanazuki in order to lure the Hongshan clan into taking the bait. But the higher-ups in the village believed he had been plotting to obtain Uchiha blood. It was a misunderstanding. And it was exactly what Rasa wanted. He had even less desire for these people to realize that the entire thing had been a trap. He had deliberately arranged to draw the Hongshan clan in. Before long, the shinobi army assembled in formation in the desert outside Sunagakure. Under the command of elite jonin, they marched toward the front line in orderly ranks, preparing a surprise attack against Kirigakure's forces. Rasa stood high in the sky. A cloud of gold dust carried him aloft. Watching the army gather and depart, his eyes flickered faintly. This time, the advantage is with Sunagakure. Now let's see what results we can achieve. Rasa withdrew his gaze and looked down at the village below. Because so many shinobi had been drawn away, fewer than 2,000 remained in the village now. And a good number of those were still recovering from injuries. It could be said that Sunagakure's defensive capability was now far weaker than before. At a time like this, if an enemy shinobi army approached the village and launched a surprise attack, the damage would be immense. But Rasa knew that would not happen. The war between Konoha and Iwagakure had just reached its most heated stage. And Kirigakure, because of the Kagaya clan rebellion, would definitely be too preoccupied with its own affairs. Besides, Chiyo-senpai and I are both still here. With Sand Soldier manifestation, my strength has increased sharply. And when it truly comes to the village's life or death, Chiyo-senpai will still act. Sunagakure only looks vulnerable. Rasa returned to the Kazekage building and continued handling documents. By the time he was close to finishing, night had nearly fallen. He stood and glanced at the system panel. Name, Rasa. Identity, 4th Kazekage Ninjutsu, Sand Soldier Manifestation, etc. Taijutsu, Basic Taijutsu Genjutsu, None. Bloodline Limit, Magnet Release, Gold Dust. Remaining activations, 0. Remaining points, 226, Rasa calculated silently. From the start until now, I've already drawn more than 70 times, almost 80. In other words, the rumor about Uchiha Kagami is nearly at its point cap. So next, what kind of rumor should I create? One that benefits Sunagakure. And one that can bring in points relatively quickly. Rasa sank into thought. The first things that entered his mind were still Konoha and Kirigakure. One was openly hostile to Sunagakure. The other had not yet entered direct war with Sunagakure again, but relations were poor, and more importantly, Konoha had far too many dirty secrets. And across the shinobi world, Konoha drew the most attention. Anything involving Konoha would naturally attract wider discussion. I need to think carefully about this. After the next batch of draws, I'll basically hit 100. I wonder whether there'll be some special reward. Advanced chapters available on Patreon. com/inkvale_chapter 68, Chapter 68, Sunagakure has grown too arrogant. 1193 words. Sunagakure Preparatory Class. One training ground, after renovation, no longer looked anything like it had before. It had been turned into a small shinobi school. Principal, Yoshimaru. Teacher, also Yoshimaru. Rasa had named it the preparatory class. At present there were 12 students in total. Temari, Kankuro, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Hai. The remaining 8 were all orphans from Sunagakure. They had been carefully selected. At that moment, under Yoshimaru's direction, all 12 were going through training. Though in truth, only 10 were actually training. Kankuro and Uchiha Hai were still too young, after all. One held a lollipop. The other also held a lollipop. When Temari finished a round of training, she lifted her chin proudly and swept her gaze around. Only when her eyes landed on Uchiha Izumi did she pause slightly. Yoshimaru looked toward the outside, expectation flickering in his eyes. Compared to staying here, he would much rather have been on the front lines. But Rasa's order was not something he could disobey. And now that he was here, Yoshimaru's sense of responsibility drove him to do the job as well as possible. I wonder when Kazekage-sama will finally assign someone else to replace me. I want to go to the front too. I want to fight Kirigakure Shinobi. Yoshimaru drew back his gaze and looked over the 12 children. At that moment, Temari was challenging another student. And in just a few exchanges, she beat down a student who was even a year older than she was. Seeing that, Yoshimaru felt a headache coming on. In his previous impression, Temari had been cute and sweet. But now his image of her had changed completely. This isn't right. Why is Temari's personality like this? My sister is clearly so gentle, and Kazekage-sama isn't violent either. At most, he's a little scheming. Yoshimaru's gaze shifted again and landed on Kankuro. As for Temari, he was no longer worried. After arriving here, she had quickly blended in. More than that, she had gradually taken a dominant position. Within this preparatory class, Temari was basically the big sister boss. Even though Uchiha Izumi's talent was not bad, and she was older than Temari by a bit, Izumi's personality was simply too soft. And she was keenly aware of her own position. She was only a captive. Until she contributed enough to Sunagakure, she had no right to truly think of herself as one of Sunagakure's people. At that moment, Kankuro was engaged in a struggle with Uchiha Hai over a third lollipop. Kankuro had clearly been winning. But the instant he noticed Yoshimaru looking over, he immediately turned himself into the wrong party. With a loud wail, he burst into tears. Uchiha Hai froze. What was happening? The one being bullied had clearly been him. So why was the other one crying? Had he remembered wrong? Had the one bullying others actually been himself? Uchiha Hai looked blankly at Kankuro, then at himself. Yoshimaru. At that point, Yoshimaru stopped worrying about Kankuro too. When Rasa had first suggested sending Temari and Kankuro to the preparatory class, Yoshimaru had refused. He'd been worried he wouldn't be able to look after them well. There were too many children in the class already. And they were all kids. They didn't know restraint. They could easily hurt one another without meaning to. But now, Yoshimaru felt completely reassured. One had arrived and instantly become the boss. The other was already this cunning. There was no way Temari and Kankuro would be the ones suffering here. Yoshimaru, come out for a moment. At the sound of Rasa's voice, Yoshimaru quickly rose and stepped outside. Kazekage-sama. He had also heard about the Hongshan clan incident. Now, as he looked at Rasa, there was even more reverence in his eyes than usual. One man suppressing an entire clan, how terrifying was that strength? I promised Uchiha Hanazuki that I would give her one full day alone with Uchiha Izumi, Rasa said. She'll come tomorrow morning. Just hand Uchiha Izumi over to her. Yoshimaru nodded. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Oh, and Yoshimaru, how are Temari and Kankuro doing in the preparatory class? At once, Yoshimaru's mind filled with images of the two children's recent behavior. He instinctively wanted to complain. But in the end, he held it back and reduced it to 3 simple words. They're doing well. That's good. Rasa patted him on the shoulder. Yoshimaru, the work you're doing now is very important. Make sure you put your heart into it. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Rasa returned home. With Temari and Kankuro away, the courtyard suddenly felt much quieter. Karura had become noticeably more relaxed. She kept the entire place clean and orderly by herself inside and out. My husband, you're back. Karura turned around, delight on her face, and hurried over in a small run. Rasa reached out and lifted her straight into his arms. Karura's face flushed. My husband, it's still daytime. Daytime is good. Once night comes, Temari and the others will be back. Does make sense? The second Sunagakure army arrived near the front lines. Not only did Kirigakure not know, even Sunagekyur's first army didn't know. The purge of the Hongshan clan was not yet fully complete. Rasa could not guarantee that there were no traitors left on the front line. At this time, Kirigakure's condition on the front was somewhat better than it had been before. Jinpachi Munashi's injuries had mostly recovered. And with Raiga Kurasuke arriving as reinforcement, the number of 7 ninja swordsmen on the front with combat ability had returned to 5. On top of that, Ao's Byakugan truly played a massive role on the battlefield. Enemy traps one look with the Byakugan, and they were exposed. Enemy personnel deployment one look with the Byakugan, and it became clear. These Sunagekyure fools have grown too full of themselves, one Kirigakure ninja sneered. They actually used Fuguki Suikaizen's defection as an opportunity to counterattack us. They really don't know their own limits. With their strength, do they seriously think they're a match for us? It's time to teach them a lesson. As long as we move fast enough, even if Rasa's summoning beast is quick, it won't make it in time to support them. And if we spread out our positions, the Yatagarasa's exploding egg attack won't be nearly as destructive. We need to form an elite strike force. Genji looked over the people in front of him and said, Jinpachi Munashi, Kushimaru Kuriere, Raiga Kurasuke, and Jinin Akabinoyu will serve as the core of an elite assault unit. Each of you will select 30 shinobi. You will strike back at the Sunagekyure army. The 4 exchanged glances and nodded at once. Yes, Genji-sama. Very quickly, Kirigakure's elite strike team was assembled. On Genji's order, it set out toward the Sunagekyure forces. But right at that moment the second Sunagekyure army appeared at the flank of the Kirigakure army. Kirigakure's forces were thrown into panic. Enemy attack. This is bad, Sunagekyure's army has struck us. Genji's pupils contracted sharply as he shot to his feet. Impossible. Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_chapter 69, Chapter 69, What? The Kagaya clan has rebelled. 1101 words. Genji was absolutely certain of the Sunagekyure army's position. There was no way it could suddenly appear at the flank of Kirigakure's forces. Are they really Sunagekyure shinobi? Genji's face darkened. Then there is only one explanation. Sunagekyure forcibly drew more shinobi from the village, formed a second shinobi army, and launched a surprise attack against us. He gave a cold snort. So Rasa really does have some courage. But he's still a fool. Does he think we can't figure this out? Forcibly drawing shinobi from the village to launch a surprise attack may indeed deal our army some damage. But what state is Sunagekyure itself in now? If I dispatch a shinobi force straight to Sunagekyure, how will he answer that? Genji gave the order immediately. Stabilize the situation. Recall Jinpachi Munashi and the others. Yes, Genji-sama. As Genji's order went out, Jinpachi and the others rushed back at the fastest speed possible. Genji-sama. Jinpachi Munashi was somewhat displeased. The elite force he led had already approached the Sunagekyure army. Given just a little more time, they could have struck and inflicted heavy losses, at least dozens dead. And yet they had been recalled before even making a move. Worse still, it had been an urgent order. If not for Genji's immense seniority and authority in Kirigakure, Jinpachi might have started wondering whether he was another Fuguki Suikaizen. Genji said, Rasa forcibly pulled shinobi from Sunagekyure and formed a second army to launch a surprise attack against us. That is why I recalled you. Jinpachi frowned. Genji-sama, even so, there was no need to call all of us back, was there? Can our Kirigakure army really not handle some hastily assembled Sunagekyure forces? Genji looked at him. If this were only about dealing with the Sunagekyure army, then no, you wouldn't be needed. The real reason I called you back is because I saw an opportunity. A very good opportunity. Rasa is too aggressive. He thought Fuguki Suikaizen's defection had dealt our army a devastating blow, so he took the chance to forcibly draw shinobi and attack us. But he underestimates us. So what if there are two Sunagakure armies? Our Kirigakure army can still hold. And if he has truly drawn out that many shinobi, then what must Sunagakure itself look like now? Its defenses must be hollow. For us, that is an excellent opportunity. At that, Jinpachi's eyes lit up as well. So your elite force's target will change. Our main army here can hold. I need you to bring additional manpower, and then head for Sunagakure at top speed. Strike the village. Kill until the sky turns upside down. If possible, kill Rasa in public. Without its Kazekage, Sunagakure will once again become a headless swarm of flies. Just as it did after the third Kazekage disappeared. Victory for Kirigakure will then be within reach. The four looked at one another. Genji-sama, we guarantee the mission will be completed. The next instant, the four turned and left. An elite force of several hundred sped toward Sunagakure at once. At the exact moment the second Sunagakure army launched its surprise attack against Kirigakure, the news also reached Pakura. Without the slightest hesitation, Pakura immediately led the first Sunagakure army into action as well. The two Sunagakure armies attacked Kirigakure from two different directions with fierce momentum. That immediately pushed Kirigakure, already missing a large number of elite shinobi, into a disadvantageous position. Sunagakure completely suppressed them. Every Sunagakure shinobi grew excited. Because after such a long war, this was the first time. Whether against Iwagakure before, or Konoha, they had never enjoyed such dominance. So this is what it feels like to have the advantage. It's incredible. We're completely pressing them down. They're angry, but there's nothing they can do. I think I finally understand why some people get addicted to war. Now I'm getting addicted too. The fighting spirit of Sunagakure's shinobi burned fiercely. After finally turning the tables, they wanted nothing more than to vent every bit of frustration they had been forced to swallow before. By contrast, Kirigakure's shinobi felt miserable to the extreme. What is going on? Since when did Sunagakure shinobi get this fierce? Why are there so many of them? Where are Jinpachi-sama and the others? Why haven't they come yet? Did they run first? The ordinary Kirigakure shinobi knew nothing about the elite unit's operation. Genji, however, was fully aware of the situation. And not the least bit flustered. A temporary advantage proves nothing, he said coldly. The outcome of a war is decided by the final result. This battle belongs to Kirigakure. Sunagakure is already on the edge of collapse. Once Jinpachi and the others reach Sunagakure, the village will fall. Rasa alone cannot stop them. This battle will be Kirigakure's victory. After hearing the casualty reports from below, Genji actually smiled. The shinobi below him looked confused. Genji-sama. Only then did Genji recover himself. I understand the situation. After a slight pause, he added, tell everyone to retreat. Fight while withdrawing. Reduce casualties as much as possible. Yes, Genji-sama. And at that very moment a Kirigakure shinobi came racing from the land of water all the way to the front. Genji-sama. The shinobi was gasping violently, face pale, body swaying as though he might collapse at any moment. He had clearly pushed himself to the limit. Genji frowned. What is it? Genji-sama, something terrible has happened. The Kagaya clan has launched a rebellion. Mizukage-sama has been gravely wounded. Genji shot to his feet. On the front line, things had been proceeding beautifully. In Genji's eyes, crushing Sunagakure had already become a certainty. There should have been no room for accidents. Rasa had made a disastrous decision. That was what Genji had believed. But he had not expected that the front line itself would not be the problem. The problem had erupted in the rear. Kirigakure itself was in crisis. And that could not be ignored. Even if they defeated Sunagakure, if they returned to the land of water only to find their village broken, what meaning would victory over Sunagakure still hold? A thought suddenly surfaced in Genji's mind. Could it be Rasa knew? Impossible. If such a change happened in the village, the front would be notified immediately. Even if Rasa has spies in Kirigakure, he could not possibly have received the news earlier than I did. At most, he would have learned it at the same time. He probably just acted after hearing about Fuguki Suikazan. He's simply been lucky. Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_chapter 70, Chapter 70, Tsunagekyure's Counteroffensive. 1158 words. Genji attributed it all to Rasa's luck. But the truth was that Rasa had indeed learned of the Kagaya clan's rebellion before Genji did. Kirigakure was too remote. The front line was too far from the village. Any news from inside Kirigakure would inevitably take time to reach the battlefield. By the time Rasa had dealt with the Hongshan clan, assembled the second Tsunagekyure army, and sent it to the front, Genji had only just received word of the coup in Kirigakure. Which meant that every one of Genji's earlier assumptions had collapsed into nothing. Of all times for the Kagaya clan to revolt, why did it have to be now at the most critical moment? A chance that good. And all I can do is watch it slip away. The Kagaya clan's sins are grave indeed. Genji was furious and deeply unwilling. But he still had no choice except to give the order. Immediately send word to Jinpachi Munashi and the others. Tell them to come back. At that moment, Jinpachi and the others were advancing towards Tsunagekyure in high spirits. Then Genji's order arrived. Jinpachi's face darkened instantly. That old bastard, is he playing with us? He cursed inwardly. Jinin Akabino, Kushimara Kuriere, and Raiga Kurisuke were equally furious. This was no longer the first time. It was the second. Again and again. What kind of commander acted like this? Carrying a belly full of resentment, Jinpachi and the others returned to the main camp. Elder Genji, Jinpachi said coldly, dropping even the respectful "Sama, what is it this time?" Genji noticed the change. But he no longer had the energy to care. The village has suffered a major upheaval. The Kagaya clan has launched a rebellion. I must return to the village immediately. Jinin Akabino, you're coming with me. Then Genji looked at Jinpachi. Jinpachi Munashi, while I am away from the front, you will command the army. Remember this well, do not act rashly. If retreat is necessary, then retreat. Wait for news from the village. The expressions of the others all changed. The Kagaya clan rebelled. What's the village's situation now? Is Mizuki-sama all right? Genji noticed that several of the 7 ninja swordsmen were paying special attention to whether the third Mizuki was still alive. Their thoughts were obvious enough. Nothing more than coveting the seat of Mizuki. The Mizuki is still alive, Genji said flatly. You may rest assured. At those words, the ambition that had just begun to surface in their eyes died down at once. Very quickly, Genji led a force of shinobi away from the front. Under the fierce pressure of the two Tsunagekyure armies, Kirigakure's forces could do nothing but retreat step by step. In only a short span of time, they had already been pushed back more than 10 kilometers. That sent Tsunagekyure's shinobi into a frenzy of excitement. Drive these Kirigakure bastards out. Kill them all. Tsunagekyure's shinobi roared and surged forward. When news from the front reached Tsunagekyure's upper echelon, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So Kazekage-sama's intelligence was real. I can't believe the Kagaya clan really rebelled. This is wonderful. With the Kagaya gone, Kirigakure's strength will be greatly weakened. From here on, the advantage is ours. Drive the Kirigakure army out of the land of wind. Not just drive them out, we should counterattack. That's right. We must counterattack. One of the higher-ups looked in the direction of the Kazekage building. But how did Kazekage-sama know? The report from the front says Genji only left suddenly once the second Tsunagekyure army had already arrived. That means he likely received news of the Kaguya rebellion only at that point. Kazekage-sama learned of it even before Genji did. Has Kazekage-sama secretly cultivated some special intelligence network? He's incredible. By now, not a single one of the village elders still held objections toward Rasa. All of them were glad that Rasa had become the fourth Kazekage. To have Kazekage-sama is Tsunagekyur's fortune. Tsunagekyur was immersed in the exhilaration of having reversed the war's momentum. Kirigakyur, meanwhile, was drowning in the chaos caused by the Kaguya clan's rebellion. And across the shinobi world, the rebellions of the Kaguya clan and the Hongshan clan landed like twin bombs exploding across the land. At once they sparked endless discussion. After the Uchiha, a second rebellious ninja clan has appeared. The Kaguya clan of Kirigakyur. But that clan is much stronger than the Uchiha. They even gravely wounded the third Mizukage. They were defeated in the end, yes, but they still preserved a considerable number of clan members and escaped from the land of water. One person could not help asking. Then doesn't that prove the Kaguya are stronger than the Uchiha? Not necessarily. It could also be that the third Mizukage is weaker than the third Hokage. People had only just begun discussing the Kaguya clan rebellion when the news of Tsunagekyur and the Hongshan clan suddenly came crashing into their ears as well. The Hongshan clan of Tsunagekyur also rebelled. What is going on? Why have three ninja clans rebelled one after another in a single year? Hongshan. Is the shinobi world about to change? Are we entering an age of clan rebellions? How did the Hongshan clan's rebellion go? Everyone was eager to hear the result. Especially the people of Kirigakyur. Because of the Kaguya clan rebellion, they had been forced to recall a large number of shinobi, and had fallen into a disadvantage against Tsunagekyur, retreating continuously. At a time like this, they desperately wanted the Hongshan clan to have inflicted severe damage on Tsunagekyur too. But what they heard was not what they had hoped. What they heard was that the Hongshan clan had been almost completely annihilated. That night, 4th Kazekage Rasa faced hundreds of Hongshan clan shinobi alone. One man wiped out an entire clan. The moment those words were spoken, the faces of Kirigakyur's people turned ugly. One man wiped out a clan. That Hongshan clan is trash. What a disgrace to ninja clans. Is that even human? The people of Kirigakyur cursed the Hongshan clan furiously. At the same time, they were shocked by Rasa's strength. Even if the Hongshan clan was useless, that was still hundreds of shinobi. Wasn't Rasa supposed to be mediocre? Not even close to the third Kazekage. How did he do it? Some guessed that Rasa's record had been falsified. But those who had seen that night's battle were not only people from Tsunagekyur. There had also been spies from other ninja villages hidden within Tsunagekyur. And those people reproduced the scene of that night exactly as it had happened. The third Mizukage, lying on a hospital bed in the medical department, heard the report from below about the night the Hongshan clan had been wiped out and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood in rage. Advanced chapters available on Patreon. com/inkvale_chapter 71, Chapter 71, The Third Mizukage's Fury. 1244 words. The third Mizukage had never imagined things would develop to this point. Tsunagekyur. A fierce, venomous hatred rose in his eyes. Kirigakyur was clearly the stronger side. From beginning to end, it had held the advantage. At first, he had not even pressed too hard. He had taken the initiative to propose ceasefire terms. As long as Tsunagekyur paid a certain amount of resources, and handed over Pakura the executioner, who had slaughtered countless Kirigakyur shinobi, Kirigakyur would withdraw from the land of wind. Faced with such sincere terms, Tsunagekyur had actually dared to refuse. Only then had he truly resolved to crush Tsunagekyur. But in order to reduce losses to the village and limit shinobi casualties, he had asked Konoha to move together with Kirigakyur. Konoha, however, had been too greedy. They wanted all the gains without paying any price. Then, right at that moment, the Uchiha clan rebellion broke out. The third Mizukage had thought that was Konoha's retribution. Since Konoha could not be relied on, then Kirigakure would rely on itself. He had believed that with Kirigakure's power alone, he could still destroy Tsunagakure. But then came one setback after another, Fuguki Suikezen's betrayal, and Rasa suddenly revealing that hidden giant summoning beast. That had allowed Tsunagakure to cling to life a little longer. Only then had the third Mizukage truly become enraged. He had resolved to crush Tsunagakure no matter the cost. And yet, just when he made that decision, another upheaval erupted. The Kagaya clan had suddenly rebelled. That so-called Kagaya mirror claimed he was exposing the Kagaya clan, but in truth, he had been the most ruthless rebel of them all. He had come wrapped in explosive tags from head to toe. Using all kinds of methods, he had steadily lowered the third Mizukage's guard. Had the third Mizukage not mastered half of the hydrification technique, he would have been gravely wounded by Kagaya mirror's self-detonation. That Kagaya clan is utterly brainless. What benefit did rebellion bring them at a time like this? When did the village ever mistreat them? The third Mizukage could not understand it at all. They're all madmen. That Tsunagakure. That Rasa, it's as if heaven itself favors him. Again and again, luck keeps landing on his side. The third Mizukage found it unbearably unfair. Kirigakure was stronger. His own strategy had not been wrong. And yet every single time, Tsunagakure managed to escape disaster. Lying on his sickbed, the third Mizukage thought for a long time. At last, he received a piece of news unfavorable to Tsunagakure. The Akayama clan had rebelled. Just like the Kagaya clan. The moment he heard it, the third Mizukage was delighted. But the more he listened, the uglier his expression became. The Kagaya clan's rebellion had not only left him heavily injured, it had also killed many of Kirigakure's elites. And the majority of the Kagaya clan's shinobi had successfully fled the village. But what about the Akayama clan? An entire clan. Hundreds of shinobi. And they still had not been able to take down Rasa alone. Not only had they failed to kill him, they had been annihilated by him. Utter trash. The third Mizukage had originally thought the Akayama clan's rebellion would also deal a severe blow to Tsunagakure. Instead, it had become Rasa's night of fame. In a single night, he had exterminated an entire clan. From this day forward, everyone in the shinobi world would have to re-evaluate Rasa's strength. And more importantly, the Kagaya clan rebellion and the Akayama clan rebellion had erupted at nearly the same time. By the time the news reached the shinobi world, the two events had basically spread together. That meant the people of the world would inevitably compare them. The third Mizukage could already imagine what they would say. The third Mizukage is far weaker than Rasa. One wiped out a whole clan with his own hands. The other was heavily injured and still let the Kagaya clan escape. If nothing unexpected happens, then the weakest Kage must be the third Mizukage. What a disgrace among the Kage. He would become the stepping stone for Rasa's fame. The merits he had accumulated through decades of painstaking rule over Kirigakure would be severely diminished. My efforts over several decades and I lost to luck. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The shinobi below him panicked. Mizukage-sama, are you all right? Kumogakure. The fourth Raikage looked at the report in his hand, his gaze flickering. So the fourth Kazekage, Rasa, actually possesses considerable strength. No matter how weak the Akayama clan was, if Rasa had been mediocre, he could never have accomplished something like this. His strength is likely already above that of the third Kazekage. That one technique that manifested hundreds of sand soldiers, and that giant summoning beast as well. The fourth Raikage turned to look out the window. I wonder when I'll finally surpass father. Only after a long while did he withdraw his gaze. I don't know whether my decision to sign the ceasefire agreement was correct. War is both risk and opportunity. I need to think more carefully. This time, Kirigakure has probably suffered a genuine heavy blow. The Kagaya clan has defected, the the third Mizukage is gravely wounded, and now Rasa has risen so powerfully. Sunagakure will definitely pursue Kirigakure relentlessly. If there is a chance to carve off a share from Kirigakure, we absolutely cannot miss it. And besides, both the Uchiha clan and the Kagaya clan have defected from their villages. Is there any possibility that Kumogakure could recruit and subdue them? If it were only a few people, or a dozen at most, the fourth Raikage would not hesitate. But both the Uchiha and the Kagaya had preserved a respectable amount of strength. Rebels of that scale bringing them in might strengthen the village. Or it might mean inviting wolves into the house. Iwagakure. Anoki lifted a brow slightly. I didn't expect that brat Rasa to grow to this extent. I underestimated him back then. The third Kazekage really did leave behind a good successor. As for Iwagakure, for now, it still has to rely on me. At present, Iwagakure was extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would never have first attacked Sunagakure, then Konoha, and still be suppressing Konoha on the main battlefield, especially after the Uchiha clan rebellion had erupted. But among Iwagakure's younger generation, there truly was no one especially outstanding. The third Mizukage is still the same as before. He's practically on the verge of squandering away all the foundation Genjutsu Hozuki left behind. If teacher could see this scene, he'd definitely be pleased. Anoki had two teachers, Ishikawa and Mu, both counted as his mentors. The one he referred to now, however, was Mu. During the Second Great Ninja War, Mu had perished together with Kirigakure's second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hozuki. Hokage Building. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the intelligence on his desk, and could not help but reveal a smile. The successive rebellions of the Kagaya clan and the Akayama clan had eased quite a bit of the public pressure facing both Konoha and Hiruzen himself. After all, more than one shinobi clan had rebelled now. And more than one shinobi village had suffered rebellion. The Kagaya clan and the Akayama clan, well done. But suddenly a discussion involving a certain Kirigakure shinobi caused Hiruzen's face to darken once more. Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_chapter 72. Chapter 72. The 6-10-12-10 words. The moment news of the Kagaya clan and Akayama clan rebellion spread across the shinobi world, it swept through it like a storm. Virtually every shinobi village was talking about it. Compared to the Uchiha clan rebellion back then, the scale of discussion was no less intense. And among all those discussions, four people were mentioned most often. The first was Rasa. Before this, most people in the shinobi world had looked at Rasa and thought he was merely a Kazekage promoted by force. A mun lacking the true bearing of a Kazekage. He had only risen because the third Kazekage had suddenly gone missing. But now, their view of Rasa had changed. He's not only strong, he also knows how to hide his capabilities and bide his time. That proves Rasa has both power and brains. Otherwise, he could never have resolved the Akayama clan affair so easily. Using himself as bait to lure the Akayama clan in. That's not something just anyone can pull off. After all, the Akayama clan wasn't stupid. At that point, people began bringing up the second person at the center of the discussion. Besides Rasa, Akayama Hyena also played an extremely important role in tricking the Akayama clan into taking the bait. A member of the Akayama clan, yet he chose not to stand with his family and instead sided with the village. You have to admit Akayama Hyena is quite something. Many people sneered at Akayama Hyena. In their view, clan came first. Even if one's clan was in the wrong, blood still came before justice. But Akayama Hyena had made the exact opposite choice. Others held a different opinion. What's wrong with Akayama Hyena? Was he supposed to follow the Akayama clan to his death just because they rebelled? It wasn't Rasa who targeted them first. The Akayama clan sold Sunagakure's intelligence to Kirigakure, got found out, and then rebelled only because they feared the village's punishment. Akayama Hyena simply did the right thing. The just thing. Some looked at Akayama Hyena with open contempt. If it weren't for Akayama Hyena, the Akayama clan would never have been wiped out. He's a traitor to his clan. Others immediately shot back. If it weren't for Akayama Hyena, the Akayama clan wouldn't even have any bloodline left to pass on. Suddenly, those voices lowered. Because a very special figure was approaching from the opposite direction. An Uchiha. At a time like this, the overwhelming majority of Uchiha stayed behind closed doors. Other than necessary errands, they remained inside the compound. They were not prisoners yet, they lived no differently from prisoners. Among them, Uchiha Shisui went out more often than most. Because besides being an Uchiha, he still held a position in Konoha. A position personally assigned by Hiruzen Sarutobi. The people of Konoha had a somewhat better impression of Uchiha Shisui than they did of the other Uchiha. Partly because of how he had behaved since childhood. Though a genius, he had never flaunted his talent. Toward companions and villagers alike, he had always been mild and respectful. And partly because of those words spoken by Uchiha Shien back then. Uchiha Shien had used his own death to win a sliver of sympathy for the Uchiha clan. And most of that sympathy had fallen onto Uchiha Shisui. An innocent Uchiha. An Uchiha similar to Uchiha Kagami of the past. With his head lowered, Uchiha Shisui walked past. As he listened to the people of Konoha around him, doubts began to rise in his heart. When they spoke of the Akayama clan, some sided with the clan while others sided with Sunagakure. But when they spoke of the Uchiha, not a single one of them stood with the Uchiha. All of them believed the Uchiha were the ones at fault. Then was my choice to side with the village, truly right or truly wrong? Akayama Hyena. What were your thoughts? At that moment, a powerful impulse surged up inside Uchiha Shisui. He almost wanted to go straight to Sunagakure, find Akayama Hyena in person, and ask what he had truly been thinking. Inside the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. Just look at these Konoha people. The Akayama clan sold out Sunagakure's intelligence, and even then some of them still stand with the Akayama clan. They say Akayama Hyena was wrong, that abandoning his clan makes him worse than a beast. But what about us Uchiha? We didn't betray the village. We were only targeted by it again and again. And yet not a single person in Konoha says father was wrong. Not one says father is worse than a beast. Father also chose the village and abandoned his clan. Uchiha Fugaku let out a sigh. The Uchiha living in exile outside Konoha also expressed obvious disgust toward Akayama Hyena. That Akayama Hyena is hardly human. He abandoned his kin and betrayed his clan. Just like those Uchiha still in Konoha. No, those Uchiha in Konoha are even more beastly than Akayama Hyena. At least the Akayama clan sold out Sunagakure first. But what exactly did our Uchiha ever do to wrong Konoha? An Uchiha came up to Uchiha Yashiro. Yashiro-sama, should we form an alliance with the Kagaya clan? They're another shinobi clan forced to defect because of the village higher-ups. Their strength is also quite respectable. If we allied with them, our combined strength would become much greater. Uchiha Yashiro thought for a while, then shook his head. An alliance would indeed strengthen us, but it would also bring us a new enemy. Facing both Konoha and Kirigakure at the same time would put us under far too much pressure. But the Kagaya clan really is impressive. They did better than our Uchiha did back then. They actually managed to leave the third Mizukage gravely wounded. A smile appeared on Uchiha Yashiro's face. Even if the Uchiha had no grudge with the third Mizukage, in Yashiro's eyes, the Mizukage stood in the same position as Hiruzen Sarutobi. Both were shameless village higher-ups. Especially that Kagaya mirror. An elderly genin who sacrificed himself, wrapped himself in explosive tags, and delivered a crushing blow to the third Mizukage. If not for Kagaya mirror, the Kagaya clan would never have been able to grievously wound the third Mizukage afterward. Worthy of sharing the same name as Mirror-senpai. That, precisely, was why Hiruzen's expression had darkened. Kaguya Mirror was the fourth person frequently brought up in the current discussions alongside Rasa, the third Mizukage, and Akayama Hyena. A mere genin had rushed the third Mizukage and detonated himself. It was too shocking. In the eyes of many, Kaguya Mirror was a hero. A hero who had sacrificed himself for his clan. Kaguya Mirror deserves respect. A hero among ordinary shinobi. But just as Uchiha Yashiro had done, because Kaguya Mirror shared the same name as Uchiha Kagami's Mirror, some people naturally began comparing the two. One had been a genius, yet died in utter silence. The other had been ordinary, yet died magnificently. And that caused Rasa's points to surge upward once again. Then suddenly, they stopped. Rasa froze for a moment, then quickly realized why. The point cap has been reached. Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_chapter 73. Chapter 73, Grand Pity Reward Otsutsuki Bloodline. 1,190 words. Rasa's thoughts stirred. This time, he had no reason to hesitate. The points had already reached the cap for this rumor, which meant they would no longer increase. There was no point waiting. An invisible roulette wheel began to spin. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an F-rank item, 1 tael of gold. Congratulations, host. You have completed your 100th draw and triggered the Grand Pity reward, obtaining an S-rank item, Otsutsuki Bloodline 5%. Pity system activated. Perform 30 consecutive draws to obtain a minor pity reward. Perform 100 draws to obtain a Grand Pity reward. Pity reward. Rasa's gaze fixed on the reward item. Otsutsuki Bloodline 5%. At once, his heart heated up. Also known as the Legend of Eyes. Also known as the Otsutsuki family story. No matter how strong a person was, no matter how talented, it still could not compare to Otsutsuki blood. Just like Rasa himself. Even after obtaining the S-rank ninjutsu Sand Soldier manifestation through the lottery and greatly increasing his strength, Rasa knew very clearly that he still had a ceiling. That was the pain of a non-bloodline shinobi. Take Orochimaru, for example. After decades of hard training, all it took was one glance from 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi to shatter his confidence completely, after which he threw himself into trying to obtain Uchiha Sasuke's body. The body's natural limits. The upper limit of chakra reserves. The quality of chakra itself. Those were all like chains locked around one's potential. But now, things were different. Through the lottery, he could obtain Otsutsuki blood. In the next instant, Rasa clearly felt a foreign power surge into his body. Immediately afterward, his body began to change at high speed. His physique was being strengthened. His chakra was rising. And his eyes. Expectation appeared in Rasa's gaze. So every 100 draws grants a Grand Pity reward. And that Grand Pity reward is clearly this S-rank item Otsutsuki bloodline. At 200 draws, my Otsutsuki bloodline will reach 10%. At 2,000 draws, it'll reach 100%. That is 20 rumors. Rasa's eyes lit up. Once his Otsutsuki bloodline reached 100%, he would become a genuine Otsutsuki. Not only would his strength far surpass that of ordinary shinobi, he would also possess an extraordinarily long lifespan. He might even transcend dimensions and travel between worlds. Comparable to a true god. I can't stop spreading rumors. And I can't spread them casually anymore. If I'm going to do it, then I need the kind that earn points fast. Rasa could feel his heart pounding violently. Even obtaining Sand Soldier manifestation had not left him this excited. A while later, Rasa gradually calmed down and carefully felt the changes in himself. My body has been strengthened to a degree. My chakra reserves have increased by a full 30%. The more chakra one had, the stronger Sand Soldier manifestation became. Before, Rasa could manifest 300 mid-level Sand Soldiers. Now, the number of mid-level sand soldiers he could summon would approach 400. And my eyes. Rasa felt the changes there most clearly. As if some special stimulus was awakening them. He hurried to look in a mirror. Then he saw it, the color in one of his eyes was fading away. It gradually turned white. And the contents of the world in that eye's field of vision changed as well. He could see farther. He could see through objects. He could see behind himself. Byakugan. Rasa's brow lifted. The Otsutsuki clan are born with the Byakugan. Now that I possess Otsutsuki blood, though only a little, so by definition I'm still in a mixed blood state, my own strength is already there. Hyuga Shinobi can awaken the Byakugan through training. And with my current strength, plus 5% Otsutsuki bloodline, I've already reached the condition for awakening the Byakugan. But why only one eye? Because the blood concentration still isn't enough. The other eye hasn't changed yet. It looks a little strange. Still, one Byakugan was still a Byakugan. And it would be of enormous help to him. Rasa's gaze returned to the system panel. 100 draws grants a grand pity reward. 30 consecutive draws grant a minor pity reward. In that case, my most efficient draw pattern from now on should be 30, 30, 30, and then 10. One rumor's point cap can earn me 3 minor pity rewards and 1 grand pity reward. Right at that moment, an urgent letter arrived. Rasa opened it and his expression changed slightly. In the next instant, his figure flashed. When he reappeared, he was already standing atop Yatagarasu's back. Yatagarasu beat its wings and sped forward with astonishing speed. The urgent letter Rasa had received was none other than a distress call from Baki. Earlier, Rasa had dispatched Baki to try and establish contact with Kakuzu, with the intention of hiring him to attack Kirigakure or Konoha Shinobi and reduce the pressure on Sunagakure. Now Baki had finally made progress. But just after Baki had made contact with Kakuzu, and, through great effort, earned a sliver of his trust, a squad of Kirigakure shinobi had suddenly appeared from nowhere. The moment they recognized Baki, they gave relentless chase, and launched a desperate assault. Baki had only narrowly defeated them. But then, Kirigakure had actually sent members of the 7 ninja swordsmen in person. At the border of the Land of Wind, Baki had never expected the battlefield to shift southwest close to this place. The moment Jinin Akabino heard the news, his interest had been stirred. Originally, everything had been going perfectly well. But because of various setbacks, the situation had worsened again and again. From standing on the verge of crushing Sunagakure, to having several offensives broken apart, to now being forced back under Sunagakure's pressure, Jinin Akabino felt only humiliation. So when he heard of Baki, he could not hold himself back. Jinin knew Baki was Rasa's disciple. If I can't beat Sunagakure, and I can't kill Rasa, then surely I can kill you, Baki. He resolved to pour all of his anger onto Baki. As for whether others would mock him for bullying the weak and tarnishing the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Jinin Akabino did not care in the slightest. Kirigakure had never been the sort to care about that. At this stage, Baki was completely outmatched by Jinin Akabino. Faced with him, all Baki could do was run. And he could not even escape. At the critical moment, Baki had no choice but to hand over all the funds Rasa had given him and hire Kakuzu to intervene. Only that had bought him a little breathing room. Only that had allowed his distress letter to be sent successfully back to Sunagakure. Yatagarasu flew incredibly fast. Using his Byakugan, Rasa looked down below and took in everything within his vision. Until at last 4 figures entered his sight. One of them was Baki. The other 3 were Jinin Akabino, Kushimaru Kuriere, and Raiga Kurisuke. At that moment, Baki had already fallen into despair. Advanced chapters available on patreon.com/inkvale_chapter 74. Chapter 74, Rasa vs. the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. 1193 words. Kakuzu had accepted the first commission, but not the second. The moment he sensed the presence of 3 members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, he turned and left without hesitation. That did not mean Kakuzu feared Jinin Akabino and the other two. It simply meant that, in Kakuzu's eyes, fighting 3 ninja swordsmen for Baki was a business deal that clearly was not worth the price. So Baki was left alone. The 3 stood in 3 different directions, hemming him in completely. The young Baki gripped a short blade tightly. Jinin Akabino looked at him, hatred apparent in his eyes. Well, well. Look what we found. A lone young Suna shinobi. Baki, was it? I've heard of you. Rasa's direct disciple. To think I'd run into you here, all by yourself. Looks like my luck is pretty good. Your teacher broke faith and ruined Kirigakure's plans again and again. I had wanted to settle the score with him. But he's been lucky. Every time, he slips away. Since I ran into you today, then you'll repay his debt in his place. By then, Baki already understood something clearly. No matter what he did, there was no chance he would survive. Begging for mercy. Surrendering. Either way, he would still die. And once he realized that, fear left him instead. Facing Jinin Akabino, he merely let out a cold laugh. Jinin Akabino, can't beat my teacher, so now you're here bullying his disciple. So this is what the 7 ninja swordsmen amount to. 1 isn't enough, so you brought 3. Are all Kirigakure shinobi this useless? No wonder you've been losing. You want to kill me? I, Baki, am right here. But remember this: once you kill me, my teacher will definitely avenge me. Not one of you will escape. Kirigakure will lose. And you will die too. Jinin Akabino's expression darkened. The brat has some nerve. I wonder whether you'll still be this tough once my blunt blade starts breaking your bones. I'll shatter every single bone in your body, one by one. Kushimaru Kuriere added from the side, then leave the brat's internal organs to me. I'll string them up like flowers. Raiga Kurisuke said nothing. He only bared his teeth in a grin. Jinin Akabino drew his blunt blade. Blade in one hand, hammer in the other, he began walking toward Baki step by step. Baki tightened his grip on the hilt and stared at him without blinking. Suddenly, Jinin accelerated. The blunt blade in his hand rose high. Baki lifted his own blade horizontally in front of him to block. Jinin sneered. With that? How could you possibly stop my blunt blade? In the next instant, the weapon came down. A sharp metallic collision burst out. Baki's blade snapped in two on the spot. Jinin's blunt blade continued downward. Then suddenly boom. A mass of gold dust exploded upward from the ground, dividing into 2 streams. One surged toward Jinin Akabino. The other wrapped around Baki and yanked him backward at high speed. A figure landed. One hand came to rest on Baki's shoulder. Baki, go to the side. At the sound of that familiar voice, overwhelming joy flooded Baki's face. I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble again. Rasa waved it off. It's not your fault. These Kirigakure people are like this. If it weren't you, it would have been someone else. The moment Rasa saw the 3 ninja swordsmen hemming Baki in, a certain scene from the original story surfaced in his mind. The 7 ninja swordsmen, all 7 gathered together, surrounding 3 young Konoha shinobi Might Guy and the others. Either the battlefield matchups between Konoha and Kirigakure had simply been absurd, or Guy's group had truly been miserably unlucky. And there was yet another possibility. That the 7 ninja swordsmen did such things on purpose. Bullying the weak. Outnumbering the few. Treating their targets like mice and toying with them. With the status of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they did not find such acts shameful in the slightest. If anything, they seemed to enjoy them. Just like now, with Baki. Jinin Akabino alone was already far stronger than the current Baki. And yet he had still brought Kushimaru and Raiga. They had not killed Baki immediately, either. They were playing with him. Their true purpose had not been killing. It had been venting. Still, in a sense, Rasa had to thank the three of them for that choice. Otherwise, Baki would already be dead. He never would have survived long enough for Rasa to arrive. Rasa valued Baki quite highly. In the past, Sunagakure had lacked talent. In the present, Sunagakure still lacked talent. And in the future, it would continue to lack talent. Among the future generation of Sunagakure, Baki was already one of the better ones. He lacked the makings of a Kazekage. But as an advisor to the Kazekage, he was more than good enough. A cloud of gold dust wrapped around Baki and rose visibly into the air. In the next moment, he was lifted high above the ground. Yatagarasu swooped closer and seized Baki in one claw. Not hard enough to injure him, just enough to hurt a little. So this is teacher's summoning beast. Then Baki looked downward again. Teacher, will he win? Baki had been away from Sunagakure for a while, but he still knew the major news spreading through the shinobi world. The Kagaya clan had rebelled in Kirigakure, and the third Mizukage had been gravely wounded. The Akayama clan had rebelled in Sunagakure, and hundreds of clan shinobi had ambushed Rasa only to be killed by him instead. I never thought the Akayama clan would commit such treason, and even sell out the village's intelligence. The reason the village fell into such a disadvantage against Kirigakure before must have had a lot to do with them. Disgusting to the extreme. Good thing teacher hid his strength. He's really strong. I wonder if I'll ever be able to reach that level. The moment Rasa appeared, the faces of Jinin Akabino, Kushimaru Kuriere, and Raiga Kurisuke all turned ugly. They stared at him warily. The fourth Kazekage. Jinin's expression grew solemn. You came quickly. Because of that giant summoning beast of yours. For the sake of one disciple, you ran this far alone. Looks like you really do value him. Aren't you afraid that you made it here, only to never make it back? Or do you think that because you wiped out the Akayama clan, you no longer need to fear the 7 ninja swordsmen? We're not the same as those people. That technique of yours and Yatagarasu too won't be nearly as effective against us. Jinin Akabino was deeply wary, but after mentally analyzing Rasa's abilities, some of his tension eased. He even began to feel that this might be an opportunity. A chance to kill Rasa. 3 against 1. No, soon enough, 4 against 1. The advantage is mine. Join my Patreon to read free public release chapters and stay 1 chapter ahead at no cost. And paid members can get more advanced chapter. Search this link on Google/internet, https://www.com/cw/inkvale_. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Who said I can only manifest fodder? 1150 words to shinobi of our level. Fodder soldiers do matter, but not all that much, unless there are enough of them to become truly overwhelming. But there are 3 of us, and soon there'll be 4. Split between us, the numbers definitely won't be too high. And in a situation like this, Yatagarasu's role is much smaller. Thought after thought flashed through Jinin Akabino's mind. The methods Rasa used to defeat the Akayama clan will have extremely limited effect on us. Which means the ones likely to win. If we can kill Rasa here, it'll be an enormous achievement. With merit like that, I could directly become the leading candidate for the next Mizukage. At that thought, Jinin's heart began pounding. This Rasa. His eyes narrowed. It looks like his success against the Akayama clan has made him overconfident. The moment he heard his disciple was under attack, he rushed here alone. He thinks too little of the 7 ninja swordsmen. As soon as Jinin finished speaking, he barked. Together. That technique that manifests fodder soldiers, and that summoning beast too, won't be much use against us. Kill him, and Kirigakure's disadvantage will be reversed on the spot. Kushimaru Kuriere did not hesitate. The instant Jinin finished speaking, he charged first. Using the long sword Nuabari like a spear, he thrust violently toward Rasa's body. Jinin Akabino raised his blunt blade and swung toward Rasa from the side. Meanwhile, Raiga Kurasuke stayed slightly farther back, channeling chakra into his paired lightning blades. Soon, fierce electricity began to gather around them. Just as all three attacks were about to strike Rasa-Sand Soldier manifestation. At once, all three of them sensed an overwhelming danger. The same thought rose in each of their minds. If their attacks landed, they might indeed injure Rasa, but if they failed to stop now, then the result awaiting them would be death. The three had no choice but to break off their attacks and force themselves to turn back. Then their eyes widened. Because behind them, 6 towering golden figures had appeared out of thin air. They were tall. Almost gleaming. 2 behind each of them. 6 in total. And the aura coming off those golden sand soldiers was immensely powerful. They were definitely not mere fodder. This is the fodder Rasa manifests with that technique. What kind of fodder is this? Could Rasa really manifest hundreds of soldiers like these? Impossible. This has to be another technique. Similar in nature, maybe, but these manifested sand soldiers are far stronger. There must be a limit to their number. Maybe only 6. Even so, the realization instantly sank the hearts of Jinin and the others. Because the situation was no longer what they had imagined. Hundreds of fodder soldiers would not have posed much of a threat to them. But 6 soldiers this powerful absolutely could. Rasa leaped lightly, withdrawing from the center of their encirclement and landing outside it. The 6 sand soldiers enclosed Jinin Akabino, Kushimaru Kuriare, and Raiga Kurasuke within their formation. In an instant, the situation reversed. At Rasa's command, all 6 sand soldiers charged at once. Each held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. 2 sand soldiers against each of the ninja swordsmen. In terms of numbers, they held a clear advantage. And under Rasa's control, the sand soldiers moved with perfect coordination. For a moment, all 3 ninja swordsmen fell into a bad spot. High in the sky, Baki's eyes lit up. So this is teacher's technique. It doesn't seem like the 3rd Kazekage ever had a jutsu like this, so teacher developed it himself. That means teacher's strength really has surpassed the 3rd Kazekage. Jinin Akabino's face darkened. He raised his blunt blade and hacked at one sand soldier. The sand soldier lifted its shield and blocked. Jinin raised the hammer in his other hand. Can you still block that? My blunt blade can break anything. But Jinin seemed to have forgotten something. He was facing not one sand soldier but 2. The moment he focused all of his attention on one, the other took the opportunity to circle behind him. A point of cold light struck first. Then the spear thrust like a dragon. The instant the sand soldier's spear pierced into Jinin Akabino's body, he let out a shriek. His whole body jerked upward. Spear of the 1,000 years of death. A streak of red suddenly appeared. Jinin whirled around and glared at the sand soldier with eyes full of murderous rage, then turned that same hatred toward Rasa. That attack had nearly frightened the soul out of him. But very quickly, he had no choice but to pull back his attention. Because the next wave of attacks from the 2 sand soldiers was already upon him. On the other side, Kushimaru Kuriare relied on his superior agility and speed, constantly shifting and weaving. A wire connected to Nuibari wrapped around the 2 sand soldiers. Kushimaru grinned. But in the very next moment, he realized something was wrong. The wire had indeed wrapped around the 2 sand soldiers, and thanks to its sharpness it had begun to cut into their bodies, but after sinking to a certain depth it stopped. One sand soldier looked at Kushimaru, released its shield and spear, and grabbed the wire with both hands. Then it yanked hard in its own direction. Kushimaru's expression changed immediately. A terrifying force surged through the sword in his hand. It wasn't him who had trapped the enemy. It was the enemy who had trapped him. Now he had only 2 choices. 1. Continue pulling and overpower the sand soldier. 2. Abandon his blade. But if he abandoned Nuabari, then what would he have left? Without his sword, his strength would plummet. Against two Sen soldiers, victory would become even more impossible. In the short exchange just now, Kushimaru had already judged it clearly. These Sen soldiers were not weak. Far from it. They were strong. He can manifest Sen soldiers this powerful, this is already beyond any normal clone technique. Kushimaru gritted his teeth. And he manifested 6 at the same time. What kind of ninjutsu is this? How strong is Rasa, exactly? The two sides continued to pull with immense force. Soon, Kushimaru realized something very important. He was flesh and blood. In a tug-of-war like this, his hands were already burning with pain. But the San soldiers felt no pain at all. This was never a fair contest. And just then, Kushimaru saw an even more despairing sight. The second San soldier also released its shield and spear and joined the tug-of-war. Join my Patreon to read free public release chapters and stay one chapter ahead at no cost. And paid members can get more advanced chapter. Search this link on Google/internet, https://www.com/cw/inkvale_chapter 76, chapter 76, Black Ho-Raiga Falls. 1,201 words. One San soldier alone had already made things miserable enough for Courier Kushimaru. With 2 of them on him at once, he did not even need to think to know how this would end. Someone help me. At that moment, Kushimaru regretted more than anything his earlier decision to entangle the San soldier. It was practically the same as delivering himself into the enemy's hands. He first looked toward Jinin Akabino. Only to see Akabino clutching his backside, his face twisted with humiliation and fury. So Kushimaru turned to Black Ho-Raiga instead. Of the 3 of them, Raiga was clearly in the best shape. The San soldiers contained a large amount of metal. And because of that, lightning release naturally had a certain restraining effect on them. In this world, lightning release was one of the 5 basic chakra natures, but compared to the others, it possessed more than a few advantages. The hydrification technique. Daidara's bombs. Both were countered by lightning release. Holding a blade in each hand, Black Ho-Raiga's eyes flickered when he heard Kushimaru's shout. Then he raised one of his swords. Lightning release. A bolt of lightning surged violently toward the San soldier, pressuring Kushimaru. But before it could hit, a net woven from gold dust rose up in front of it. It absorbed the lightning directly, then guided it into the ground. Lightning release had some advantage over metal. But by the same logic, Rasa could also make use of metal's conductivity to redirect the electricity. The 2 San soldiers suddenly yanked hard. A thin red line instantly opened across Kushimaru's palm. The pain made him stumble. Seeing himself about to be dragged forward, he hurriedly let go. At once, the Nuabari, the longsword, sewing needle, fell into the San soldier's hands. With a thought from Rasa, the soldier threw the sword toward him, then picked up its shield and spear before charging Kushimaru. Even while armed with his blade, Kushimaru had already been pushed onto the back foot. Now that he had lost it, his strength fell sharply. There was no way he could stand against 2 Sen soldiers. All he could do was struggle to hold them off. His defeat was only a matter of time. Akabino grew anxious. Raiga, if you don't stop holding back, we're all going to die here. Hearing that, Raiga's expression hardened. He shot Akabino a resentful look, clearly blaming him for the situation they had ended up in. They were supposed to be here to bully some brat from Sunagakure and vent their anger. But Akabino had insisted on dragging things out. And sure, he had dragged it out long enough for Sunagakure's real monster to arrive. Not only had Rasa come, but his strength had far exceeded all their expectations. Even after hearing about the Hongshan clan incident, none of them had imagined this. 6 Sen soldiers of such power, summoned all at once. And he had not even used Yatagarasu yet. The 3 of them were already being suppressed. Rasa himself had barely even made a move. How were they supposed to fight that? Then it has to be me. Black Ho-Raiga took a deep breath. The next instant, a massive amount of chakra gathered. Lightning release, dragon tornado. A dragon formed from lightning suddenly appeared high in the air. It absorbed the electric glow from the Kiba blades and became almost like a living creature as it looked down upon the battlefield. An overwhelming pressure spilled out. Raiga pointed toward Rasa. Rasa lifted his head. A mass of gold dust gathered into a net, one end linked to a golden pillar. And at that exact moment, Black Ho-Raiga bared his teeth in a grin. The lightning dragon, which had been charging toward Rasa, suddenly changed direction. At terrifying speed, it shot toward the two Sand soldiers flanking Kushimaru and pierced straight through them. But it did not stop there. It rushed onward toward the two Sand soldiers facing Akabino. A feint at Rasa. The real targets were the four Sand soldiers. The violent surge of lightning blasted through them, and for an instant, all four bodies stiffened. Akabino seized the chance, flashing to Kushimaru's side. Lightning release Kiba. Raiga launched another electric strike, forcing back the two Sand soldiers in front of him. But just as he prepared to turn and flee, his face changed violently. Because he realized his legs would not move. At some point, two streams of gold dust had wrapped tightly around them, binding him in place. This time, the one smiling was Rasa. You thought I fell for it. But what you didn't know was that I let you think I had. Compared to those two, you were the one I wanted dead first. Thanks for the opportunity. Yatagarasu. High above, Yatagarasu let out an excited cry. The next moment, one explosive egg appeared overhead directly above Black Ho-Raiga. As if sensing something, Raiga looked up. Then he saw it. A huge white, oval-shaped explosive egg. He struggled frantically as lightning crackled around him. But it was useless. There was no time left. All Black Ho-Raiga could do was stare at the falling explosive egg in despair, utterly helpless. A tremendous explosion erupted. The ground shook violently. Countless rocks and grains of sand blasted outward. And mixed into the explosion was one final curse from Black Ho-Raiga, filthy to the bitter end. When the dust settled, a massive crater had appeared in the earth. The twin swords of Kiba lay scattered nearby. And at the very center, Black Ho-Raiga's corpse lay motionless. Burned black like charcoal. A trace of relief flashed through Akabino and Kushimaru's eyes. After all, the one who had died was not them. But almost immediately, both their faces turned ugly. In this situation, did they still have any chance to survive? This Rasa is too cunning. And where the hell is Hozuki Kumo already? Akabino cursed inwardly. Then, all at once, he seemed to see something, and his eyes lit up. Kushimaru, move. Kushimaru froze. Don't hesitate. This may be our only chance. Kumo is here, we need to create an opening for him. Before he had even finished speaking, Akabino charged forward. Kushimaru clenched his teeth, and could only follow. The Sand soldiers were a step behind. Just one step. But only one step was enough. The spears in their hands would pierce straight through Akabino and Kushimaru's bodies the instant either of them slowed. But now, the two of them could no longer care about that. Rasa, die. Akabino raised his blunt sword high overhead. Beside him, Kushimaru formed hand seals at high speed as he ran. The two of them threw everything into drawing Rasa's attention and buying Hozuki Kumo an opening. But suddenly both men froze. Because they saw that one of Rasa's eye sockets had gone pitch black, like a hollow abyss. The eyeball that should have been there. Join my Patreon to read free public release chapters and stay one chapter ahead at no cost. And paid members can get more advanced chapter. Search this link on Google/internet, https://www.com/cw/inkvale_chapter 77, Chapter 77, Compound Ninja Art, Byakugan Reconnaissance Technique. 1159 words, The Eye of Detection. According to Kirigakure's previous intelligence on Rasa, aside from his magnet release and control over gold dust, one of his most important abilities was the Eye of Detection, a technique that allowed him to move one of his eyes outside his body. With it, he could gain vision from multiple angles. But at a time like this, did he sense what we were trying to do? Where did he hide the eye? A chill ran through Akabino. He hurriedly scanned the area around them. He spotted something resembling an eyeball and immediately signaled to Kushimaru. Kushimaru reacted at once, redirecting his jutsu toward it. But before the attack could strike, a mass of gold sand appeared and wrapped the eyeball tightly, completely blocking Kushimaru's ninjutsu. That's enough. Seeing that, Akabino let out a breath of relief. So Rasa really did sense something was wrong, which is why he suddenly used the Eye of Detection. But my reaction was faster. The moment the eye appeared, I had Kushimaru attack it. Rasa had no choice but to defend it with sand. And once he does that, the eye's vision is blocked. He won't be able to see Hozuki Kumo approaching from behind. Akabino shouted even louder, trying to drag Rasa's attention toward himself. Kushimaru pulled out two kunai and lunged at Rasa. Both of them believed they had fully drawn Rasa's focus, and that the Eye of Detection had been neutralized. There was no way Rasa could still see Hozuki Kumo, who had approached from behind while suppressing his presence. But Byakugan. What neither of them knew was that the eye Rasa had detached was not an ordinary eye.
It was a Byakugan. The Byakugan could see through objects, see over great distances, and possessed nearly 360 degrees of vision. And this particular Byakugan had awakened after Rasa obtained Otsutsuki bloodline power. There were no compatibility issues whatsoever. The moment it opened, he could use it perfectly. The gold dust wrapping around it could not obstruct the Byakugan's sight in the slightest.
Rasa felt that the Byakugan and the Eye of Detection technique were simply a perfect match. The Eye of Detection amplified the Byakugan's effectiveness. And the Byakugan amplified the Eye of Detection in return. Together, they granted Rasa a field of vision broader even than that of a Hyuga main branch shinobi. Then I'll call it Compound Ninja Art, Byakugan Reconnaissance Technique. The entire battlefield lay within Rasa's vision, including behind him. A silent figure had appeared there, dressed in dark blue shinobi garb. Both hands gripped the hilt of a blade, its cleaver-like edge unmistakably belonging to Hiramakari. At that moment, the suddenly arrived Hozuki Kumo was bringing the blade down in a vicious arc toward Rasa. It worked. Joy flashed in the eyes of both Akabino and Kushimaru. If that strike lands, even if Rasa doesn't die, he'll be gravely wounded. This 3-on-1 is over. Rasa loses. Hozuki Kumo may not have much of a brain, they thought, but there's no denying he's stronger than Black Horaigu, especially with a strike like this. For the first time, the tension in their hearts eased. At the start, no one had imagined the battle would develop into this. They had only come to bully some junior shinobi from Sunagakure. Yet Rasa had come in person. And too quickly. The distance from Sunagakure to this place was not short. A normal shinobi could never have arrived so fast without exhausting a huge amount of stamina and chakra. But Rasa had. Without even breathing hard. That giant summon. So that's its doing. It can not only produce explosive eggs, but also travel at incredible speed across long distances. That's exactly what Kirigakure is lacking. The current battlefield is just too far from Kirigakure. Otherwise, even with Fuguki Suikaizen's defection and the Kagaya clan's rebellion, things wouldn't have become this bad. Hozuki Kumo remained expressionless, eyes fixed only on the blade in his hands. It was about to hit. Then suddenly, without the slightest warning, Rasa moved one step to the side. Just one step. But that single step was enough. Rasa avoided Hozuki Kumo's strike perfectly. Rasa had dodged. But Akabino and Kushimaru could not. The two sand soldiers caught up. Their spears drove straight through both men's bodies. Because the pair had poured all their power into diverting Rasa's attention, neither had any strength left to evade the attack from behind. The instant they saw Rasa take that one step, they understood. It was over. He knew from the beginning. He did it on purpose. He pretended not to notice, made us waste all that attention, effort, and strength trying to distract him. So the sand soldiers could strike us easily. A bitter smile appeared on both faces. The spears pierced into them, punching through flesh and organs alike. Then they were pulled out again. Blood poured from the wounds like a broken floodgate. But how did he know? That movement, it was like he could see it happen. But how could he possibly have seen it? Akabino looked up into the air. Rasa's detached eye was still tightly wrapped in gold dust. It was sealed so completely there was no way it could see outside. And Kushimaru's technique had not yet fully dissipated. He doesn't have the Byakugan. Akabino could not understand. Akabino and Kushimaru collapsed one after the other. The sand soldiers raised their spears again and drove them down once more, punching fresh holes into the corpses. Only after confirming the two were completely dead did they stop. Meanwhile, the other two sand soldiers had already launched themselves at Hozuki Kyumo. Hozuki Kyumo's face darkened. It had been supposed to be reinforcements. Supposed to be many against one. Supposed to be an ambush. But the moment he arrived, everything had fallen apart. The ambush had failed. Akabino and Kushimaru had dropped the instant he entered. Black Ho-Raiga was nowhere to be seen, meaning he had either fled or was already dead. What remained was a straightforward one-on-one between himself and Rasa. Hozuki Kyumo was indeed a blade fanatic. But he was no fool. Still, things had already come to this point. Hiramakari release. In an instant, the entire blade of Hiramakari shone brightly. It was the effect of chakra condensed to an extreme degree. A ball of light slowly formed over the weapon. Holding Hiramakari, Hozuki Kyumo pointed the glowing sphere toward Rasa. The light sphere shot forward. But before it could reach Rasa, a figure stepped in front of him. One sand soldier. The sphere slammed into it with a violent crash. Half the sand soldier's body was blown apart. Yet it still stood firmly in place. Hozuki Kyumo's pupils shrank. Two spears came at him from the left and right. Add to library and please send Power Stones Chapter 78, Chapter 78, first 1203 words, hydrification technique. Hozuki Kyumo turned the struck portions of his body into water, avoiding the damage, then leaped high into the air. The sand soldiers attacked again. But once more, he dissolved the impacted parts with the hydrification technique. A flicker passed through Rasa's eyes. As expected of the hydrification technique. A secret art of the Hozuki clan. It may not be a Kekkai Genkai, but compared to one, it loses nothing. Clearly, the number of sand soldiers utterly overwhelmed Hozuki Kyumo. And each of them possessed half of Rasa's strength. Yet by relying on the hydrification technique, he had avoided every physical strike. But those sand soldiers had already fought for quite some time. They had taken damage, and the chakra sustaining them had been heavily depleted. They did not have much battle time left. Still, it's enough. Magnet release. At Rasa's command, a large amount of gold dust appeared. It did not gather into a solid form. Instead, it spread through the air around Hozuki Kyumo like a thin mist. Like a cloud of water vapor, only much finer. Hozuki Kyumo frowned, unable to understand what Rasa intended. But he learned soon enough. Rasa suddenly jumped down into the nearby crater. When he emerged, there were two swords in his hands. Hozuki Kyumo's heart tightened. Rasa had already begun feeding chakra into the blades. Lightning flickered. Even though he had only just gotten the swords, even though he was completely unfamiliar with them, Rasa still had one advantage Black Ho-Raiga had not. Gold dust. Gold dust was metal. And metal conducted electricity. The next instant, the gold dust drifting around Hozuki Kumo suddenly condensed into fine lines. Those lines wrapped toward him. Their other ends led back toward Rasa. Rasa lifted the blades in his hand and brought them close to the lines. Hozuki Kumo's pupils contracted violently. Inwardly, he cursed Black Ho-Raiga. In an instant, a powerful electric current surged through the lines of condensed gold dust and shot into Hozuki Kumo's body. His hydrification technique was broken on the spot. 6 spears struck from 6 different directions at once, piercing Hozuki Kumo's body in midair. Blood spilled from the wounds. The sand soldiers let go. Hozuki Kumo's body dropped heavily to the ground. It hit hard. The next moment, the sand soldiers vanished. The spears embedded in Hozuki Kumo disappeared as well, leaving behind only the bleeding holes. Rasa glanced at the kiba blades in his hands. These swords actually pair rather well with my abilities. Metal conducts electricity. He tucked the kiba blades at his waist, then picked up Hiramakarei, the blunt sword, and Kushimaru's longsword, gathering all 4 together. After that, a mass of gold dust appeared and wrapped up the corpses of Hozuki Kumo and the other 3. Another stream of gold dust rose beneath Rasa's feet, carrying him swiftly into the sky. Maki's emotions were running wild. He had been on the brink of death, already drowning in despair. Yet not only had he been saved, he had witnessed Rasa kill 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist by himself. Those were the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kirigakure's top elite shinobi. Every one of them was an elite jonin. On the front lines, they had each placed enormous pressure on Tsunagakure. And Rasa had killed 4 of them alone, without suffering so much as a visible wound. Taking on the entire elite force of the Hongshan clan by oneself was shocking enough. Taking on 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen alone was no less astonishing. Sensei is too strong. Rasa looked at Maki. Hold tight. We're heading back. Yes, Sensei. Then Rasa stepped onto Yatagarasu's back. Yatagarasu let out a cry and beat its wings. In the blink of an eye, it shot dozens of meters forward. Rasa glanced back once at the corpses of Akabino and the others. So the 7 ninja swordsmen didn't die to might die after all. They ended up dying to me instead. But the reason was the same. In the original story, they bullied the weak and picked on Might Guy's group. And now they bullied the weak and targeted Maki. Only the dead are slightly different. The ones still alive now are Fuguki Suikazan, Juzo Biwa, and Munashi Jinpachi. Black Ho-Raiga replaced the Jinpachi who should have died. But that part doesn't matter. What matters is that this haul is enormous. First, 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were dead, severely weakening Kirigakure. Second, 4 ninja swords had fallen into his hands, an undeniable boost to Tsunagakure's strength. And beyond that, the corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen themselves were useful. Human bodies could be made into puppets. Sasori of the Red Sand could do it. By all logic, Chio should be able to as well. The corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen counted as first-class material. What a pity Samahata wasn't among them. But if Samahata had been here, I might not have won so easily. Yatagarasu flew at incredible speed. Before long, it vanished into the sky. Only then did a Kirigakure shinobi squad finally arrive. But aside from the wreckage covering the ground, there was nothing to be seen. A weak voice rang out. The group turned. A tiny, strangely shaped summon crawled out from the corner, trembling with fear. They hurriedly questioned it. What happened here? Where are Lord Akabino and the others? The summon looked terrified. They're dead, they all died. The shinobi's pupils shrank violently. All dead? How is that possible? Who killed them? That was for members of the 7 ninja swordsmen together enough to conquer a small country. Even a Kage-level expert would find it troublesome to face several of them at once. It was Rasa. Tsunagekyu's 4th Kazekage, Rasa. I saw it with my own eyes. Lord Raiga, Lord Kushimaru, Lord Akabino, and Lord Kumo all died at Rasa's hands. He summoned 6 incredibly powerful sand soldiers. Lord Kushimaru was quickly pushed down, and had his blade taken. Lord Raiga tried to support him, but Rasa found an opening, bound him with gold dust, and had the sand soldiers pierce him through. After that, Lord Akabino and Lord Kushimaru worked with Lord Kumo to launch a surprise attack, but it failed. Lord Akabino and Lord Kushimaru were killed on the spot. Lord Kumo held on for a while with the hydrification technique, but Rasa picked up Lord Raiga's Kiba blades and used them to counter his water body. Lord Kumo was killed by the sand soldiers too. The 4 ninja swords and the 4 lords' corpses were all taken away by Rasa. I'm telling the truth. In an instant, every face in the squad turned ghastly. The deaths of 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were, for a Kirigakure already in bad shape, nothing less than another disaster piled on top of calamity. All they could feel was the sky had collapsed. This must be reported to the Mizukage-sama immediately. Join my Patreon to read public release chapters and get 1 chapter ahead for free. Paid members can read more advanced chapters. Continue reading here /inkvale_chapter 79. Chapter 79. Rasa's choice for a puppet master. 1238 words inside the Kirigakure army, the remaining officers' moods had sunk to the lowest point imaginable. Within the village's ninja army, below the Mizukage himself stood the 7 ninja swordsmen. Veteran elders like Genji coming personally to the front lines to command as true overall leaders was actually very rare. Kirigakure had never worried about that before. Under the Bloody Mist policy, the village had no shortage of talent. And with the ninja swords as well, Kirigakure could always ensure the existence of multiple top-tier elite jonin. Even after Fuguki Suikaizen's defection, there had still been 6 left. Even after Jinin Akabino's death, there had still been Kushimaru, Raiga, and Hozuki Kumo. But this time was different. 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had died at once. And all at Rasa's hands. Tsunagekyure would learn of this before the Mizukage did. When that happened, what would Tsunagekyure decide to do? And what was the Kirigakure army supposed to do now? What do we do? At that moment, a figure stepped forward. From here on, I will assume command of the army. The officers all turned to look. What they saw was a short young man with cropped green hair. Karatachi Yagura. Yagura produced a document. This is a secret letter Mizukage-sama entrusted to me earlier. If the front line were to suffer a major crisis, then I am to become the commander of the ninja army. From this moment on, the entire army will obey my orders. The officers were doubtful. Yagura had indeed shown talent. But compared to the 7 ninja swordsmen, his reputation still fell short by quite a lot. And beyond that, Yagura had no experience leading an army. Still, his relationship with the 3rd Mizukage really was close. Yagura handed over the secret letter, and the officers passed it around one after another. When they were done, they exchanged glances, then all looked back at Yagura. We greet Commander Sama. In truth, they could all tell that the so-called handwritten letter from the 3rd Mizukage was not quite right. But in the current state of the Kirigakure army, Yagura stepping forward to claim command meant that he was also taking all responsibility onto himself. If the army ran into trouble, then the blame would fall on Yagura. The guilt would be Yagura's. These officers did not possess such ambition. Nor did they possess that much courage. So after realizing that, even though they knew Yagura had most likely forged the letter, they were still willing to cooperate. No one would reject a scapegoat. Compared to the possible benefits of taking the post, the punishment that might come with it was far greater. Becoming the commander of the ninja army at a time like this was not a good thing. But for Yagura, it was a gamble. An opportunity like this was once in a lifetime. If he succeeded, he would rise in fame and status in a single leap. And Yagura had confidence in his own ability. In personal combat, he was no weakling. With his water mirror technique alone, he could force a stalemate against most shinobi. And when it came to commanding, he had confidence there as well. "Commander-sama, what should we do next?" The officers raised the question, but their true purpose was simple: force Yagura to make the first major decision as quickly as possible. Once he did, if the Kirigakure army later ran into problems, it would truly have little to do with them anymore. Everything would rest on Yagura. Withdraw first. We fall back into the land of fire. After returning to Sunagakure, Rasa first tossed Maki back into the village, then went home. He pulled out a one-eyed eye patch and covered his Byakugan. Then he put the 4 ninja swords away. Only after that did he take the 4 corpses of Jin and Akabino, and the others and head for Chiyo's residence. Kazekage-sama. It was the same maidservant as before. The moment she saw Rasa, she hurriedly bowed, opened the door, and stepped to the side to let him pass. Rasa gave a slight nod. Chiyo was sitting by a pond, fishing. "Senior Chiyo." "Kazekage-sama." Rasa raised a hand. Immediately, the mass of gold dust floating high above dropped rapidly toward the ground. It landed. The gold dust scattered, revealing 4 corpses. Or rather, 3.5. Black Ho-Riga's body had been reduced to charred black ruin by Yatagarasa's explosive egg. It could barely be called complete. Chiyo's pupils contracted sharply. "The 7 ninja swordsmen. Kazekage-sama, what is the meaning of this?" Rasa replied evenly, "Not long ago, I received Maki's distress signal. He said Kirigakure shinobi were pursuing him, so I rode Yatagarasa to rescue him. The ones surrounding him were these 4. So I killed them. The reason I brought their corpses back is because I want you, Senior Chiyo, to use them as materials and turn them into puppets. You should be capable of that, yes. These 4 count as exceptional materials. The puppets made from them surely won't be weak. They can add to Sunagakure's strength." Sunagakure lacked puppet masters. And even more than that, it lacked excellent puppet materials. But Chiyo was still stuck on the fact that 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had been killed. These were not ordinary shinobi. Even among elite jonin, the 7 ninja swordsmen were considered outstanding. And because they had fought together for so long, the coordination between them was tremendous, allowing them to display even greater power. Rasa had fought 4 of them alone. Defeated them alone. Killed every last one of them alone. And he did not even appear injured. How had he done it? Even with the Hongshan clan incident already forcing her to re-evaluate him, Chiyo now found that Rasa's strength once again exceeded her expectations. "Senior Chiyo, can it be done?" Rasa asked again. Only then did Chiyo finally come back to herself. "But Kazekage-sama, if these 4 corpses are turned into puppets, who do you intend to have use them? Do you have anyone in mind, Senior Chiyo?" Chiyo thought for a moment. Among the younger generation of Sunagakure's puppet masters, only Mukade is fairly decent. Rasa's brow lifted slightly. He remembered the name Mukade. And not favorably. In the original storyline, the men had used the power of the dragon vein to travel to ancient Roran. That was not the important part. The important part was this: before going to the dragon vein, Mukade had been a missing nin of Sunagakure. And after the Hongshan clan incident, Rasa's disgust for traitors had only deepened. Is there anyone else? Other than Mukade, the rest are fairly ordinary in talent. Suddenly, Chiyo seemed to think of something. There is one more. Hongshan Lai. Chiyo said, back then, Hongshan Lai once took the puppet master aptitude test. His talent was on the same level as Mukade's, possibly even better. But because his clan did not support it, he gave up. But talent like that doesn't simply disappear. Give him a little time, and he'll catch up quickly. This time, Rasa did not hesitate. After all, Hong Shanlai was as loyal to Sunagakure as Uchiha Itachi had been to Konoha. Join my Patreon to read public release chapters and get one chapter ahead for free. Paid members can read more advanced chapters. Continue reading here /inkvale_chapter 80, chapter 80, Yagura. I will save Kirigakure 1211 words at the same time, as Sunagakure intelligence shinobi rushed to the front lines at top speed. Lady Pakura. What is it? This is a secret letter from Kazekage-sama for you. Pakura took it and opened it. The moment she read the contents, her eyes widened. Jinin Akabino, Black Ho-Raiga, Hozuki Kyumo, and Kushimaru are all dead. My husband's strength has already reached this level. One-on-one, Pakura feared none of the 7 ninja swordsmen. But she also could not deny their strength. If she had to face several of them at once, the one who would fall into trouble would undoubtedly be her. And killing all of them in a one-against-many battle would be even harder. Facing the 7 ninja swordsmen is not the same as facing the Hongshan clan. Yatagarasa's role would be much smaller. But Pakura did not dwell on it for long. Because this was good news. Rasa had won. Akabino and the others were dead. For Sunagakure, this was a tremendous victory. And on top of that, it gave the frontline Sunagakure army a perfect opportunity. With Akabino and the others gone, Kirigakure's army was not only greatly weakened in strength, but had also become leaderless. And even if Kirigakure tried to send a new commander, there was no way one could arrive immediately. That time gap was Sunagakure's chance. Pass down my order. The whole army advances. Pakura gathered the officers. Yes, Lady Pakura. At Pakura's command, the entire assembled Sunagakure army moved at once, surging rapidly toward the Kirigakure forces. Pakura herself stood at the front. Thinking of all the recent changes in Kirigakure, she could not help showing a strange expression. Originally, Sunagakure's overall strength had been significantly inferior to Kirigakure's. The sudden disappearance of the third Kazekage. The disappearance of the genius Sasori of the Red Sand. Then, at the very start of the war, Iwagakure had hit Sunagakure hard. Konoha had raided and harassed them. Even Kusagakure and other minor villages had come to pick at the borders like scavengers, dragging Sunagakure to the absolute bottom. When the rumors began spreading that Sunagakure's higher-ups intended to sell her out, Pakura had even thought that perhaps accepting Kirigakure's conditions and forcing a withdrawal might have been one option for the village. But who would have thought before Sunagakure had truly done anything, Kirigakure had already hacked itself apart several times. Fuguki Suikaizen's defection. The Kagaya clan's rebellion. And now this. Instead of properly remaining within the Kirigakure army and commanding the front lines, Akabino and 3 other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had run off to kill an isolated Maki. Only to end up as the truly isolated ones. They had not even managed to kill Maki before Rasa arrived in support and killed all 4 of them. Now Kirigakure only has 2 7 ninja swordsmen left. 1 against 2, I fear nothing. In terms of ordinary shinobi, Kirigakure no longer has the advantage. And now, even in elite shinobi, Kirigakure no longer has the advantage. From today onward, the advantage belongs to Sunagakure. A smile appeared on Pakura's lips. For years, the atmosphere in Sunagakure had been unbearably oppressive. And for Pakura, even more so. The stronger one was, the heavier the burden. At every moment, she had felt as though a great weight were pressing down on her shoulders, making it hard to breathe. But now that weight had suddenly vanished. Those fools Akabino and the others. They took for people to kill Maki and still couldn't manage it. If even a couple fewer had gone, Kirigakure's situation would not have become this terrible. After securing his position as commander, Yagura immediately ordered the Kirigakure army to retreat. But Sunagakure's response was just as swift. The Kirigakure army withdrew, yet not fast enough. Some Kirigakure shinobi were caught by the pursuing Sunagakure forces. Scorch release, extremely steaming murder. Pakura flashed past one Kirigakure ninja, and took his life in an instant. In the next breath, the man shriveled into a dried corpse, eyes bulging, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The Sunagakure shinobi grew excited, and even their strength seemed to rise by 30%. Seeing that, Yagura clenched his teeth. "I'll hold them off. The rest of you, go." Then Yagura turned back. Water release, water mirror technique. A mirror formed from water appeared, and within it emerged the reflections of multiple Sunagakure shinobi. By forcing himself without regard for chakra consumption, Yagura managed to slow the pursuing Sunagakure army somewhat. Only when the Kirigakure forces finally crossed into the land of fire into an area where Konoha shinobi were already known to be active did Pakura order the Sunagakure army to reduce its speed. There were several reasons. First, they were unfamiliar with the terrain here. It would be easy to fall into a trap laid by the Kirigakure army. Second, this was already the land of fire. And recently, the relationship between Sunagakure and Konoha could not be called good by any stretch. Under the third Kazekage, Sunagakure and Konoha had long been enemies. And not long ago, Konoha had clearly harbored intentions towards Sunagakure as well. Third, the desert environment favored Sunagakure shinobi. The terrain of the land of fire did not. Seeing that the Sunagakure forces had stopped pressing so fiercely, Yagura finally let out a small breath. If only we could ally with Konoha. If only we could form an actual alliance. But right now, Konoha would probably only agree if I offered that thing. That thing would greatly increase Konoha's strength. Hesitation flickered in Yagura's eyes. For Kirigakure, what would be better? To order the Kirigakure army to retreat directly back to the village. Or to trade that thing to Konoha, form an alliance with them, and let Konoha's strength increase. If I were the Mizukage, what would I choose? Yagura sank into thought. After a long while, he gritted his teeth, and looked toward the Sunagakure army, a harsh light rising in his eyes. Kirigakure has already suffered such a huge loss at Sunagakure's hands. If we simply retreat back to the village like this, we'll become the laughingstock of the entire shinobi world and gain nothing. In that case, we might as well gamble. If Konoha grows stronger, Iwagakure will naturally be the one to deal with them. That strength won't immediately threaten Kirigakure. As long as Sunagakure is crushed, then the Kirigakure army can withdraw back to the village. And by then, even if Konoha's ambitions expand, and they want to threaten Kirigakure, it won't be easy. After all, there's still a vast sea between us. And on the soil of the land of water, Kirigakure's water release shinobi can perform at their absolute peak. No one wants to fight Kirigakure shinobi on their home ground. Mizukage-sama should agree with that. This time, Yagura did not make the decision himself. He handed the choice back to the third Mizukage. Very soon, the third Mizukage received news from the front line. He read a single glance and coughed up blood in fury. Join my Patreon to read public release chapters and get one chapter ahead for free. Paid members can read more advanced chapters. Continue reading here /inkvale_. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, The Uchiha, Konoha Must Die. 1257 words Sunagakure. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. The third Mizukage's eyes burned with savage hatred. The 7 ninja swordsmen were one of Kirigakure's greatest assets. First, Sunagakure had secretly colluded with Fuguki Suikazan, leading to his defection. And now, 4 more of the 7 ninja swordsmen had been killed outright, dealing Kirigakure another catastrophic blow. That meant Kirigakure had now lost 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen in total. No matter how deep Kirigakure's reserves of talent were, they could not endure losses like this. And it was not just 5 shinobi they had lost. The swords had been lost along with them. Samahata had gone with Fuguki Suikazan. And this time, the blunt sword, the twin swords, the long sword, and the lightning swords had all been taken by Rasa without exception. That meant that even if Kirigakure had Jonin capable of filling the vacant spots, without the swords, they would never reach the true level of the 7 ninja swordsmen. They would fall far short. And what about Sunagakure, now that it had obtained those 4 blades? They're all trash. To lose 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, just trying to kill one Maki and still fail to kill him. They died for nothing and even delivered the swords straight into Sunagakure's hands. The third Mizukage was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Kirigakure had already been in bad shape to begin with. Now, after a blow like this, what was the village supposed to do next? For the first time, the third Mizukage began to understand how Rasa had felt before. But compared to Kirigakure's future, what worried him even more was the present state of the front lines. Without Tongchao Jinin and the others, what would happen to Kirigakure's army under the pressure of Sunagakure's forces? With that anxiety in mind, the third Mizukage opened the second letter. Yagura. His gaze flickered slightly. Forging a secret message to seize command. I have to admit, that took some quick thinking. And not one of those officers realized it. More likely, some of them did realize it, but chose not to expose him. They couldn't handle the frontline situation themselves, so they wanted Yagura to take the blame for it. A bunch of cowards with no sense of responsibility. Yagura's move may stabilize the Kirigakure army for now, but against Sunagakure, they'll still be at a disadvantage. Kirigakure itself still needs Genjutsu to hold the village together. My injuries are too severe. I won't recover any time soon. And Munashi Jinpachi also has to remain in the village. In that case, let Juzo Biwa end the pursuit mission and return to the front lines first. Yagura's actions made the third Mizukage breathe a little easier. At the same time, they also struck him as far too bold. He forged an order in the Mizukage's name. If I really chose to pursue this, it would be a capital offense. But his motives were for the village's sake. That spares him the death penalty. Still, a crime is a crime. Once the war is over, punishment must be handed down. He continued reading. Yagura is proposing an alliance with Konoha. He has a way. The third Mizukage narrowed his eyes. But he didn't even say what method he intends to use. Not even to me, the Mizukage. Could this brat have some special connection with Konoha? And if we ally with Konoha, will it really help Kirigakure, or end up harming us instead? The third Mizukage fell into deep thought. But the choices before Kirigakure were only 3. The first was to prepare for a long period of disadvantage, and wage a drawn-out war against Sunagakure. Just like Sunagakure had done before. The difference was that the third Mizukage did not have a system like Rasa's. The second was to admit defeat outright and withdraw to the land of water. But under those circumstances, Sunagakure would never let the matter rest. Kirigakure would also have to prepare for war reparations. The third option was to ally with Konoha. The first and second outcomes were both unacceptable to the third Mizukage. Why should Kirigakure, after once holding such an overwhelming advantage, now be forced to compromise and admit defeat to Sunagakure? As for an alliance with Konoha, if Konoha truly agrees, it doesn't seem like it would do Kirigakure any greater harm than the other 2 choices. Before long, the third Mizukage wrote his reply and approved Yagura's proposal. Under his orders, a Kirigakure intelligence shinobi sped toward the land of fire as fast as possible. The instant he received the reply, Yagura set out alone for Konoha. A Kirigakure shinobi. Yagura requests an audience. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly. What would someone from Kirigakure want with Konoha? Recently, Hiruzen had begun to feel the pressure ease just a little. The Uchiha rebellion had dealt Konoha a heavy blow. Seizing that opportunity, Iwagakure's forces had already pushed deep into the land of fire. And Konoha still had to keep diverting manpower to suppress the Uchiha rebels. There was no helping it. If they did not, the Uchiha rebels would continue harassing Konoha. Even though Konoha had controlled the spread of the rumors fairly well, some voices still remained. As Hokage, the third failed to deal with the Uchiha issue properly. And to that, Hiruzen had no real answer. because he was indeed the Hokage. If anything happened in the village, there was no way for him to avoid responsibility. But as the Kagaya clan rebellion and the Hongshan clan rebellion came to light, those criticisms gradually lessened. After all, the number of rebelling shinobi clans was no longer just one. And Konoha was no longer the only village to suffer rebellion within its ranks. People began to feel that perhaps this was a problem with the era itself. I really cannot understand what goes on in those Uchiha heads. Faced with the tremendous pressure of Iwagakure's army, Hiruzen had once tried to withdraw the personnel assigned against the Uchiha. But the moment Konoha pulled them back, the Uchiha harassment began again. It had forced Hiruzen to send those Konoha shinobi right back out. Do the Uchiha hate Konoha that much? As expected, the Uchiha are evil by nature. After thinking for a while, Hiruzen nodded. Let him in. I want to see how exactly he plans to convince me. But in Uchiha Yashiro's eyes, this had nothing to do with hatred. It was much simpler than that. As long as Konoha remained alive, the Uchiha would never have good days ahead. If this war ended while Konoha was still standing strong, the Uchiha would inevitably face a disastrous future. A clan, even a great clan like the Uchiha, and especially a crippled one, could not realistically stand against a major shinobi village unless someone of Uchiha Madara's level appeared among them. Because of that, Yashiro was willing to pay a certain price if it meant allowing Iwagakure to inflict even greater damage on Konoha. Only if Konoha falls can the Uchiha live. Otherwise, once the war ends, there won't be a single place left in the entire shinobi world for the Uchiha to stand. Even if we join another shinobi village, we would only be living under someone else's shadow. It would be no different from Konoha. Join my Patreon to read public release chapters and get one chapter ahead for free. Paid members can read more advanced chapters. Continue reading here /Inkvale_chapter 82, chapter 82, the second rumor begins. 1239 words. Kazekage-sama, this is. Lai arrived at the Kazekage building and froze for a moment as he looked at the scroll Rasa handed him. Only then did Lai accept it, still looking confused. Rasa smiled faintly. Don't be so tense, Lai. I heard you took a puppet master aptitude test before, and your results were quite good. The moment he heard that, Lai's expression dimmed. That was his sore spot. He had clearly possessed strong talent as a puppet master, but because his father had offended the wrong people, he had been targeted by his own clan. Not only had he been blocked from becoming a puppet master, even his path as a shinobi had been far from smooth. I consulted Elder Chiyo. With your talent, if you're willing to work hard, you can make up for the lost time. You can still become an excellent puppet master. Lai's eyes lit up instantly. Really, Kazekage-sama? With Elder Chiyo's attainments in puppet mastery, do you still doubt it? Rasa patted Lai on the shoulder. Lai, you are one of the village's meritorious shinobi. One of its hero shinobi. I want to see your talent fully realized, so you can contribute even more to the village. That is what I expect from you. Inside that scroll is a puppet. Train hard. I hope to see you master it as soon as possible, then take it to the battlefield and kill those damned Kirigakure shinobi, earning yet more glory for Sunagakure. Lai looked down at the scroll in his hands. The next moment, he straightened his back. Yes, Kazekage-sama. I will do everything in my power. Watching Lai's departing figure, Rasa slowly withdrew his gaze. Chiyo's speed in producing puppets had been even faster than he had expected. That meant she had long since possessed experience in this field, and not just a little of it. Added to that were the many materials she had accumulated over the years without creating new puppets. So she had managed to complete one very quickly. It was none other than Tongchao Jinin. With this puppet, Lai's upper limit rises considerably. And if his talent really is as good as Chiyo says, then Sunagakure will have gained yet another talent. Rasa glanced toward the corner of the room. Two ninja swords rested there. Hiramakiri and the lightning swords. As for the blunt sword Kabutawari and the long sword Nuibari, Rasa considered their overall value somewhat limited. Given Tsunagekyu's current situation, there was no shinobi in the village who could truly wield them to their fullest. By contrast, in the hands of the puppet Tongchao Jinin and the puppet Kushimaru Kuriere, those two swords would likely be far more effective. A puppet Tongchao Jinin wielding the blunt sword, and a puppet Kushimaru wielding the longsword, even if they were somewhat weaker than in life, they would still not be far off. For now, however, Rasa had not handed the blunt sword to Lai yet. No matter how loyal someone was to Tsunagakure, even as loyal as Uchiha Itachi had been to Konoha, rewards still had to be given step by step. In truth, Rasa had an idea. Since Kirigakure had built the 7 ninja swordsmen around their 7 blades, then Tsunagakure could also build a corresponding elite squad centered around puppets. Truly gifted puppet masters were hard to find. But puppet masters of average talent, Tsunagakure had no shortage of them. With some sorting, it would not be difficult to pick out a few decent candidates. Even if those puppet masters were not especially strong themselves, as long as their puppets were powerful enough, the combined result could still be formidable. And if a puppet master's individual combat ability truly fell short, a dedicated guard squad could always be formed specifically to protect them. The key point is that I can now confirm Chiyo truly possesses the technique for human puppets. This type of puppet saves an enormous amount of rare materials. It lowers the cost of high-grade puppets. Of course, lowering the cost did not mean reducing it to something trivial. Many necessary materials would still be required. As for Hiramakarei and the lightning swords the lightning swords suit my abilities quite well. Gold dust and lightning are an excellent combination. They can push my offensive power to an even higher level. Rasa retrieved a wooden box. Chiyo had sent it over together with the puppet scroll. Inside were 2 sheaths. He had asked Chiyo to prepare them specifically for the lightning swords. The lightning swords were not 1 blade but 2. Rasa slid the swords into the sheaths and fastened them at his waist. Then he turned toward the mirror and studied himself for a few moments. With those twin swords at his side, his entire bearing seemed to shift subtly. He looked sharper. More dangerous. Hiramakarei. Rasa immediately thought of the ideal wielder. Hiramakarai's core strength came from killing intent made real through slaughter. The more enemies its wielder killed, the greater the power it could unleash. And if the question was who on Tsunagakure's front lines possessed the highest killing power, if Pakura dared claim second place, then no one would dare claim first. With Hiramakarei, Pakura's sustained combat power and explosive force will both rise. There is only one thing to watch out for. The Hozuki clan possesses a special summoning scroll that can call those swords back. That means the ninja swords cannot remain far from their users for too long. Rasa summoned Maki. Maki, you will personally deliver Hiramakarei. I'll assign a squad to accompany you. Yes, sensei. Maki nodded heavily. I will deliver Hiramakarei safely into my teacher's wife's hands. The moment he left the village, Maki traveled at full speed. Before long, he reached the front lines and delivered Hiramakarei to Pakura. Standing by the window, Rasa quietly calculated. Tsunagakure's advantage over Kirigakure is already quite substantial. In terms of ordinary shinobi, Tsunagakure holds the advantage. In terms of top-tier shinobi, even Juzo Biwa and Munashi Jinpachi together would not be Pakura's match. It should not take long now to defeat Kirigakure. I can already start thinking about how Kirigakure should compensate us. Suddenly a figure rushed into the room at high speed. Kazekage-sama. Rasa turned toward the doorway. Has something happened? Ebizo's expression was grave. Kazekage-sama, bad news. Kirigakure and Konoha have formed an alliance. Konoha shinobi have already joined the Kirigakure forces. Rasa froze. With Konoha in its current state, they still dare meddle in Kirigakure's affairs. They still dare support Kirigakure. Ebizo shook his head. I have confirmed it. There are indeed Konoha shinobi within Kirigakure's army, and among them are members of the Nara clan. Rasa's eyes flickered. Most Nara shinobi were valued not for shadow possession itself but for their minds. It was a clan more famous for intelligence than for ninjutsu. Within the Land of Fire, if Kirigakure received tactical help from Nara shinobi familiar with the local terrain, then the Kirigakure army's condition truly could improve. Instead of using this chance to kick Kirigakure while it's down, Konoha actually chose to help them. I was still lacking inspiration for a new rumor. But now it seems I no longer need to keep thinking. The second rumor has just chosen itself. Join my Patreon to read public release chapters and get one chapter ahead for free. Paid members can read more advanced chapters. Continue reading here /inkvale_chapter 83, Chapter 83, Konoha sold out the Hyuga clan. 1162 words. With that thought, Rasa looked back at Ebizo. Ebizo, when do you think Kirigakure and Konoha began their alliance? Ebizo blinked. Just now, isn't it? Rasa shook his head. I suspect Konoha and Kirigakure reached an alliance long ago. Otherwise, Konoha would never have stationed forces at the borders of the Land of Wind in the first place. And I also obtained an important piece of intelligence before, inside Kirigakure, a man named Ao has appeared with the Byakugan. That Byakugan was most likely Konoha's gift to Kirigakure. Ebizo's pupils shrank. Konoha gave the Byakugan to Kirigakure as a gift. Rasa nodded. That is the intelligence I received. It won't be wrong. Ebizo's gaze shifted rapidly. Ever since the era of shinobi villages began, Konoha has valued the Byakugan immensely. And the Hyuga clan has always treated the Byakugan as something that absolutely cannot be allowed to leak out. They even created the caged bird seal because of it. How could they possibly hand it over just to form an alliance with Kirigakure? Would the Hyuga clan ever agree to that? Then what was the point of creating the caged bird seal in the first place? Rasa glanced at him. And what if this was never something the Hyuga clan agreed to at all? Ebizo showed a look of disbelief. Then it was a decision made solely by Konoha's higher-ups. For Konoha to treat the Hyuga clan like that. Isn't that a bit too much? But then again, perhaps it isn't beyond them. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would never have been driven to that point. They knew they would lose. They knew they would die. And yet they still rebelled. Even a man like Uchiha Gen died. A village like that is not worthy of trust or loyalty. Rasa continued, I suspect the Kagaya clan rebellion is connected to this as well. Everyone knows that the Kagaya and Hyuga clans have been on good terms for generations. Under normal circumstances, if the Hyuga clan had truly agreed to hand over a Byakugan, then it most likely would have gone to the Kagaya clan. But Ao is not a Kagaya. Which means the Kagaya very likely learned some part of the truth. Fearing that the Kagaya would reveal the matter to the Hyuga clan, Kirigakure's higher-ups killed the relevant Kagaya or used some other method to silence them. And that was what finally triggered the Kagaya clan rebellion. Ebizo fell silent for a while. Kazekage-sama. What you're saying is highly plausible. That is, if this Ao of Kirigakure truly possesses the Byakugan. I never imagined Konoha could do something like this. Hiruzen Sarutobi, it seems I judged him correctly all along. For the sake of profit, he'd do anything. A shameless rat. Kazekage-sama, what would you like me to do? Rasa let out a cold snort. Since Konoha insists on involving itself in our war with Kirigakure, then we'll reveal the truth behind their alliance to the world. Let the entire shinobi world see their true faces. And let's see how the Hyuga clan reacts to it. Do as before. Spread the information throughout the shinobi world. Focus especially on the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Ebizo nodded. Yes, Kazekage-sama. The rumor you spread, the evil Hiruzen Sarutobi, the greedy Kirigakure, and the betrayed Hyuga clan, has begun spreading. Current remaining activation points, 1. After activation, the rumor's persuasive effect will increase, and its spread will generate points. Activate this rumor. Activate. Activation successful. Along with the mechanical notification, Rasa watched the system panel. The points, which had not moved for quite some time, finally changed again. The third Mizukage received word that Konoha and Kirigakure had formally completed their alliance. At once, he let out a breath of relief, and for the first time in a long while, a faint smile appeared on his darkened face. I never expected Yagura to actually pull it off. But the next moment, he frowned again. What price did Yagura offer them? With Hiruzen Sarutobi's temperament, he wouldn't agree so easily. Especially not when Kirigakure is in such a poor position. Yagura, meanwhile, had no idea how wary the third Mizukage was of him. Yagura knew only this: through his own efforts, Hiruzen Sarutobi had finally agreed to the alliance, and had even dispatched quite a few shinobi to support Kirigakure. With their familiarity with the terrain of the Land of Fire, they had already provided Kirigakure's army with considerable assistance. Gradually, Kirigakure's forces had stabilized. And once Jizobiwa returned, perhaps they could even launch a counterattack. I'm sorry, Sensei. I handed your research results to Konoha without your permission. But it was all for the village. I believe you'll understand. Inside the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the document in his hand with a subtle expression. I didn't expect Kirigakure's research into Jinchuriki and tailed beasts to have reached this level. It surpasses even the Uzumaki clan in some respects. They achieved something neither Lady Mito nor Kushina has been able to do. This will be of tremendous value to Konoha. Allying with Kirigakure may indeed earn Konoha another enemy in Sunagakure. But it is worth it. As for Sunagakure's strength, it's only that much. Kirigakure has simply had terrible luck. It first suffered several major internal problems of its own. And no matter how strong Rasa is, how could he compare to Minato? Hiruzen had immense confidence in Namikaze Minato's strength. Minato is absolutely stronger than Rasa. Following the alliance, Kirigakure shinobi had gone to Konoha's army, while Konoha shinobi had gone to Kirigakure's army. The number exchanged on both sides was the same, yet both sides had grown stronger. Because the abilities of the two villages were fundamentally different. Once combined, new possibilities emerged and that translated directly into greater combat power. That left both the Sunagakure army and the Iwagakure army looking grim. I never imagined Kirigakure would actually ally with Konoha. One Sand shinobi cursed outright. Those shameless Konoha bastards. We never provoked them in the slightest, yet they took the initiative to make themselves our enemy. The Uchiha rebellion was a good thing. The Iwagakure shinobi were just as displeased by the sudden appearance of Kirigakure's allies, because it meant they had to devise entirely new battle strategies. By contrast, both the Kirigakure and Konoha shinobi were in excellent spirits. Sunagakure was only lucky. Kirigakure will win it all back. And just as the Konoha-Kiri alliance was reveling in its success, a new rumor began spreading quietly through the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Konoha sold out the Hyuga clan, gave the Byakugan to Kirigakure, and used it to form an alliance. The moment one Hyuga shinobi heard it, his expression changed. Join my Patreon to read public release chapters and get one chapter ahead for free. Paid members can read more advanced chapters. Continue reading here /Inkvale_chapter 84, Chapter 84, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Utter Nonsense. 1,188 words. Under normal circumstances, that Hyuga shinobi would never have believed such a rumor. But this one was far too detailed. Detailed enough to feel real. Back then, a main family member really did die on the battlefield against Kirigakure. And because of that, our Hyuga clan even apologized to the village and asked for forgiveness. We admitted it was our mistake that the Byakugan had been lost, and that it had brought trouble to the village. At the time, the village even blamed the Hyuga clan for it. And now, Konoha has suddenly formed an alliance with Kirigakure. To begin with, I already found that alliance strange. The Hyuga shinobi furrowed his brow deeply. Kirigakure's situation was terrible. An alliance with them could hardly bring Konoha much benefit. If anything, Kirigakure stood to gain much more. But if Konoha's higher-ups had already allied with Kirigakure long ago, then it all makes sense. Over a dozen Hyuga shinobi gathered together. What do you all think? How likely is it? One younger Hyuga spoke first. I don't think the possibility is small. Otherwise, why would Konoha suddenly ally with Kirigakure out of nowhere? A middle-aged Hyuga added, the death of that main family member was suspicious from the start. Ordinarily, Hyuga main family members do not take missions or go to the battlefield. But that time, it was insisted that the main family send someone. It was almost as though without that one main family member, the operation would fail. And then that main family shinobi stepped onto the battlefield for the first time, only to walk straight into a Kirigakure ambush. It felt as though Kirigakure had already known in advance where he would be and had set the trap beforehand. An elderly Hyuga, his eyes slightly red, spoke next. That time, it wasn't only that one main family member who died. Once the nearby branch family Hyuga learned of his situation, they all rushed over as well. And then, they all died at the hands of Kirigakure shinobi. In all these years, that was the single greatest loss the Hyuga clan has ever suffered. The Hyuga clan's situation was a special one. On the battlefield, they were typically positioned more as intelligence shinobi than frontline attackers. It was not that the Hyuga lacked strength. Rather, their capabilities in intelligence work were simply too exceptional. No matter how many tricks the enemy used, the moment a Hyuga opened the Byakugan, their arrangements became meaningless. Everything would be laid bare in a single glance. Add to that the unique nature of the Byakugan itself, lose one, and it was truly gone forever. That had a far greater impact on Konoha's army than losing an ordinary shinobi. Under those conditions, the Hyuga clan's casualty rate had always been much lower than that of other shinobi clans. But that one incident had been an exception. As these Hyuga shinobi gathered together, outrage began to spread through the group. Still, compared to the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga had far more moderates. But this is still only a rumor. It may not be true. It could easily be a deliberate fabrication. After all, Konoha and Kirigakure have only just formed their alliance. Whether it's Iwagakure or Sunagakure, neither of them would want to see that happen. And Iwagakure is especially good at rumors. The flyers last time proved that. A Hyuga across from him let out a cold snort. A fabrication? And who exactly can fabricate details so lifelike? I don't believe it. And Konoha's alliance with Kirigakure came far too suddenly. If there's nothing behind it, I won't believe that either. Then a middle-aged Hyuga raised another point. Doesn't the rumor also say that this was one of the reasons behind the Kagaya clan rebellion? Whether it's true or false, all we need to do is verify it with the Kagaya clan. The Kagaya and the Hyuga have been close for generations. The others exchanged glances and felt that made sense. Though with the current situation, establishing contact with the Kagaya won't be easy. Under Kirigakure's pursuit, no one knows where they fled. That's not something for us to worry about. The clan head should have a way. No matter what, the rumor had shaken the hearts of most Hyuga shinobi. And that, one way or another, had already begun affecting the battlefield. Especially those Hyuga shinobi Konoha had sent to the Kirigakure army as support. Yagura frowned. What is wrong with these Hyuga shinobi? They're all carrying themselves with their noses in the air, and everything they do is half-hearted. Do they look down on Kirigakure? Do they think I won't report this to Konoha's higher-ups? If they're not afraid of Kirigakure, are they not even afraid of Konoha? If not for the alliance with Konoha, and for Ao having been brought back to the village by Elder Genjutsu, and thus being unfit to appear on the front lines, why would I need to rely on the Hyuga's eyes? Kirigakure has its own Byakugan. Yagura was thoroughly displeased with those Hyuga shinobi. At that moment an intelligence shinobi hurried over. Commander Sama. What is it? The intelligence shinobi immediately relayed the rumor involving the Hyuga clan. Yagura's face turned pale. Only now did he understand why those Hyuga shinobi had been behaving the way they were. Utter nonsense. This rumor did not actually hurt Kirigakure all that much. But Yagura knew very well if the Hyuga clan believed it, then the alliance between Konoha and Kirigakure would inevitably run into serious trouble. Not a small problem. A major one. Either the Hyuga clan would rebel just like the Uchiha had. Or even if they did not, the fracture it caused would still be severe. Either way, for Kirigakure in its current state, neither outcome was acceptable. That Hyuga main family shinobi was clearly killed by Kirigakure's own skill in battle. How did it suddenly become the credit of Konoha's higher-ups? The intelligence shinobi below could not help asking, "Commander-sama, what should we do?" Yagura came back to himself and glanced at him. Absolutely. Yes, Commander-sama. But Yagura knew that, in truth, there was not much Kirigakure could do here. At its core, this was not really an issue between Kirigakure and the Hyuga clan. It was a matter between the Hyuga clan and Konoha. The key lay with Konoha's higher-ups. More specifically with how Hiruzen Sarutobi intended to handle it. And it even drags in the Kagaya clan, saying they rebelled for the Hyuga's sake. Are the Kagaya and Hyuga really that close? If they truly were, then what about all the Hyuga who died fighting Kirigakure before? Were those deaths fake? Yagura looked into the distance, toward Konoha's direction. At that same time, Hiruzen Sarutobi also received word of the rumor. His face darkened immediately. And this time, who is spouting nonsense? When have I ever sold out the Hyuga clan? What does the death of that Hyuga main family shinobi have to do with me? Join my Patreon to read public release chapters and get one chapter ahead for free. Paid members can read more advanced chapters. Continue reading here. com/inkvale_chapter 85, Chapter 85, Danzo is utterly incompetent. 1151 words. The person spreading these rumors is despicable. Hiruzen Sarutobi loathed the rumormonger to the bone. Especially because this rumor, once again, involved him directly. The previous rumor about the Uchiha had already left Hiruzen furious. He had done nothing, and yet an enormous pot of blame had been dumped straight onto his head. When the Uchiha clan rebelled, there had even been people saying he had driven them to it. Driven them to what, exactly? The matter of Uchiha Kagami aside. Uchiha Do died. Who killed him? Danzo did. Uchiha Gen died. Who killed him? Very likely Danzo again. For a moment, a suspicion Hiruzen had long kept buried surfaced once more in his heart. Had Danzo secretly pushed the Uchiha rebellion from the shadows on purpose, just to damage his standing and take his place as Hokage? Hiruzen knew very well that Danzo had always wanted the position of Hokage. And now it was happening again. He had never done anything to the Hyuga clan, and yet somehow he had become the man who sold them out. Sold out the Hyuga. Gave the Byakugan to Kirigakure. All to secure a ceasefire agreement. Even if Konoha's situation had been poor at the time, it had not been poor enough for something like that. And more than that, there was simply no way he would ever trade the Byakugan to Kirigakure for peace. Who could it be? A string of names passed through Hiruzen's mind. Iwagakure. Tsunagakure. The Kagaya clan. Even the Uchiha clan. What is the Hyuga clan's reaction? The shinobi below answered, Hokage-sama, some Hyuga shinobi have indeed been influenced by the rumor. However, they have not taken any extreme action. They are not like the Uchiha were back then. Hiruzen nodded, his expression easing slightly. The Hyuga clan has more sense than the Uchiha clan, at least. Hiruzen summoned an Anbu shinobi. Call Koharu to me. Yes, Hokage-sama. Not long after, Koharu arrived. Koharu, you've heard about the rumor involving the Hyuga clan by now, I assume. Koharu nodded. I don't know which shameless bastard is spreading lies about Konoha again. The winds of the shinobi world have truly gone rotten. Such low methods, one after another. The shinobi world was never like this in the past. Koharu's disdain for the rumor maker was obvious. Hiruzen cut him off. There's no point saying that. Whether they target Konoha or not, what matters is how we respond. The route is now in your hands. I know very well what kind of organization Danzo built over decades. Koharu, you must uncover the source of the rumor as quickly as possible. Koharu showed a troubled look. Hiruzen. I'm afraid that may not be possible. Not possible. Koharu replied, Hiruzen, there's something you don't know. Root's current condition is actually quite poor. There are barely any shinobi in it worth mentioning. It simply can't accomplish much. Danzo ran it for so many years, and this is all he left behind. Frankly, I'm disappointed in him. This is not the level one should expect from Togurama-sensei's disciple. Hiruzen, why not give me some shinobi? I'll build Root properly from the ground up. Once that's done, investigating rumors like this will be no problem at all. Hiruzen. A flicker of disappointment passed through his eyes. He did not know every detail of Root's internal state, but he knew enough. There was no way it was as bad as Koharu claimed. If Koharu genuinely thought Root was this useless, then there could only be one explanation: Danzo had handed over a fake Root. And Koharu had actually believed it. The village cannot spare any extra shinobi right now. Koharu, do your best with what you have. I'll assign the investigation of the rumors to ANBU. Root can handle another task. What task? Watch the Hyuga clan. I do not want to see a repeat of what happened with Uchiha Do and Uchiha Gen. The Hyuga clan cannot be allowed to suffer unexplained deaths, especially not of the sort that raises suspicion. Hiruzen's gaze turned cold. If they die, then they can only die at the hands of Iwagakure or Sunagakure. Koharu nodded. Hiruzen, don't worry. I won't let the Hyuga clan act recklessly, and I won't let them die for no reason. Watching Koharu leave, Hiruzen's face darkened once more. So this is how you obey the Hokage's orders. Openly respectful, secretly defiant. You kept the real Root under your private control. What exactly are you planning? And Koharu, he's even more incompetent. He couldn't even tell what Root's real condition was. And he actually thought Danzo was the incompetent one. Unbelievable. Hiruzen was deeply disappointed in Koharu. He had never noticed it before, mostly because Koharu had never been placed in charge of anything truly important or critical. But now, with one real test, the result had become clear at once. His ability simply was not enough. Not that Koharu was less capable than an ordinary shinobi. Rather, in Hiruzen's eyes, compared to himself and Danzo, Koharu fell far too short. Send for the Hyuga clan head. Not long after, the Hyuga clan head arrived. Hokage-sama. Before Hiruzen, the Hyuga clan head kept his posture extremely respectful and humble. And before Hiruzen could even speak, the man took the initiative. I have already heard of the rumor involving the Hyuga clan. It is nothing more than a complete fabrication, a ploy by other shinobi villages to sow discord within Konoha. The most likely culprit is Iwagakure. The last time they scattered those flyers, they deliberately mentioned the Hyuga clan as well. But the Hyuga clan will absolutely not fall for such tricks. I will keep my clansmen under proper control. That attitude pleased Hiruzen greatly. Still, something about it felt vaguely familiar. When the earlier rumor about the Uchiha clan had spread, Uchiha Yamakaku had made the very same assurances to him. And yet, in the end, the Uchiha had still rebelled. You've done well, Yamatsubaki. You were not swayed by the rumor. That puts my mind at ease. But merely restraining your clansmen is not enough. The rumor itself must still be investigated. There will certainly be some within the Hyuga clan whose thoughts have been stirred by it. What we need to do is not simply silence them. It is to make them understand that this is only a rumor. I do not wish to see another Uchiha incident. Hyuga Yamatsubaki nodded heavily. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan will never do such a thing. I am not like Uchiha Yamakaku. I will not lose control of my clan. On that point, Hyuga Yamatsubaki was extremely confident. After all, the Hyuga clan possessed the caged bird seal. Join my Patreon to read public release chapters and get one chapter ahead for free. Paid members can read more advanced chapters. Continue reading here /Inkvale_chapter 86, chapter 86, the Kaguya testify the rumor is true. 12:05 words the moment Hyuga Yamatsubaki returned home, Hyuga Hayashi came to see him. Hyuga Hizashi came as well. Though they were brothers, their statuses were worlds apart. One belonged to the main house, exalted and untouchable. The other belonged to the branch house, lowly as a servant. Yamatsubaki gave a slight nod. What is it? Father, have you heard the rumor about the Byakugan? Come to the study. Yamatsubaki took the lead and walked toward the study. Hayashi and Hizashi followed behind him. The moment they stepped inside, Hayashi could no longer hold back. Is what that rumor says true? Yamatsubaki frowned. Hayashi, why would you think that? Because it's suspicious, isn't it? Hayashi said, before you returned, I spoke with some clan members who came back from the front lines. All of them felt there was something deeply wrong with this matter. With Konoha's current situation, there was no need at all to form an alliance with Kirigakure. For Konoha, the disadvantages clearly outweigh the benefits. And besides, members of our main house had never been sent that deep into the front lines before. Only that one time, and then that member was killed by Kirigakure, and the Byakugan was taken. And there's also the Kaguya clan. Their relationship with Kirigakure hadn't deteriorated to that extent before. Yamatsubaki looked at Hayashi in disappointment. Konoha's alliance with Kirigakure is something Hokage-sama considered himself. Is it your place to sit here indulging in wild speculation? It is true that the Kaguya and Hyuga clans have been friendly for generations. But we serve different villages and different masters. During the war between Konoha and Kirigakure, it's not as though the Kaguya never killed Hyuga. Why would they fall out with Kirigakure for the sake of our Hyuga clan? If they turned against Kirigakure, it was for their own sake. Hayashi still looked unconvinced. Father, then are you saying everything in that rumor is false? Not necessarily. That only confused Hayashi further. Yamatsubaki looked at him, shook his head, and said, whether it's true or false, the matter has already happened. As the head of a ninja clan, what we must consider is not right and wrong. We must consider what course of action benefits the clan the most. Isn't the Uchiha clan's example right there in front of you? Have you still not seen clearly enough? After that rebellion, what has become of the Uchiha now? Wandering outside, homeless, lives hanging by a thread. And the few left in the village live like prisoners. Only Uchiha Shisui has been given some special leniency, and can move about with relative freedom. And there is also Uchiha Obito, who only escaped that fate because he was Namake's Minato's disciple and because he was a fringe figure within the Uchiha to begin with. Hayashi, at your age, you should be thinking more maturely. Hayashi fell silent in thought. Father, do you mean that the Hyuga clan cannot leave Konoha, so everything we do must be based on that premise? Yamatsubaki raised a brow. That's right. It seems you finally understand a little. In that case, let me ask you, what do you think we should do next? Hayashi thought for a moment. First, we should make our stance clear to Hokage-sama. We must show that the Hyuga clan will always stand on the same front as the village and set his mind at ease. Second, we must ensure that something like this never happens again. In other words, from now on, members of the main house must never be sent to the front lines again. We should even refuse missions that require them to leave the village. Third, we need to control the situation within the clan, and not make the same mistake Uchiha Yamakaku did. A smile finally appeared on Yamatsubaki's face. Now you're starting to look like the future head of the Hyuga clan. In the world of adults, there is no such thing as so much right and wrong. Everything we consider must revolve around the survival of the Hyuga clan, and the interests of the Hyuga clan. I'm giving you two a task. Go calm the clan members. Do not let them do anything extreme. If necessary, use the caged bird. The moment those words fell, Hisashi's expression changed sharply. Because Hayashi was the one who used the caged bird and he, Hisashi, was the one who bore it. Only after speaking did Yamatsubaki realize what he had said. But as a father, he still could not bring himself to lower his pride and apologize to Hisashi. Hayashi left with the task. Those Hyuga clan members who had returned from the battlefield had not even gotten the chance to speak to ask clan head Yamatsubaki to verify the matter with the Kagaya clan before they received Hayashi's answer first. The rumors are false. This was our own Hyuga clan's failure. That main house member was too careless and fell into Kirigakure's trap. And the branch house member at the time failed to protect him properly. But this was not the answer every Hyuga ninja wanted. Not even a verification. One Hyuga ninja said, "Why not ask the Kagaya clan?" Seeing that Hayashi and Hisashi had failed to settle the situation, Yamatsubaki stepped forward himself, his face dark. The matter has already been decided. What exactly are you all still questioning? This is the enemy's scheme to sow discord. Can't you see that? Do you really have to fall for it and let yourselves be used like weapons before you're satisfied? What benefit is there in harming the Hyuga clan and harming Konoha? Or have you all been bought off? If that's the case, perhaps I ought to use the caged bird seal and investigate properly. The intimidation of the caged bird was too great. The branch house members dispersed almost immediately. Not far away, inside the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Fugaku clicked his tongue. This Hyuga Yamatsubaki, his attitude really is exactly the same as father's back then. But is that really a good thing? If all you do is retreat, if all you do is endure humiliation, what do you end up getting? The Hyuga clan's situation won't be much better than the Uchihas. Sunagakure. Kazekage building. Rasa sat behind his desk and looked at the system panel. The points kept rising but not very quickly. That was within Rasa's expectations. After all he had done so far was have Ebizo spread the rumor. Even though both Iwagakure and Sunagakure's forces were fanning the flames, the effect was still limited. In that case, time to start printing cards. This time, I can design a card game. Something like 3 Kingdoms Kill. 3 Ninja Villages Kill. Just then, Rasa suddenly noticed the speed of the point gain on the system panel surge dramatically. Not long after, he received a report and immediately understood why. The Kagaya clan publicly declared that the rumors about the Hyuga clan are true. That they can testify. A strange expression appeared on Rasa's face. Join my Patreon to read public release chapters and get 1 chapter ahead for free. Paid members can read more advanced chapters. Continue reading here. com/inkvale_chapter 87, chapter 87, You Dare Humiliate the Hyuga clan. 1233 words. The Kagaya clan's public declaration spread across the entire shinobi world at astonishing speed. To begin with, the rumor concerning the Hyuga clan had already spread far and wide. Both Iwagakure and Sunagakure were helping push it. The enemy of an enemy was not necessarily a friend. After all, the relationship between Sunagakure and Iwagakure had once been so bad that no Suna shinobi could forget the days when Iwa crushed them. Too many Suna ninja had died at Iwagakure's hands. But at the very least, for now, their goals aligned when it came to targeting a common enemy. In the land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of wind, people everywhere were discussing it. And this concerned the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan's fame throughout the shinobi world was not much less than the Uchihas. The Byakugan was something every ninja village coveted. That was why Ao had been so confident after obtaining a Byakugan. because once he possessed it, Kirigakure would inevitably value him highly. He would not rank below any genius, perhaps not even below the 7 ninja swordsmen. When the Hyuga clan and Konoha were involved, most people were bound to take interest. Some stood firmly on Konoha's side. It's all nonsense. No matter how shameless Konoha might be, it wouldn't sell out its own people like this. Offer the Byakugan to Kirigakure just to stop a war. Even Tsunagakure wouldn't do that. How could Konoha? Konoha is at least 100 times better than Tsunagakure. The Akayama clan was practically wiped out, wasn't it? At least the Uchiha are still alive. At once someone else retorted. The Uchiha are still alive because Konoha couldn't wipe them out, not because it didn't want to. The Uchiha are far stronger than the Akayama clan ever was. And besides, what kind of situation are the Uchiha in? And what kind of situation was Akayama in? The Uchiha were persecuted by Konoha without betraying it. The Akayama clan betrayed Tsunagakure first, then tried to kill Rasa, and seize the Kazekage position. Only then were they killed in return. The other side gave a cold snort. So they say something and you believe it. Neither of us knows the truth. All I know is that if I were a ninja, I'd definitely rather live in Konoha. The other men refused to yield an inch. Then I hope you're born in Konoha in your next life so you can get suppressed even when you've done nothing wrong. In truth, everyone was waiting to see how the Hyuga clan would react. Because this rumor was not like the one surrounding the Uchiha. The Uchiha rumor concerned events from long ago. Too much of it was difficult to verify. But the Hyuga rumor concerned something recent. It was specific. Too vivid to ignore. So what would the Hyuga clan do? But nothing happened. Aside from a few Hyuga ninja becoming somewhat more withdrawn, there was no reaction at all. Not even something like the Uchiha's strike. Not even an attempt to seek the truth. That left many people bitterly disappointed. The Hyuga clan is far too soft. They don't even dare investigate. I've never seen anything this spineless. What a waste of their bloodline limit. What a waste of such a clan. They're not worth a single hair on the Uchiha's head. An IWA shinobi looked at the Hyuga ninja opposite him, and mocked him without restraint. So this is what the Hyuga clan amounts to. You're not ninja at all, Yuri Konoha's dogs. Oh, right. The Hyuga clan really are dogs. The branch house are the main house's dogs. The caged bird seal is your leash. And the main house are Hiruzen Sarutobi's dogs. You don't even dare bark loudly. The Hyuga ninja opposite him clenched his fists, so tightly his knuckles turned white. Even his Byakugan looked bloodshot. He glared at the IWA shinobi with naked fury. You insult the Hyuga clan. You deserve to die. The IWA shinobi showed no fear at all in the face of his anger. I'm only speaking the truth. With so many Hyuga in your clan, is there even one who dared investigate what happened to that Byakugan? Kirigakure stole your Byakugan, and you still go on doing work for them. How laughable. That final sentence did not come from the IWA shinobi. It came from Asuna shinobi. More precisely Baki. When it came to hatred for Kirigakure ninja, very few felt it more deeply than Baki. After all, last time, he had nearly died. One young shinobi suddenly surrounded by 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. What kind of situation was that? In Baki's eyes, it was shameless beyond belief. 3 elite jonin. 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Bullying a ninja his age, and all 3 attacking together. They really thought highly of him. Unless one had experienced it firsthand, it was impossible to understand that kind of terror. That kind of pressure. And it hadn't even stopped at 3. Later, Hozuki Kumakiri had appeared as well. He had only survived because he had been rescued in time. If teacher hadn't arrived so quickly, I'd already be dead. Teacher really treats me well. The moment he got word, he must have rushed over immediately without even bringing anyone else. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay that debt even in this lifetime. The Hyuga ninja opposite him glared at Baki, the rage and hatred in his eyes so intense they were almost tangible. At that moment the Kiri shinobi at the side made their move. They knew that if they did not intervene and interrupt Baki now, there was no telling how far the Hyuga ninja's fury might be pushed. Wind release, blade of wind. A blade formed of wind chakra shot from Baki's fingertips toward the Kirigakure ninja ahead. An invisible blade difficult to see. Even Konoha's elite shinobi Gekko Heiate had fallen to this technique in the original timeline. Baki was not yet at his full strength, but the Kiri ninja before him were not strong enough either. No matter what, Baki was still a genius with the potential ceiling of an elite jonin. Before long, 2 Kiri shinobi had already fallen at his hands. But at that moment, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared, as though they had been hiding nearby all along. In an instant, Baki was surrounded. It's because of you that Lord Tongchao Baron and the others died. I'll kill you here and offer your life in apology to the lords. Yet those Kiri shinobi quickly sensed that something was wrong. Clearly surrounded, and yet the fear on Baki's face looked fake. What's going on? Has the little beast gone stupid from fright? But soon enough they found out. A figure appeared behind them. Hiramakari release. A massive sphere of light erupted forward. In an instant, the dozen or so Kiri shinobi who had just arrived were engulfed by the explosion. The Kiri ninja first showed shock, then all of them turned to stare at that Hyuga branch house ninja. You sold us out. But they would never receive an answer. Because the sphere of light had already crashed down on them. The terrifying impact struck their bodies, and along with the impact, they felt another kind of force. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 88, Hiramakari has betrayed Kirigakure. 1109 words. The Kiri shinobi recognized at once where that sphere of light had come from. They knew it too well. After all, they had seen it many times before. Shameless Suna ninja. Using our Kirigakure blade to kill Kirigakure shinobi. You'll be punished for this. Some of the Kiri shinobi even began to hate Hiramakari itself. A blade of Kirigakure actually being wielded by a Suna ninja like this. They were furious, so furious it felt as though they had been violated. But very soon, they no longer had the leisure to think about such things. Because a much more serious problem had appeared. The instant the sphere of light touched them, they felt the moisture within their bodies being drawn out and evaporated at terrifying speed. Their bodies began to shrivel before the naked eye. Their vitality was fading away. The Kiri shinobi's eyes widened, full of disbelief. What is this? Is that really still Hiramakari? Pakura looked at the condition of the Kiri shinobi opposite her, and her brow lifted slightly. Your Kirigakure blades are quite useful. Not only do they possess their own power, but when released, the attacks they create can also carry the properties of my Scorch release, greatly increasing my range and area of attack. It suits me perfectly. I can almost feel Hiramakari rejoicing as well. More than a dozen Kiri shinobi died in a single move from Pakura. Using Baki as bait, they had set a small trap. Their real target, of course, had not been those Kiri shinobi but that Hyuga branch house ninja. With the blind spot of the Hyuga branch house's Byakugan, Pakura had quietly approached and struck. Master's wife. Pakura nodded. Well done, Baki. Baki smiled. It was all your work, Master's wife. I didn't do anything. In front of me, there is no need to be modest. Without you, I wouldn't have had such an easy chance to kill that Hyuga ninja. You are my husband's disciple. That makes you my disciple as well. Suddenly Pakura stopped speaking and turned to look in a certain direction. A figure was rapidly approaching, followed by dozens more. The one in front, Yagura. Pakura narrowed her eyes. After Tongchao Baron and the others had died, Yagura had become the new commander. The two of them had already crossed hands before. Even Pakura had to admit that Yagura's water mirror technique was troublesome. The moment Yagura saw the corpses on the ground, especially that Hyuga branch house member, his face darkened. This was not like losing ordinary Kiri shinobi. Those could be replenished. But a Hyuga ninja. That depended on Konoha sending more over. And Konoha could not endlessly provide Kirigakure with Hyuga shinobi. Especially now, with those recent rumors spreading, the Hyuga were even less willing to support Kirigakure. Which meant replacing even one Hyuga ninja would be extremely difficult. Among the Kiri army, Hyuga ninja were of immense value. Yagura's gaze shifted again, falling on Hiramakari on Pakura's back. His expression darkened further. She had killed Kiri ninja. Stolen one of Kirigakure's blades. And now she was brazenly carrying that blade into battle, using it to slaughter Kirigakure's people. Pakura gestured to Baki. Baki, fall back. Yes, master's wife. Pakura gripped Hiramakari's hilt and drew it. In the next instant, battle erupted. Scorch release. Water release, water mirror technique. A figure identical to Pakura appeared. Not only did it copy Pakura herself, it even copied the Hiramakari in her hands. An identical body. An identical blade. An identical ninjutsu. Even the power was the same. That was the foundation of Yagura's confidence, the reason he could look almost any opponent in the eye and say, "We're 50-50. But as monstrous as the water mirror technique was, it had a flaw. Its chakra consumption was enormous. In a battle of equal intensity, Yagura's chakra expenditure would always be far greater than his opponent's. As expected of Pakura, Yagura could feel the chakra in his body pouring away as if floodgates had opened. My current chakra reserves aren't enough. If only I could become a Jinchuriki. With that and with teacher's research results, I could become something close to a perfect Jinchuriki. The amount of chakra I could use would rise drastically. Even if the water mirror technique consumes more chakra, my opponent still wouldn't outlast me. What a pity. For now, I'll have to let the others assist." Ninja had never truly been a profession of one-on-one duels. Teamwork was the norm. Unless your allies were so weak they only dragged you down. Judging by the time, Biwa Juzo should be arriving soon. If Juzo gets here, then with the two of us together, we might have a chance to kill Pakura and take Hiramakari back. Sunagakure used Baki as bait to make Kirigakure fall into a trap. But hasn't Yagura been doing the same? Using that Hyuga ninja as bait to lure Sunagakure in. It's just that I never expected Pakura to kill so fast. She actually combined Scorch release with Hiramakari's power. That left Yagura deeply displeased. Hiramakari was Kirigakure's blade, yet in Pakura's hands, after only a few days, she was already using it so well. Yagura no longer held back on chakra. He poured everything into attacking and pinning down Pakura, while waiting for Biwa Juzo to arrive. But what Yagura had not expected was that before Juzo reached him, an intelligence ninja would arrive first. Lord Yagura. An intelligence ninja rushed toward them at top speed. What is it? The intelligence ninja spoke quickly. The Kagaya clan has issued a declaration. They claim that Konoha really did betray the Hyuga clan, and handed the Byakugan to Kirigakure. They say that Hyuga main house member's death was jointly orchestrated by Konoha and Kirigakure. They say Kirigakure never wanted a ceasefire, so it proposed harsh terms using the Byakugan as one of the conditions, just like Kirigakure demanded Sunagakure hand over Pakura. But they never expected Konoha would actually agree. They say the Kagaya clan, because of its generations-long friendship with the Hyuga, and because it understood the importance of the Byakugan to the Hyuga clan, clashed with Kirigakure over the matter. They swore it on the Kagaya name. In an instant, Yagura's expression changed drastically. Because he knew that once the Kagaya clan's declaration was made public, it would inevitably deal a massive blow to Konoha. And that blow would certainly drag Kirigakure into it as well. For one brief moment, Yagura lost his grip on the water mirror technique. The fake Pakura shattered instantly. Pakura's eyes lit up. An opening. At once, a huge amount of chakra surged into Hiramakari. Hiramakari release. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, Hyuga Konoha is too shameless. 1123 words. Just as the sphere of light was about to strike Yagura, suddenly, a blade came flying from the distance. A violent collision rang out. Two halves of a blade flew apart. The upper half shot toward a massive boulder. Sparks exploded on impact, and a deep crater was blasted into the stone, but that half of the blade also shattered into countless fragments. The other half flew toward a Kirigakure ninja. The executioner's blade broken. With a single strike, it sank deeply into the Kiri ninja's body. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the one who had just arrived to reinforce them. Biwa Juzo, Lord Juzo. An apologetic expression appeared on Juzo's face. Then he looked toward the other Kiri shinobi. Withdraw. Back at the Kiri army encampment, both Yagura and Juzo wore grave expressions. Yagura's was because of the Kagaya clan's declaration. Juzo's was because of Kirigakure and Fuguki Suikazan. In truth, Juzo did not believe Fuguki had defected. When he pursued Fuguki, Juzo had not been hoping to kill him. He had wanted to bring him back to Kirigakure. Juzo believed there had to be some misunderstanding in the middle of all this. Clear that up and Fuguki could return to Kirigakure. That would be good for Fuguki. And good for Kirigakure. But Fuguki had clearly thought otherwise. Juzo recalled the scene from not long ago. Fuguki had stood on one side of a river. He had stood on the other. He had asked Fuguki to stop and return to Kirigakure with him. But all he received in return was Fuguki's cold sneer. Juzo, I understand what you're thinking. But all I can say is this: you understand the village far too little. And you understand the one sitting in power far too little. But we've both been blinded by the concept of the ninja village for far too long. I only truly understood the shape of this world not long ago. There's no way I'm going back to Kirigakure. And Kirigakure has no place left for me. The moment Butterfly died, the old me died with her. The person standing here now is someone new. I've already figured out what I should do from here on. A village. That's far too narrow. The only pity is that bastard Tong Chao Yubaran didn't die by my hand. Go back, Juzo, don't come after me again. If you remain in Kirigakure, then next time we meet we'll be enemies. But I believe that one day, you too will see the true nature of Kirigakure. Kirigakure is beyond saving. After saying that, before Juzo could reply, Fuguki used a water release technique to force back the Kiri shinobi chasing him. By the time the water subsided, Fuguki's figure had already disappeared once more. Juzo had not pursued him further. Because he had already received Kirigakure's orders. That had only been his final attempt. As he sped back toward the Kiri encampment, Juzo kept thinking about the contents of the Mizuki's order. He found it hard to believe that Tong Chao Yubaran and the others 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen could all die in a single day, in a single battle, at the hands of one man. They were the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kirigakure's top elite. The Mizuki's personal spear. Candidates with the potential to become Mizuki themselves. Is Rasa really that strong? And what Juzo could not understand even more was why Yubaran's group had been isolated there in the first place. Their deaths would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to Kirigakure. And more than that, the prestige of the 7 ninja swordsmen throughout the shinobi world would also plummet. Before, when people heard the name 7 ninja swordsmen, they thought of overwhelming power. They thought of the special abilities of those 7 blades. Now when people heard 7 ninja swordsmen, they would think only of one thing: 4 of them against 1 Rasa. And still they were annihilated. What's the situation? Yagura's eyelid twitched slightly. He had already become commander, and yet Juzo still addressed him by name. But right now, Yagura had no mood to care about that. Have you heard about the Hyuga rumor? The one saying Konoha sold out the Hyuga, and handed the Byakugan to Kirigakure in exchange for an alliance. But as far as I know, it was Kirigakure that sought this alliance with Konoha, not the other way around. Yagura nodded. That's right. Which means it's a rumor one meant to drive a wedge between the Hyuga and Konoha, and then between Konoha and our alliance. Those Hyuga have always been dissatisfied with Kirigakure. That main house member of theirs really did die at Kirigakure's hands. And the rumor described Ao's situation in vivid detail, as though every word were true. Juzo said, but it's still only a rumor. Konoha should be able to suppress it. The Hyuga aren't like the Uchiha. That would normally be true. Yagura's expression turned grim. But just now, I got word that the Kagaya clan has issued a declaration saying the contents of the rumor are entirely true. You know what that means. The significance of the Kagaya clan to the Hyuga isn't ordinary. Juzo's expression turned serious as well. You mean Konoha's alliance with us may collapse? Yagura looked toward the direction of Konoha. The moment Konoha ends its alliance with Kirigakure in its current state, there's no way we'll still be a match for Sunagakure. Sunagakure will definitely press us without mercy. And then we'll become what Sunagakure used to be. The moment he thought of that, Yagura felt his teeth itch with hatred toward Tongchao Yabaran and the others. If not for their sudden deaths, Kirigakure would not be at such a disadvantage now. I wonder what the situation in Konoha is like. Yagura frowned deeply. The entirety of Kirigakure was unsettled because of this news. And their hatred for the Kagaya clan only grew stronger. That Kagaya clan is truly made of beasts. They already defected, and they still have to oppose Kirigakure. Utter nonsense. We absolutely cannot let them go. Once the war ends, we must wipe them out. Kill every last one of them. Erase their clan the way Sunagakure erased the Akayama clan. Even their name should vanish from this world. Just as everyone expected, the moment the Kagaya clan's declaration spread, the Hyuga clan exploded. One Hyuga member clenched his fists tightly. So the rumor was true. Even the Kagaya clan confirmed it. They've been friendly with us for generations. They would never lie to us about something like this. Hiruzen Sarutobi, too shameless. Konoha, too shameless. They even sell out their own people. Chapter 90, The Uchiha and a Request for Alliance. 11 words, then the Uchiha's defection was probably not the Uchiha's fault at all. Konoha was the one in the wrong first. What are we supposed to do now? The Kagaya clan has publicly declared it. This matter has already been confirmed. Konoha sold us out. Are we seriously supposed to keep risking our lives for Konoha? I wonder what clan head Sama will do. The Hyuga ninja all looked toward Konoha. At that moment, one could say that the eyes of almost the entire shinobi world had fallen on Hyuga Yamatsubaki. Everyone was waiting to see what kind of response he would make. Sunagakure. Rasa was not surprised at all when he received the news. Sunagakure was not the only one that did not want to see Kirigakure and Konoha form an alliance. The Kagaya clan wanted the same thing. That was precisely why Rasa had deliberately included the Kagaya clan in the rumor he crafted. He had done it to give the Kagaya a chance to cooperate. And clearly the Kagaya clan had seized that chance. Kagaya-ta stood atop a high place, his eyes flickering. Don't blame me. I have no other choice. Our Kagaya clan's situation is already terrible enough. I never expected that damn third Mizukage to know the hydrification technique. Our operation ended in complete failure. So many clansmen sacrificed for nothing. And besides, Konoha truly hasn't treated your Hyuga clan well. That Byakugan really might have been something Konoha sold to Kirigakure. The better Kirigakure's situation becomes, the worse ours becomes. My Kagaya clan only wants to survive. The Hyuga should understand, shouldn't they? I just hope Sunagakure can utterly crush Kirigakure. A fierce look flashed across Kagayata's face, but it quickly faded into confusion. He felt utterly lost about the future of the Kagaya clan. The shinobi world was vast, but there was nowhere for the Kagaya clan to go. The Kagaya clan and Kirigakure had already become mortal enemies. The moment Kirigakure caught its breath, it would certainly come after them. Kagayata understood the third Mizuki's personality all too well. As for joining another power, he had no such intention. The Uchiha, the Kagaya, the Akayama. Their examples were already right in front of him. What ninja village was truly good? Just then, a figure quickly ran over to Kagayata. Clan head Sama. What is it? There is an Uchiha outside asking to see you. An Uchiha? Kagayata's eyes lit up slightly. When he first heard that the Kagaya clan had defected, he had thought about seeking the Uchiha clan out and forming an alliance with them. If the two joined hands, they would have greater strength. Both were unfortunate brothers in suffering. If they could ally, they could help one another. But the Uchiha had seemed to avoid them. And now an Uchiha had come to them on his own. Take him to the reception room. I'll be there shortly. Yes, clan head Sama. Not long after, Kagayata saw the Uchiha who had come. Just one man. He wore the standard Uchiha uniform. But there was no longer a Konoha forehead protector on his brow. The moment Kagayata entered, Uchiha Tekka's gaze shifted toward him. Uchiha Tekka greets clan head Kagaya. Kagayata nodded slightly. Thank you, senior. Once both were seated, Kagayata asked, Uchiha Tekka, you came to see me. Is there something you want? Senior, I came on Lord Yatsushiro's orders. Tekka rose and said, in today's shinobi world, the ninja villages have long strayed from their original purpose. They oppress ninja clans in every possible way. The Uchiha, the Kagaya, the Akayama. We are all victims. But we must admit that the ninja villages are now too powerful. Far too powerful for these persecuted clans to oppose on our own. Because of that, Lord Yatsushiro believes an alliance between the Uchiha and the Kagaya clan would be a wise choice. I wonder whether Senior has any such intention. Kagayata, of course, did not believe the reason Tekka had given. He knew perfectly well why the Uchiha had only come now. And it left him slightly displeased. But before the larger picture, Kagayata had no intention of exposing that displeasure. Instead, he smiled at Uchiha Tekka. I could not ask for anything more. The ninja villages have already become rotten. They are all wicked things, concerned only with persecuting our clans. That is why all ninja clans across the world ought to unite. The alliance between the Uchiha and the Kagaya clan began quietly. Uchiha Yatsushiro and Kagayata met in person and formally confirmed the alliance between their two clans. Afterward, Yatsushiro picked up a piece of intelligence concerning Konoha. He snorted coldly. Back when the Uchiha had been targeted, Yatsushiro had hoped the Hyuga clan would stand up. Because the Hyuga, too, were one of the clans in Konoha that suffered unfair treatment. But they had not. Not only had they not stepped forward, they had worked especially hard in hunting down the Uchiha rebels. And now this is your retribution. As a ninja clan, you wagged your tails at Hiruzen Sarutobi like beggars, without even a shred of Hyuga dignity. You were sold out. You had it coming. It is your weakness that led you here. You're no different from Uchiha Yamakaku. So now let's see what you do. Kagayata told me himself your main house member was sold out by Konoha. Then a cruel look surfaced in Yatsushiro's eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi. You will suffer retribution. What you did to the Uchiha clan, I will return to you tenfold, no, 100-fold. I, Uchiha Yatsushiro, swear it. Hokage Tower. When Hiruzen Sarutobi saw the Kagaya clan's declaration, his hands shook with fury. Utter nonsense. How dare the Kagaya clan slander me like this? Shameless. Outrageous. The moment Hiruzen barked the order, an ANBU shinobi rushed in. Hokage-sama. Investigate the Kagaya clan's current situation. Watching the ANBU shinobi leave, Hiruzen withdrew his gaze. The key still lies with Hyuga Yamatsubaki, whether he can control the Hyuga clan. I do not want to see something like what happened with the Uchiha happen again. Whoever is spreading this rumor. If I find out who it is. They use such despicable methods just to destroy Konoha's alliance with Kirigakure. But what Hiruzen did not know was that Rasa had not created the rumor merely to break the alliance between Konoha and Kirigakure. More than that, he had done it for points. Rasa woke from his midday rest, opened his eyes, and looked toward the points section on the system panel. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, S. 1117 words. Rasa's eyes brightened slightly. As expected of the Kagaya clan. Truly good people. They launched an armed coup inside Kirigakure, and relieved a huge amount of pressure on Sunagakure. And this public declaration of theirs gave a massive push to the spread of the rumors surrounding the Hyuga clan. That's why my points have already gone past 3,000. With 3,000 points, I can do 30 draws. And with 30 draws, I can trigger the pity. Rasa did not hesitate at all. 30 draws. In the next instant, an invisible roulette wheel began to spin. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an F-rank item, 1 tael of gold. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a B-rank item, Ninjutsu Scroll, Wind Release, Shuriken Technique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a B-rank item, 1-day Inner Voice Listening Card. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the pity reward and obtained an A-rank item, S-rank Ninjutsu Quicksand Shift. 1 A-rank pity reward and 2 B-rank items. Another one of Danzo's Ninjutsu Scrolls. At this rate, I'll probably collect all of his wind release techniques sooner or later. I already have 4. Rasa first looked toward the A-rank reward from the pity. S-rank Ninjutsu Quicksand Shift. By consuming a certain amount of chakra, you may rapidly move to the side of a sand soldier. The chakra cost varies depending on distance. How fast is rapidly exactly? A trace of anticipation appeared in Rasa's eyes. If it's rated S-rank, it shouldn't be anything mediocre. I'll test it in a bit. Then he looked toward the new card. Earlier rewards included experience cards and dream cards. This time, I got an entirely new kind of card. I wonder what effect it has. 1-day Inner Voice Listening Card. After use, you can hear the true inner thoughts of those around you. Duration, 12 hours. I can hear the true thoughts of the people around me. Doesn't that mean if I use this card and make a full round through Sunagakure, I can dig out every spy from the other shinobi villages hiding here? That's absurdly useful. But why is it 12 hours? Isn't a day supposed to be 24? Rasa put away the card, then his figure flashed. When he appeared again, he was already outside the village. Sand soldiers, manifest. The ground churned and 3 sand soldiers formed in an instant. 3 Chunin-level sand soldiers barely consumed any chakra at all. Rasa issued the command, sending them forward. Soon, the 3 sand soldiers had each reached a different position. Their distances from Rasa were far, near, and middle. Rasa first looked at the closest one. Quicksand Shift. He felt a strange force descend upon him, as though his entire body had been lifted and carried. In the next instant Rasa found himself already standing beside the sand soldier. He turned and looked back at where he had just been. This is much faster than the body flicker technique I used before. And it doesn't consume much more chakra, either. He then looked toward the second sand soldier. Quicksand Shift. In one instant, Rasa vanished from where he stood. In the next, he appeared beside the second sand soldier. His eyes lit up. The greater the distance, the more obvious the speed becomes. This doesn't even feel like rapid movement anymore, it feels like I was directly transferred from my last position to this one. Rasa could not help thinking of a certain technique. A Konoha technique. The Flying Thunder God technique. This space-time ninjutsu, created by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, had shocked countless people the moment it appeared. It was precisely with this technique, combined with his swordsmanship, that Senju Tobirama had slain Uchiha Azuna, Madara's younger brother, laying the foundation for the Senju clan's victory. And in Namake's Minato's hands, the technique had been brought to its peak. Minato had relied on it to earn the title of the Yellow Flash. He could dart across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, weaving in and out at terrifying speed. Even when facing both the Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee together, he had not fallen behind. He traveled the farthest, fought the most enemies, and handled the most work. That was why, despite being one of Konoha's rising younger generation, Minato's prestige had soared wildly during the Third Great Ninja War, surpassing countless older veterans. That rise had not come from strength alone. It was also inseparable from Minato's sheer effort. One man used like a whole squad. The Flying Thunder God is spatial transfer. Quicksand shift is fast, but it's still a movement technique. They aren't the same. The only similarity is that both move to a marked target. Minato's markers are Flying Thunder God seals. Mine are sand soldiers. If we're talking purely about speed, Flying Thunder God is probably still faster. But my sand soldiers can move on their own, and I can create them out of nothing. That's an enormous advantage. Rasa continued testing. He created more sand soldiers. His body flashed back and forth among them without pause. Like a streak of yellow lightning. The appearance of quicksand shift has undoubtedly increased my strength by another large step. I wonder where I rank among the Kage now. Rasa looked into the distance. The third Mizukage definitely won't do. The fourth Raikage probably isn't my opponent now either. The Raikage's main strengths are twofold. First, speed. He uses lightning release chakra stimulation to push his already heavily trained speed even further. But I have quicksand shift. Second, defense. A body tempered to the extreme, combined with lightning release chakra mode. At his peak, he even dares to clash head-on with Susanoo, though not at this point yet. But my abilities happen to be the kind that don't fear hard bones. Send is best at overcoming hardness with softness. The fourth Raikage's offense is strong too. His own physical might combines with lightning release to form tremendous impact force. A single punch can shatter stone. But an attack only counts if it lands. And I can fly. Rasa withdrew his gaze. The increase in his individual strength put him in a very good mood. I'll learn wind release, shuriken technique, then head back to the village and find a chance to use the inner voice card. I'll dig out some of those spies and infiltrators. He took out the ninjutsu scroll, opened it and studied it carefully. Not long after wind release, shuriken technique. A shuriken wrapped in dense wind release chakra flew out. When it landed, it sliced even stone apart with ease. Back in the village one day inner voice listening card activate. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. The effect of the 11174 words in an instant, a flood of noisy voices crashed into Rasa's head. The torrent of information was so overwhelming that he nearly felt dizzy. He took a while to steady himself before he gradually adapted. A child by the roadside waved at him. Kazekage-sama. Lord Kazekage is so cool. I want to become someone like him when I grow up. A woman turned her head and looked his way. My respects, Kazekage-sama. Kazekage-sama looked at me. Another woman nearby Kazekage-sama was looking at me. He looked several times. Don't tell me he's fallen for me. The corner of Rasa's eye twitched. A young man was buying food at a flatbread stall. Kazekage-sama is good in every way, except he's a little too lustful. He already has 2 beautiful wives, and he still went on secret dates with Uchiha Hanatsuki. If he weren't strong enough, he probably would have died at the hands of the Akiyama clan. Truly a model for our generation. Rasa raised a brow and glanced at the young man. He had not expected that turn in the man's inner thoughts. An elderly man stood nearby, looking kind and benevolent. Rasa, you little bastard, look at what you've done to our Kirigakure. I want to kill you so badly. Rasa did not move immediately. He simply memorized the old man's face. I knew I'd get results. No shinobi village is without spies from other villages. And no shinobi village fails to send out spies of its own. Sunagakure is no exception. A middle-aged man pulling a cart stacked with goods spoke respectfully. Kazekage-sama. When is this war ever going to end? The woman beside him is the 4th Kazekage, just like the 3rd. Kirigakure's army has already withdrawn from the land of wind, so why keep fighting? Why not just call everyone back and let us live peacefully? Do we really have to keep fighting Kirigakure? Rasa cast her a sidelong glance. How short-sighted. Kirigakure's army withdraws from the land of wind, and you think Sunagakure should retreat at once. You think that makes you someone who loves peace. In other people's eyes, it just makes you look weak and easy to bully. If I let someone like you run Sunagakure, the village would collapse within days. If you dislike this version of Sunagakure that much, then you'd be better off leaving. Rasa remembered her as well. She was not a spy now, but someone dissatisfied with the village could become one in the future. She warranted close attention. 2 teenage boys were eating flatbread by the roadside. Kazekage-sama is really strong. He crushed the Akiyama clan by himself and fought 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen alone. He's far stronger than the 3rd Kazekage, isn't he? The other boy thought Kazekage-sama is strong, but a little too cruel. The Akiyama clan may have been guilty, but surely not every last one of them deserved to die. Rasa narrowed his eyes slightly. So Sunagakure has male saints too. He memorized that boy as well. A person like that might spare an enemy on the battlefield and get his comrades killed. A beautiful woman was wiping bottles inside a shop. I don't understand why the village would ally with Kirigakure. There's no benefit in it at all. Still, this Rasa does have some ability. I need to pass more intelligence back to the village. At that thought, Rasa immediately confirmed her identity. A Konoha spy. His pace through the village was neither fast nor slow. He circled the entire village route. An enormous number of inner voices flooded into his mind. Hearing so many thoughts at once left him faintly uncomfortable. But the harvest was enormous. Setting aside the discontented ones and the saints, I found a total of 7 spies. 3 from Kirigakure, 1 from Konoha, 1 from Kumogakure, and 2 from Iwagakure. Whether I kill them or use them to feed false intelligence outward, they can all be turned into assets for Sunagakure. I can study them carefully. The existence of spies was harmful to Sunagakure. But once Sunagakure knew who they were, while those spies remained unaware that they had been exposed, that knowledge could be used in many ways. Of course, Rasa understood something clearly. With only one-day inner voice listening card and only 12 hours of duration, it was impossible to root out every single infiltrator hidden in Sunagakure. Seeing that little time remained, Rasa raised a hand. At once an ANBU ninja appeared. Kazekage-sama. Send out notice. I am calling an emergency meeting. The heads of every major shinobi clan in the village, as well as the higher-ups and officers, I want all of them present. I have something important to discuss. Yes, Kazekage-sama. The ANBU shinobi vanished at once. Rasa turned and headed for the Kazekage building. Figures soon began speeding toward it from all directions. Rasa sat quietly in the meeting room and waited. Before long, the room was nearly full. A great many people had come. Once again, Rasa was surrounded by a chaotic sea of voices. Kazekage-sama, everyone is here. Rasa swept his gaze across the room. Among those currently in the village who met the qualifications to attend, everyone had come except Chio. Not a single person was late. The main reason I called this meeting, Rasa said, is to discuss one matter. Namely, at what point should the war between Tsunagakure and Kirigakure come to an end? Discussion immediately broke out. The more people there were, the more likely factions would emerge. Tsunagakure was no exception. Some radicals believed they should not stop until they had invaded the land of water and destroyed Kirigakure entirely. Others believed Tsunagakure could already begin naming reparations terms now, and if Kirigakure accepted, Tsunagakure could withdraw its army and end the war. Others stood somewhere between those two positions. They believed Tsunagakure should first inflict more damage on Kirigakure, then demand massive compensation before agreeing to stop. But Rasa did not listen to a single word of the discussion. Because at that moment, he was listening to their inner thoughts. These were the village's higher-ups and officers. If any of them harbored disloyalty, the damage they could inflict on the village would far exceed that of spies pretending to be civilians. That was why Rasa listened especially carefully. And the more he listened, the more problems he uncovered. The state of Tsunagakure's higher-ups and officers was worse than he had expected. Rasa had originally believed that after the Akayama clan incident, there were no longer any meaningful traitors among the upper ranks. He had not expected that even after the Akayama clan's fate, there would still be such experts hiding in the dark. And the matter involved one elder and two shinobi clans. Rasa narrowed his eyes, his gaze drifting lightly across those individuals. To betray the village is an unforgivable crime. Join my Patreon to read public release chapters and get one chapter ahead for free. Paid members can read more advanced chapters. Continue reading here /inkvale_chapter 93, chapter 93, Give Kazekage. 1128 words. One of them was a middle-aged man, the head of a small shinobi clan so inconspicuous that he was almost invisible within the meeting hall. I really was out of my mind back then. I let the Akayama clan tempt me into doing those things. If Kazekage-sama ever finds out, my whole clan will probably end up just like the Akayama clan. What am I supposed to do? The man had no thoughts of launching a coup. Even the Akayama clan had failed, and his own clan was much weaker than theirs. There was no chance of success. Rasa would not even need to act personally. A single ANBU squad could wipe out the clan. What if I turn myself into Kazekage-sama? No, that won't work. Kazekage-sama would never spare me. The Akayama clan is proof enough. Kazekage-sama hates evil and acts ruthlessly. I betrayed the village before. How could he possibly tolerate me? Confession would just be suicide. Even as he thought that, a bitter smile appeared on the man's face. But if I don't confess, my clan will be exposed sooner or later. The day we're discovered will be the day we die. There's only one way to live: find a chance for the entire clan to flee Tsunagakure, flee the land of wind, and escape to some remote hidden place. But when will such a chance come? The middle-aged man frowned. Waiting won't work. If I wait, all I'll get is clan extermination. So I'll have to create the chance myself. Kirigakure is finished. They can't be relied on. Even if I gave them intelligence, they couldn't bring any real pressure to bear on Tsunagakure, so they can't create the opening I need. The minor villages are out of the question. Kusagakure has become much more obedient since the Akayama clan's destruction. They fear Kazekage-sama's strength. Amigakure hasn't made any moves in a long time. Iwagakure has to face the alliance between Konoha and Kirigakure. That only leaves Konoha. Konoha and Kirigakure formed an alliance, so they must have already made preparations to strike Tsunagakure. If the intelligence I provide convinces Konoha that the time is right to move, then they definitely will. And when that happens, it'll be the chance my clan needs to escape Tsunagakure. His eyes brightened. Disappointment appeared on Rasa's face. When he had first heard the man's inner thoughts, he had assumed the man might be on the verge of repentance. But instead, he had sunk into obsession. There was not the slightest regret for what he had done. His fear came only from the possibility of death. All he cared about was escape. And to create his chance of escape, he intended to hand over important village intelligence to Konoha. Any intelligence that can draw Konoha into action against Sunagakure must be valuable. I absolutely cannot allow that to be sent out. Rasa decided that the moment today's meeting ended, he would move against that clan. The second clan was far less serious. An elderly man from a clan roughly comparable to the Akayama clan in size, though somewhat weaker. In relation to Sunagakure, they were somewhat like the Aburame clan in Konoha. So that's why Kazekage-sama was so firm about refusing to let that Uchiha woman marry into my clan. He rejected the idea several times. Turns out he wanted her for himself. The old man sighed inwardly. Kazekage-sama is good in every way, except he's a little too lustful. Back then, his refusal to sell out Pakura was probably partly because he had already set his sights on her. And now, counting that Uchiha woman, Kazekage-sama already has 3 wives. Rasa. So this was how he looked in the old man's eyes. He had married Pakura for the village. And his date with Uchiha Hanatsuki had been to set a trap for the Akayama clan. You thinking of me like this really hurts. Am I really that kind of man? Still, just how beautiful is that old man's granddaughter, for him to be this confident. Rasa made a mental note to meet her if he got the chance. The 2 clans had problems of different scales, but in Rasa's view, both were manageable. The one who truly struck him as troublesome, however, was the elder. The head of that small clan intended to betray Sunagakure in order to gain a chance to escape. But this elder had already betrayed Sunagakure. Shirasuna Koichi. A veteran shinobi of Sunagakure, one of the same generation as the 3rd Kazekage. He had fought in the first Great Ninja War, and rendered significant merit in the second. One of his sons had died during the Second Great Ninja War. His youngest daughter and grandson had died during the Third Great Ninja War in this very war at the hands of Kirigakure shinobi. In some ways, his experience resembled Chiyo's. The one who had most vehemently opposed Rasa's decision to confront Kirigakure head-on had been this very man. Even after Rasa had already made his decision, Shirasuna Koichi had still argued that Pakura should be handed over in exchange for peace. Rasa had thought Koichi was merely weak. But after hearing his inner thoughts, Rasa realized it was not that simple. Koichi hated Pakura. His younger daughter had belonged to the same generation as Pakura, and the 2 of them had not gotten along. Their relationship had been bad. Later, war broke out. Koichi's younger daughter went to the front and happened to serve under Pakura's command. Not long after, she died. Koichi came to suspect Pakura, and began to hate her. He had secretly investigated before. Though he had never found any evidence, he remained deeply suspicious of Pakura. Not long afterward, Koichi's grandson also went to the front. He too served under Pakura. He too died. That only deepened Koichi's suspicion. Even without evidence, he had become utterly convinced that Pakura was the one who had killed his daughter and grandson. That was why he had hated her so bitterly. That was also the main reason he had been so insistent on handing Pakura over to Kirigakure before. But after growing close to Pakura, Rasa knew perfectly well that she could never be that kind of person. Koichi's daughter and grandson had nothing whatsoever to do with Pakura's intentions. There was no chance she had deliberately caused their deaths. And yet Koichi insisted on believing it. After Rasa married Pakura, Koichi concluded that there was no longer any way to bring her down through ordinary means. So he had secretly colluded with another shinobi village. Join my Patreon to read public release chapters and get 1 chapter ahead for free. Paid members can read more advanced chapters. Continue reading here /inkvale_chapter 94, Chapter 94, Danzo, the shinobi world's stirring rod. 11-18 words inside the meeting hall, the arguments continued, broadly divided into three viewpoints. The first was the radical faction. They believed Sunagakure must crush Kirigakure's army completely. However severe Kirigakure's terms for Sunagakure had once been, Sunagakure must now impose those same terms on Kirigakure. Kirigakure had once demanded Pakura and massive war reparations. Now Sunagakure should demand Juzo Biwa, Yagura Karatachi, and Jinpachi Munashi in return, along with enormous compensation. The second was the conservative faction. In a bizarre twist, the conservatives thought the radicals were not nearly extreme enough. In their view, the relationship between Sunagakure and Kirigakure had already reached the point of irreconcilable hatred. Unless Kirigakure was destroyed, no one would ever sleep soundly again. If they fought, then they had to fight until Kirigakure was wiped out completely. Kirigakure had to vanish from the shinobi world, just like Yuzushiogakure once had. Its shinobi had to be captured and enslaved, forced to use water release in the great deserts of the Land of Wind every day so the desert environment could be improved. Only a very small number feared Konoha. Konoha is too strong. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not earn the title professor for nothing. And the Sannin's strength goes without saying. They simply haven't appeared on the main battlefield yet. If they do, who can stop them? Kirigakure has already allied with Konoha. I think we should stop while we're ahead. Peace is what matters most. But such voices were quickly drowned out and heard by almost no one. At the end, Rasa delivered his summary. Everyone, I have heard your views. The two sides differ in some ways, but they also share common ground. I will consider everything seriously, weigh the matter carefully, and formulate a final strategy. That will be all for today. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting ended, Rasa kept Ebizo behind. Kazekage-sama. Rasa asked, Ebizo, how is the follow-up investigation into the Akayama clan proceeding? Ebizo replied, Kazekage-sama, aside from the Akayama clan, the leaking of village intelligence also involved some civilian shinobi. I have already placed them under control. Do you have a list? Ebizo produced one. Rasa glanced over it, then closed it and handed it back. Ebizo, add the Gangphone clan to it. Ebizo froze. The Gangphone clan? That's right. Rasa nodded. I received intelligence that the Gangphone clan, like the Akayama clan, participated in selling out village intelligence. And now they are preparing to plot something further. Send shinobi to monitor them in secret. Ebizo frowned slightly. I never imagined the Gangphone clan would do such a thing. If I remember correctly, back when they had nowhere to go, it was Sunagakure that took them in and let them survive. Kazekage-sama, rest assured. I will have them watched closely. Rasa added one more instruction. Observe them in secret. Do not act rashly or alert them. Since the Gangphone clan intends to betray the village, I want to use this opportunity and see whether we can strike the shinobi village cooperating with them. We can't let the Gangphone clan go to waste. That was why Rasa wanted Ebizo personally handling the surveillance. Compared to the ANBU, Ebizo was more experienced and more capable in this kind of matter. Ebizo nodded. Yes, Kazekage-sama. After seeing Ebizo off, Rasa checked the remaining time on the one-day inner voice listening card. There was very little left. So he went directly to find Shirasuna Koichi. Koichi looked surprised by Rasa's arrival. Kazekage-sama. Elder Shirasuna. Rasa stepped forward and said, I noticed your spirits were not very high during the meeting. Is it because I refused your earlier proposal? Do you bear some dissatisfaction? Koichi hurriedly denied it. Kazekage-sama jests. Isn't the current situation proof that your earlier decision was the correct one? If we had surrendered back then, how could Sunagakure have ended up where it is today? Pakura would have been sacrificed for nothing. It's only that I feel I've truly grown old. My ability and judgment are no longer what they were. I fear I am no longer fit for the position of elder. I ask that Kazekage-sama choose someone more capable. But Rasa knew those were not his true thoughts. You're the Kazekage. How would I dare hold any dissatisfaction? I'm just an elder, nothing more. You and Pakura are one family now. Sunagakure is your family's Sunagakure. I'm an outsider. My words don't matter, so why bother saying them? I'd only be humiliated by you anyway. Elder Shirasuna, you're joking. We may have different views, but our starting point is the same. We both want what is best for Sunagakure. I know your ability well. The village still needs you. I still need you. Koichi's eyes flickered, and then he let out a deep sigh. To be valued so highly by Kazekage-sama, what more could I say? I will continue to do my utmost in the position of elder and set your mind at ease. Rasa. You never valued me before. You never respected me, an elder and a senior. And now you say these things. I'm already disappointed in you. And disappointed in this village as well. Pakura deliberately caused my younger daughter's death, and then my grandson's death too. This hatred cannot be shared under the same sky. If I do not kill Pakura, how can I continue to call myself human? As her husband, there is no chance you'll stand on my side. Even if you know perfectly well that Pakura is guilty. I have nothing left in this village anymore. Danzo's side is already prepared. I will personally bring Danzo's people into Sunagakure. Sunagakure will suffer a devastating blow. But I have not wronged the village. The village wronged me first. Rasa glanced at Koichi. So Koichi's contact was Danzo of Konoha. Yet the more he thought about it, the less surprising it seemed. Danzo clearly was not the Hokage, yet he constantly believed he had to do the Hokage's work. And he always believed Hiruzen Sarutobi had not done enough. Had not gone far enough. So he called himself Konoha's root. Konoha's darkness. He comforted himself with the belief that he alone was the one truly, wholly devoted to Konoha. For Konoha, he could do anything. He could abandon his name and reputation. He could carry infamy. He could sacrifice everything. He was Konoha's true hero. He believed his own capacity far surpassed Hiruzen Sarutobi's. Danzo was exactly the kind of man who loved doing this sort of thing everywhere. Koichi's inner voice continued. Very soon. Danzo's people will arrive in 2 days. Just wait, Rasa. You'll pay for your lustfulness. This is the retribution for marrying Pakura. Chapter 95. Where does Danzo get his confidence? 1147 words. Rasa left. The one-day inner voice listening card had run out, so there was no further value in staying. Besides, he had already heard almost everything he needed to hear. If he lingered too long, he might arouse Koichi's suspicion. But what exactly gives Danzo the confidence to come kill me? After I suppressed the Akayama clan and killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he should already know my strength, shouldn't he? So what confidence does he have that he can kill me inside Sunagakure? Rasa could not quite understand it. Even though Sunagakure had shifted most of its shinobi to the front lines in order to crush Kirigakure, that did not mean the village itself was empty. Defensive forces were still stationed within. And Koichi should know my strength as well. If he fights me head-on, killing me is impossible. And even through ambush, it would still be difficult. Then a thought occurred to Rasa. Unless what they're really planning is to use Karura, Temari, and Kankuro to threaten me. Even if they can't kill me outright, they could still inflict enormous damage. That's probably it. In that case, I can turn the trap back on them. I'll have Anbu use transformation technique, and take on the appearances of Karura, and the others, then wait for Danzo's people to come. As for the real Karura and the children, I'll send them to Chiyo's little courtyard. and I'll have ANBU positioned all around it. This situation was different from the one with the Akayama clan. The Akayama clan had too many people, and they knew Sunagakure too well. If Rasa wanted to lure them in successfully, he had to avoid giving them the slightest room for suspicion. But this time, the enemy was Danzo's people. Danzo's understanding of Sunagakure was nowhere near that deep. As for Shirasuna Koichi, he was only one man. Even if he had subordinates, how many could he truly trust in an operation like this? Not everyone was like him, someone with nothing left to lose. For people who still had things they cared about, the price of betraying the village was not one most would willingly pay. Rasa gave the order and had the ANBU make preparations. After that, he made a trip to Chiyo's courtyard. There he collected two things. One was a human puppet made by Chiyo using Kushimaru Kurirere's body. The other was a pair of glasses. For the time being, Rasa absolutely had no intention of exposing the intelligence related to the Byakugan. As expected of something produced by Chiyo. A master puppeteer's craftsmanship really is exquisite. It looks far more refined than Uchiha Obito's goggles. Rasa put on the glasses. His own vision was unaffected, but to anyone looking at him, his eye color could no longer be seen. In other words, the presence of the Byakugan would remain hidden. 2 days later, a team of wounded shinobi withdrew from the front and returned to Sunagakure. Under Shirasuna Koichi's arrangement, the guards at the entrance did not inspect them too carefully before letting them through. As a village elder, Koichi still had that much influence. After entering the village, the wounded shinobi did not immediately return to their homes. Instead, Koichi arranged for them to stay in a separate medical building, reducing the chance of accidents. If Rasa had not heard Koichi's inner thoughts, he likely would not have paid attention to such details. But now, every one of their movements lay under his gaze. Byakugan surveillance technique. One of Rasa's eye sockets turned hollow. The Byakugan eyeball itself disappeared. Wrapped in a mass of gold dust, it moved to a position near the medical building. 1, 2. When they entered earlier, there were 12. Why is there suddenly one more? Rasa narrowed his eyes. That one looks familiar. A little boy of 6 or 7, with short gray-white hair, and an unusually refined appearance. Yakushi Kabuto. In the original story, I remember Danzo sending him to infiltrate Iwagakure. I didn't expect him to be sent to Sunagakure now. Very soon, Kabuto separated from the other 12. Koichi did not appear to know he was here at all. That meant Kabuto likely had a separate mission, and was not part of the same unit. So the 12 are here to assassinate me, while Kabuto is probably here for long-term infiltration. Rasa had no intention of dealing with Kabuto immediately. Kabuto was talented. More importantly, he was the kind of talent who could potentially be turned. Given everything Danzo had done to him, there was no way Kabuto felt any real goodwill toward Danzo, nor much true loyalty toward Konoha. Orochimaru had managed to win him over. There was no reason Rasa could not do the same. After all, aside from the system, Rasa also possessed extensive knowledge of the shinobi world, information no one else knew. I'll just have him watched in secret. At his current level, even if he infiltrates Sunagakure, he won't pose much of a threat. Rasa withdrew his gaze and looked toward the Konoha shinobi. They don't look like Konoha shinobi at all. But that makes sense. If they kept obvious Konoha traits, it would be too easy to cause trouble for Konoha. Their chakra levels seem pretty good, though. Their strength should be decent. Danzo didn't hold back on this operation. Rasa thought for a while. In that case, maybe I can use this to make Konoha pay a little more. These 12 shinobi were not worth worrying about in the slightest, not when Rasa had already prepared. The moment they acted, they would be annihilated. Originally, Rasa had planned to deal with these Konoha shinobi first, then kill Shirasuna Koichi. But now he wanted to let Koichi escape. If Koichi fled, then after losing 12 men, Danzo would inevitably be dissatisfied and summon Koichi for contact or a meeting. Rasa could then tail Koichi and strike whoever came to meet him. Every additional Konoha shinobi he killed would be profit. And if he managed to kill Danzo, that would be a tremendous gain. No matter how much of a stirring rod Danzo was within Konoha, his ability was still real. Removing him would weaken Konoha. And if no one from Danzo's side came even when Koichi was nearly out of the land of wind, Rasa could kill Koichi then with no real loss. At worst, he would have wasted a little time. Gradually, the sky darkened. The Konoha shinobi began to move. The moment night fully fell, Rasa stepped out of the Kazekage building and headed toward home. The 12 Konoha shinobi reached the area around the courtyard before him. Rasa pushed open the gate and entered. Suddenly 8 figures lunged straight at him. The other 4 rushed toward the ANBU, who had transformed into Karura, and the 3 children. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, a speed comparable to Lord Minato's Flying Thunder God. 1125 words quicksand shift. The 8 Konoha shinobi outside saw Rasa's figure vanish into thin air in an instant, and all of them froze. Where did he go? How did he suddenly disappear? The body flicker technique. Since when did Rasa have a body flicker that fast? At the same time, the 3 ANBU inside dropped their transformation technique the moment the attack arrived. The 3 figures reverted at once to their ANBU forms. The 4 Konoha shinobi's pupils shrank. They're not Rasa's wife and children. They're 3 Sunagakure ANBU. This is a trap. Shirasuna Koichi lied to Lord Danzo. That shameless Shirasuna Koichi. That shameless Sunagakure. I knew it. What kind of village elder would sell out his own village, and even lead people to ambush his own kage? Lord Danzo may be dissatisfied with the 3rd, but even he's never done anything like that. Shirasuna Koichi is a liar. Lord Danzo never should have trusted him. The moment they realized the truth, the 4 Konoha shinobi immediately sent out a signal. Then they turned and retreated without hesitation, splitting into 4 different directions. The 8 Konoha shinobi outside also received the signal, and instantly fell into chaos. Run toward the crowded areas. Run toward where the civilians are. But very soon, they realized escape was no longer possible. Sen soldiers appear. Dozens of Sen soldiers emerged, forming a complete encirclement around the entire area. The 12 Konoha shinobi were forced together. It's a trap. At this point, the only thing we can do is break through. One Konoha shinobi gritted his teeth, and spotted what looked like a relatively safe direction. There was only a single Sand soldier puppet there. If he got past it, he could escape the encirclement. But just as he was about to close in dash quicksand shift, Rasa's figure instantly appeared beside that Sand soldier puppet. Magnet release, gold dust. A large amount of gold dust surged out, and wrapped around the Konoha shinobi in an instant. Then Rasa placed one hand on the hilt of the thunder blade. Chakra poured into it. A burst of lightning erupted, racing along the cord of condensed gold dust and instantly striking the Konoha shinobi's body. Violent arcs of electricity exploded across him. The Konoha shinobi suffered a heavy hit, his body convulsing violently as all resistance vanished. A moment later, he slammed hard to the ground. Rasa gestured to the side. 3 ANBU rushed over and quickly restrained the fallen Konoha shinobi. The remaining 11 Konoha shinobi stared at the scene with grim expressions. Just as fast as before. But before he vanished this time, he appeared out of nowhere. Can the body flicker really be that fast? There isn't a single person in all of Konoha whose body flicker can reach that level, right? It's practically comparable to Lord Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Since when did Rasa have such an ability? 2 ANBU held down the captured shinobi, while the 3rd walked up beside Rasa. Kazekage-sama, should we call in the ANBU waiting outside? Rasa shook his head. He intended to use these Konoha shinobi to test his new jutsu. Simple tests and actual combat were two completely different things. Besides, he could attack these Konoha shinobi as he pleased. Even killing them all would not matter. At worst, he would simply have fewer prisoners to interrogate. And since they belonged to Danzo, there was a high probability they would not yield much information anyway. The cursed tongue eradication seal was troublesome. Also, if things ended too quickly here, it would be harder to let Shirasuna Koichi find what looked like a chance to escape. What Rasa needed was for Koichi to believe he had found an opportunity on his own. Not to suspect that Sunagakure had intentionally given him one. The 11 Konoha shinobi stared at Rasa. What's wrong with this Rasa? He's not letting the ANBU outside come in. Is he planning to fight all of us alone? His strength is definitely impressive. He defeated 4 of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen by himself. But as Kazekage, is it really wise for him to make such a risky move? We're not weak either. For the sake of his own amusement, he'd do something like this. For a Kage, that's completely unqualified behavior. He's not some lone wandering shinobi fighting for himself. These were men handpicked by Danzo to infiltrate Sunagakure and carry out an assassination. Their strength was unquestionably solid. Even if Shirasuna Koichi had assisted them. Even if they had been counting on the advantage of a sneak attack. The incidents with the Akayama clan and the 7 ninja swordsmen had already forced the shinobi world to reassess Rasa's strength. So the shinobi Danzo had sent were certainly not ordinary. But for us, this is a good thing. He's strong, sure, but we still have 11 people. It's not like we have no chance. He'll pay for his arrogance. But in truth, they had no chance at all. From high above, the Byakugan could observe the entire battlefield. No matter where an attack came from, it was within Rasa's sight. There was no possibility of him being ambushed. This was the Byakugan. And Rasa had also created another sand soldier outside the battlefield. If real danger arose, one quicksand shift would let him leave instantly. After obtaining sand soldier manifestation and quicksand shift, Rasa's ability to preserve his life had risen to an extremely high level, far beyond anything these Konoha shinobi could threaten. Magnet release, gold dust wave. Before the Konoha shinobi could even act, Rasa's attack had already arrived. A mass of gold dust roared forward like a tidal wave, crashing toward them. The Konoha shinobi's pupils shrank as they scattered in a hurry. They were not defensive specialists. Since Danzo had chosen them to infiltrate Sunagakure and carry out an assassination, each of them excelled either in offense or in control. When 12 of them joined forces, one attack could flow into the next, wave after wave. If they could catch their target off guard, they could cause enormous trouble. But because Rasa had already prepared for them, they had never been given that opening. Forced apart by the gold dust wave, none of them dared face it head-on. They scattered in all directions. One Konoha shinobi's expression turned fierce. Everyone, attack together. This is our only chance. 2 Konoha shinobi circled behind Rasa, planning to exploit his blind spot and launch a sneak attack. But what they did not know was that Rasa had already clearly tracked all of their positions and movements. Before the 2 could even make a move, Rasa's figure vanished first. Chapter 97, Combination Jutsu, Sand Soldier Gold Lightning Slash. 1097 words Quicksand Shift. Magnet Release, Gold Dust Chains. The instant the gold dust chains wrapped around their target, a bolt of lightning shot from Rasa's hand, racing along the chains and into the Konoha shinobi's body. The Konoha shinobi instantly fell into a brief state of paralysis. Beside him, a sand soldier raised its spear and thrust forward. By then, Rasa had already appeared beside another Konoha shinobi. Quicksand Shift. Gold Dust Chains. Thunder Blade. 2 jutsu combined with the Thunder Blade, delivered the fastest possible assault with the least possible chakra expenditure. Then the sand soldier followed up with the finishing strike. Rasa's figure turned into a streak of light across the battlefield. 3 figures fell one after another. The ANBU outside widened their eyes in shock. So strong. Kazekage-sama is too strong. What kind of jutsu is that? He cut down 3 people in a single breath. It was too fast. In an instant, Kazekage-sama closed in, bound one Konoha shinobi with gold dust chains, electrocuted him, and had the sand soldier pierce him with its spear. The Konoha shinobi didn't even realize Kazekage-sama had approached before the spear had already gone through him. Rasa glanced at the 3 fallen shinobi, then turned his gaze toward the remaining 8. This move will be called Sand Soldier Gold Lightning Slash. The word sand came from quicksand shift. Soldier came from Sand Soldier Manifestation. Gold came from Magnet Release, Gold Dust. And lightning came from the Thunder Blade. Low chakra consumption, high speed, sudden attacks, excellent control, powerful lethality. The cost-effectiveness is extremely high. The 8 Konoha shinobi looked at Rasa, their expressions grimmer than ever. What just happened? Did any of you see it clearly? I only saw a flash. That definitely wasn't the body flicker technique. It felt like Lord Minato. Could it be that Rasa knows the Flying Thunder God too? The moment those words fell, all 8 Konoha shinobi's faces turned ugly. They did not truly understand Rasa's strength. But they understood Namikaze Minato's strength very well. Now the question was no longer whether they would die. It was whether, with Rasa wielding such terrifying power, Konoha's alliance with Kirigakure had really been the right decision. Why exactly did the Hokage-sama choose to ally with Kirigakure? I can't think of a single benefit. Could it really be like Lord Danzo said that the Hokage-sama is not qualified at all, and that Konoha is actually being held up from the shadows by Lord Danzo? Lord Danzo is truly great. One of the Konoha shinobi's eyes flickered. No wonder Rasa could kill those 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. With speed like that, it's practically on par with Lord Minato. It's too fast, it's like the Flying Thunder God / created by the 2nd Hokage. Kirigakure knew this information but said nothing. How shameless. They're just taking advantage of Konoha. At that moment, Rasa moved again. Send Soldier Gold Lightning Slash. Elsewhere, a young shinobi hurried over to Shirasuna Koichi. Koichi-sama, this is bad. The plan failed. Koichi's brows furrowed sharply. The young shinobi quickly recounted everything he had seen in full detail. Koichi's face darkened. All of them are useless. Danzo's people are utterly incompetent. No wonder he couldn't become Hokage. Koichi cursed Danzo inwardly. I already went this far. I brought his men into the heart of Sunagakure, without them facing a single obstacle. If this was exposed, I'd become a sinner in the eyes of the entire village. And even then, he still couldn't pull it off. The young shinobi asked Koichi-sama, what should we do now? The young shinobi froze and hesitated. Koichi-sama, can I stay in the village? I swear, I absolutely won't betray you. And as long as you don't mention me, no one else will know what I did. Koichi looked at him deeply. Then, in the next moment, he smiled. Of course. You've worked for me all this time. How could I betray you? It's rare to find someone who's followed me for so long and done so much for me. Since we're parting ways this time and likely won't meet again, let me give you a gift. Take it as recognition for all your years of service. The young shinobi's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Koichi-sama. He stepped forward. But what he received was not a gift. It was Koichi's kunai. The blade drove straight into the young shinobi's chest. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief, as he stared at Koichi. Koichi's expression did not change in the slightest. He shoved the corpse aside. Then he turned sharply. He had hoped this operation against Rasa would succeed. But he had also prepared for failure. If it failed, he would flee immediately. What Koichi did not notice was the pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. Go inform Kazekage-sama. Shirasuna Koichi has already fled. One ANBU received the order and immediately rushed toward Rasa. At this point, only 3 Konoha shinobi remained standing. Their eyes were full of despair. This Rasa is using us to test his jutsu. From the start, we never had even the slightest chance. That technique of his is monstrous. In an instant, he can move beside a sand soldier. Compared to Lord Minato's Flying Thunder God, it's not inferior at all. He's practically a second Yellow Flash. The Sunagakure shinobi nearby were instantly displeased. A second Yellow Flash. What makes Namake's Minato worthy of comparison with our Kazekage-sama? Our Kazekage-sama is the Kazekage. Namake's Minato is just an elite jonin. And his Flying Thunder God technique was created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. But our Kazekage-sama created this jutsu himself. Those are completely different things. That's right. Kazekage-sama is definitely stronger than Namake's Minato. The 3 Konoha shinobi huddled together tightly, terrified of being isolated. They had seen what happened to anyone Rasa approached with that technique. If one person was caught alone and wrapped in gold dust chains, survival was impossible. Only by staying together do we have even a sliver of a chance. Rasa shook his head. I have many jutsu. And combinations far beyond just that one. A golden line appeared before him. Its far end extended toward the Konoha shinobi. A great amount of gold dust floated around the 3 of them, suspended in the air. Rasa did not move closer. He merely grasped the hilt of the thunder blade. Lightning release. A bolt of lightning shot forward along the golden line in an instant. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Rasa vs 1028 words. The moment the lightning touched the floating gold dust around the 3 Konoha shinobi, it exploded violently. Compound ninjutsu, flash bomb. In an instant, blazing lightning erupted everywhere. The 3 Konoha shinobi felt their vision ripped away entirely. The burst of light stabbed into their eyes with searing pain. Then, in the next moment, they felt something coil around their bodies. A powerful electric current surged into them. Their bodies stiffened completely. The nearby Sen soldiers closed in at once, raising their spears and thrusting forward. The 3 Konoha shinobi collapsed together. Rasa withdrew his gaze. The Byakugan really is too useful. No wonder Konoha values it so much. They won't even allow half an eye to leak out. But I have the Byakugan too. And it's my own Byakugan, stronger than the Hyuga branch families, and with even greater potential than the main families, so long as I can obtain more Otsutsuki blood. With a thought from Rasa, the Byakugan high above vanished and returned to his eye socket. No one saw the scene because of the glasses. And while it had been in the air, Rasa had also wrapped it in gold dust. No one noticed the abnormality of that tiny cluster of sand. The more abilities one has, the more strength it really does provide. Combined together, the effect becomes completely different. Magnet release. The Thunder Blade. 2 S-rank jutsu. The Byakugan. And besides that, I still have a fairly decent wind release. Danzo's wind release techniques really aren't bad. Suddenly, an ANBU shinobi hurried toward him. Kazekage-sama, there's movement on Shirasuna Koichi's side. Rasa raised a brow. Then he issued orders to the ANBU behind him. Take the surviving Konoha shinobi to the prison, and guard them heavily. Interrogate them. Get as much information as you can by whatever means necessary. As for the dead, deal with them however you see fit. The ANBU nodded. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Rasa's figure flashed and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already high in the sky. Byakugan surveillance technique. A Byakugan wrapped in gold dust drifted ahead of him. Rasa kept his own body trailing far behind. The Byakugan's pursuit range was already considerable, and with the surveillance technique layered over it, it became even greater. Shirasuna Koichi noticed nothing of Rasa's pursuit. At that moment, Koichi was racing with all his strength toward a certain point on the border of the Land of Wind. How was a person supposed to survive after betraying his own village? Either by fleeing to a place where no one could find him, and hiding forever. Or by defecting to another shinobi village. Koichi would definitely choose the latter. Because he still refused to give up. His hatred for Pakura had already become an obsession. For the sake of that hatred, he had even made enemies of Rasa and Sunagakure and joined forces with Danzo. His plan was simple. Since things had already come this far, he would join Konoha and borrow its power to take revenge on Sunagakure. Konoha would surely welcome him. At that moment, a root shinobi appeared. Elder Shirasuna. Where is Danzo? The instant Koichi saw the root ninja, he asked urgently. Elder Shirasuna, Danzo-sama, is already on his way. He'll arrive shortly. How long? Koichi looked as if he could not wait even a moment. Then, from not far away, a voice sounded. Shirasuna Koichi. Hearing that familiar voice, Koichi hurriedly turned. Danzo, the shinobi you sent were too incompetent. He said bitterly. I already gave them the perfect opportunity. I brought them into Sunagakure itself. I took a life-risking step in arranging all of this. 12 people. Do you know how difficult that was? And in the end they achieved nothing. Forget killing Rasa, they didn't even manage to threaten his wife and children. They didn't even injure them. I could have done better myself. Of course, Koichi would never have personally taken the field. If he had, he would never have had the chance to flee Sunagakure. He said it only to emphasize how useless Danzo's subordinates had been. Danzo's expression darkened. They didn't kill a single one. Didn't even injure one person. That's impossible. The 12 I sent were hand-picked carefully. Working together, they're extremely dangerous. In a surprise attack, even I would take losses against them. Let alone just Rasa's wife and children. There has to be a problem here. Danzo looked at Koichi and frowned. Shirasuna Koichi, don't tell me your arrangements failed and you exposed them. Impossible. My arrangements were flawless. Or perhaps you exposed them on purpose. Koichi's eyes widened. Danzo, what do you mean by that? On purpose. What would I gain from exposing them? You know my situation better than anyone. I want nothing more than for Pakura and Rasa to die. My daughter and grandson both died because of Pakura. Danzo shook his head. That's hard to say. You are, after all, from Sunagakure. If that were true, then why would I still come here to meet you? Koichi fell silent for a moment, then lowered his voice. Forget it. What's done is done. Those 12 useless shinobi are in the past. What matters now is this: I want to make a deal with you. Interested? What deal? Danzo's brow twitched. Koichi's voice turned low and heavy. I'll trade every piece of intelligence I possess on Sunagakure to Konoha in exchange for Konoha organizing an elite infiltration squad to assassinate Pakura near the Sunagakure army. You know the value of the intelligence I possess as one of Sunagakure's elders. So long as Pakura dies, I will hand over all of it. Danzo's gaze flickered. He had to admit it was an enticing proposal. The intelligence known by an elder was simply too valuable. It was not something that even dozens or hundreds of intelligence shinobi could necessarily gather. And opportunities like this were incredibly rare. But killing Pakura would not be easy. Difficult, yes. But not impossible. Danzo looked up. Shirasuna Koichi. I, Danzo, accept this deal. Koichi smiled. The two men extended their hands. Then the previously still ground suddenly rippled like waves on the sea. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Rasa, you judge unfairly greedy for wealth and women. 1154 words. Both men's expressions changed at the same time. Around them, great surges of gold dust rose high into the air like towering walls. Shirasuna Koichi, you sold me out. Danzo glared furiously at Koichi. Looking at the swirling gold dust, how could Danzo fail to recognize Rasa's power? Koichi panicked at once. I didn't. It was Rasa. Rasa followed me here. But Danzo did not believe him at all. His carefully selected 12 assassins had failed too easily. They had not wounded even a single person. That alone had already planted suspicion toward Koichi in Danzo's heart. And now, the moment Koichi appeared here, Rasa arrived right behind him. There was no way Danzo would believe Koichi was uninvolved. Well done, Shirasuna Koichi. I knew your story was fabricated. And I actually believed you. Across the entire shinobi world, you're the first person who dared deceive me, Danzo. Danzo rapidly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A massive sphere of wind chakra blasted toward Koichi. Koichi's pupils shrank as he retreated frantically. Danzo, I told you, it wasn't me. If you attack me now, you'll only be falling into his trap. Do you not want the intelligence I possess anymore? Koichi was suffocating with grievance and desperation. He had done nothing here, yet Danzo refused to trust him. And Koichi knew very well that since Rasa had followed him all the way here, Rasa definitely already knew that he had betrayed Sunagakure. At this point, the only one who could save him was Danzo. It's Rasa. This is all Rasa's doing. He must have seen through the assassination attempt and learned about me from those shinobi. That's why he secretly followed me in the direction I fled. If I were working with Rasa, then why would he wait until now to make his move? Wouldn't he have attacked the moment he saw you? I could have struck first, drawn your attention, and then let him ambush you. Even in this desperate moment, Koichi's mind spun rapidly, assembling the argument he believed was most likely to convince Danzo, and buy him a chance at survival. Hearing that, Danzo thought it made some sense. But right now, Danzo could barely guarantee his own survival, let alone spare any thought for Koichi. That previous attack had certainly been an attack. But more than that, it had been a way for Danzo to create distance and reposition himself. He was highly wary of Rasa. One man suppressing an entire clan. One man slaughtering 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen in succession. Those were not feats an ordinary shinobi could accomplish. Even Danzo had no confidence in doing the same. Even if Koichi was innocent. Even if Koichi's intelligence really was valuable. All of it depended on one thing first, that Danzo survived today. Danzo turned and broke outward. Watching Danzo's back, Koichi sank into despair. Without Danzo, how could he survive against Rasa? Against the Sunagakure shinobi? Before taking revenge on Pakura, was he really going to die at the hands of Pakura's husband? Would his entire family end up dying at the hands of Pakura's family? Unwillingness and rage surged wildly in Koichi's heart. At that moment, sand soldiers appear. 2 sand soldiers materialized from the ground. One in front of Koichi. One behind him. Both thrust their spears at the same time. Now that Rasa had seen Danzo, Koichi had no further value. Anyone who betrayed the village deserved death. Koichi dodged the sand soldier in front. But not the one behind. A spear thrust clean through him, piercing his entire body. The tip emerged from his chest as blood ran down the shaft and dripped onto the sand. Koichi glared at him in fury. You judge unfairly, all for Pakura's sake, regardless of right or wrong. You're greedy for wealth and women. You're unfit to be Kazekage. The Akayama clan rebelled for a reason. Rasa did not even spare him a glance. Koichi still wanted to keep cursing. But Pucci. The other Sand soldier thrust its spear precisely into Koichi's throat. His mouth opened wide, but no sound came out. Rasa's gaze finally settled on Danzo. Sand soldiers emerged one after another in scattered positions, as if spawning at random across the battlefield. All of the root shinobi Danzo had brought revealed themselves. Danzo and Rasa locked eyes. The great battle was about to begin. Danzo's face was ashen as he stared hard at him. Rasa, very good. At such a young age, you already possess methods like these. No wonder you could become the fourth Kazekage. This entire affair was orchestrated by Shirasuna Koichi alone. And now he's dead. So let this matter end here. How about it? Rasa laughed. Danzo, what do you think Sunagakure is? A place you can enter whenever you like and leave whenever you want. Before his words had even finished, a huge amount of gold dust surged toward Danzo. At the same time, the Sand soldiers charged at the root shinobi with shields in one hand and spears in the other. Two shinobi moved to guard Danzo. Then, suddenly mind-body switch technique. A figure hidden behind Danzo made his move. It was a shinobi from the Yamanaka clan. But Rasa had already anticipated this. When Danzo founded Root, he had gathered many orphan shinobi and also cultivated ties with several shinobi clans. Among them, aside from the Shimura clan, the Yamanaka and Aburame clans were especially close to him. The Yamanaka clan's secret techniques were highly unusual. The mind-body switch technique allowed the user's spirit to invade another person's body. But it was also subject to chakra quantity and spiritual strength. The Yamanaka shinobi immediately attempted to seize control of Rasa's body and force Rasa to kill himself. A flash of delight appeared on Danzo's face. But before anything could happen, a Sand soldier appeared behind the Yamanaka shinobi and drove a spear straight through him. Once the mind-body switch technique was used, the caster's original body became completely defenseless and had to be protected by others. Rasa had already spotted the Yamanaka shinobi through the Byakugan. The reason he had let the technique hit him in the first place was deliberate. He wanted to take the hit, then use the Sand soldier to kill the Yamanaka shinobi. That way, when the real battle with Danzo intensified later, the Yamanaka shinobi would not have the chance to strike him at a crucial moment. Dealing with him now was clearly the better choice. The instant his body was pierced, the Yamanaka shinobi's spirit was forced back into it. His eyes widened as he turned to look at the Sand soldier behind him, his face filled with unwillingness. But there was nothing left he could do. The joy that had just appeared on Danzo's face froze at once. Chapter 100, Danzo, is this where I die? 1123 words. The sky was filled with gold dust and parasitic insects, all mixed together in utter chaos. The two Aburame shinobi were quite strong. They had turned their own bodies into insect hives and raised a vast number of Kikeichu. Now, releasing them all at once, they sent a black tide sweeping across the battlefield. This is working. The two Aburame shinobi exchanged a glance, both of their eyes lighting up. Then they directed the Kikeichu to swarm toward Rasa. But what neither of them noticed was the large amount of gold dust already drifting around the insects. Rasa watched the mass of Kikeichu closing in, and gripped the hilt with both hands. A great amount of chakra poured into the thunder blade. In the next instant lightning erupted. A golden line appeared out of nowhere, linking the thunder blade in Rasa's hands with the gold dust suspended around the Kikeichu. At once the entire area crackled with electric light. Because the range was so broad, the electricity per unit area was spread thin, and no longer overwhelmingly powerful. But the Kikeichu's resistance was far weaker than that of actual shinobi. The moment the lightning spread over them, the insects fell into a state of paralysis. They began dropping one after another. Like rain. Very quickly, the ground was blanketed in a dense, horrifying layer of insect bodies. The two Aburame shinobi's expressions immediately turned ugly. And the instant Danzo saw that, an intense urge to retreat rose in his heart. Until now, he had still entertained some hopes. He had brought so many shinobi with him this time. Against a lone Rasa, perhaps there had been a chance to take him down. Danzo knew full well that with Rasa's status, he would never truly come alone. But the other Sunagakure shinobi would definitely be slower than Rasa. That meant there should have been a window of time in between. And when Danzo chose to leave shortly after meeting Shirasuna Koichi, he had effectively forced Rasa to reveal himself early. If he had delayed any longer, that gap would have been even smaller. But now with the Yamanaka shinobi dead, and the two Aburame shinobi falling one after another, Danzo no longer held even the slightest hope of killing Rasa. Even if Rasa truly was alone. Attack Rasa with everything you have. Danzo barked the order. At the same time, he formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A massive sphere of wind blasted out like a cannonball. Rasa stepped aside. The huge wind sphere smashed into the ground, sending sand and dirt spraying everywhere. Danzo's eyes flashed as he retreated at full speed. Rasa, I'll remember this grudge. A large number of root shinobi abandoned the sand soldiers they had been fighting and charged toward Rasa. As he withdrew, Danzo glanced at them, his heart bleeding. He did not care about lives. He even frequently made his subordinates kill one another for his own purposes. But in Danzo's eyes, these root shinobi were extremely important assets. Assets that belonged solely to him. Lose one, and that was one less. Training replacements was far from easy. It required enormous time and resources. Shirasuna Koichi, that useless fool. By now, Danzo had also realized that Koichi had not sold him out. Koichi really had betrayed Sunagakure and cooperated with him, a man from Konoha's route. For Konoha, it had genuinely been a rare opportunity. But Koichi had simply been too stupid. Danzo even suspected Koichi had been exposed long ago. The reason Rasa had not dealt with him immediately was because he wanted to use Koichi as bait and lure Konoha into this trap. And then he let Koichi escape Sunagakure. That was deliberate too. He wanted to kill whoever came to meet him. What a vicious Rasa. Then Danzo's eyes turned cold. But killing me won't be that easy. I didn't survive this many years for nothing. These root shinobi are enough to hold you back. Even if you have the power to kill 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen at once, take this as my gift to you. Next time, I'll make you pay it back. A vicious light flickered in Danzo's eyes. In all these years, there are very few people who've made me suffer such a loss. Very good. I'll remember you. Danzo withdrew his gaze and turned, then his pupils contracted violently. Because he suddenly saw that Rasa, who had clearly been hundreds of meters behind him a moment ago, had now appeared directly in front of him. Not a clone. And the one before wasn't a clone either. What is this? Could it be the body flicker technique? But the body flicker can't possibly be this fast. Unless... Flying Thunder God. Danzo's face darkened. Impossible. The Flying Thunder God is unique to Konoha. It was created by teacher Tobarama. At present, only Namikaze Minato has learned it. There is no second person. Rasa raised his hand. Magnet release, gold dust. A mass of gold dust shot toward Danzo. Danzo hurriedly dodged. Lord Danzo, be careful. One root shinobi noticed Danzo's situation and turned to support him at once. But right then, a sand soldier suddenly thrust forward. The root shinobi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked to the side. A spear had pierced into his waist. How is this sand soldier so fast? There wasn't one here a moment ago. Wasn't it only around Chunin level before? The root shinobi stared hard at the sand soldier that had killed him. Then, suddenly, he noticed something. This sand soldier seemed different from the others. Its armor was more refined. Its appearance more detailed. That was intentional on Rasa's part. Most of the sand soldiers were low level. Their job was only to tie the enemy down, and to mislead them into underestimating the strength of all sand soldiers. Then, by mixing in two stronger ones, he could catch them off guard. Spend less chakra, gain greater effect. The moment those two high-grade sand soldiers made their move, they began causing heavy casualties. The Konoha shinobi had never noticed the difference. Quicksand shift. Rasa moved again. Danzo instantly panicked. What is this? The shinobi I painstakingly trained can't even deal with the sand soldiers. Weren't those things supposed to be cannon fodder? And what exactly is this instant movement jutsu of Rasa's? Could it be? Am I really going to die here today? Danzo's face turned ugly. But in the next moment, it grew even uglier. A vast shadow fell over him. Danzo looked up and saw an enormous figure looming above. Yatagarasu. Rasa's summoning beast. Dozens of figures leapt down from Yatagarasu's back. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.